Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
Doot, 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 doot. Oh man, you already started up live and everything. Cool. Refresh for live lobby. Do 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 do. Oh, do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right, let's see if there's anything new here. Nope, that's the same. So dumb. Do, 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 do. I'm reading through the hunting handbook for this year. I don't know if anything's really new. But we got
Can you
this
hear me?
dumb. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Man, I don't know what's going on with this browser. There's still another one of me in there.
Yeah.
You never have too much pink.
Yep. 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
Yeah.
But anyways, like the state is all freaking like color coded. There is now 1, 2, 3. There are 5 different like zones depending on like what, depending on where you're hunting. And then there's all these rules like in my particular county, if I'm doing firearm season, the deer has to have at least 3 points on one side. But if you're doing like archery, you can either get a doe or 3 points on one side. If you have a restricted combo license, like during archery season, you can basically a combo means you can get 2 deer, either archery or firearm, one from each, both from one, like whatever. But if you're doing archery, you can either get a doe or 4 points on one side, and then firearm, it has to have 4 points on one side, muzzle loader, 4 points on one side. But then if you're in a different zone, it's like you can get, just any antlered buck. So even like a spike is fine. And it's just like, I don't know, it's freaking dumb. There's other zones that have to have at least 2 points. So it's like either 1, 2, 3, or 4 are the different options. And then different places you can get a doe, like no matter what. You don't have to have a special doe license. And like, it's fucking crazy. It's really annoying because they're like, oh wait, did I cross into a different county? Like, am I allowed to get, 3 points on one side, or does this have to be 4 points on one side? When you're out in the field, dude, you really sitting there like counting points. I kind of like, okay, there's a deer, it's got something on its head. All right, I'm good to shoot. But now I got to sit there and be like, well, it might only have 2 points on one side. Is that a little branch? Like, does that count as three? I'm not sure. Like, it's just fucking dumb. Oh, okay. Now there's 3 pinks. That's a bit much.
I do believe Pink is a pod person and he's multiplying.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, there one.
What's up, Smeggy?
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Yeah, not much. How about you?
Not much. Just reading through the hunter's guide for this year, trying to see if there's anything new.
Fun.
Oh yeah. I don't care about all this bird hunting shit. Don't care about trapping. Hmm. So, yeah, I don't know. This all seems like the normal stuff.
Testing.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Gee, many Christmas.
And I'm echoing. What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
Hell, for a minute there, I thought it was going to be 4 of me in there.
And I'll take a guess. You're probably bound to get something right. My timing sucks.
This browser will go for a little bit, then freeze up. And I'll sit there and open up a new window, and it's weird that it's letting me join a chat that I'm already in, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
What browser are you using, Pink?
I always use Komodo for the Pink's lobby room.
An Android or an Apple browser?
It's kind of I mean, it runs off of a Google, the Google engine and everything else. It's just more business related. Yeah, a lot of banks use Komodo, and a lot of high end businesses like that.
Okay.
I found it back in my gaming days because we needed like 4 or 5 different browsers to actually help cheat in the game. So have run 5 or 6 different accounts at the same time.
Fun.
Yeah, I used to run Komodo, Opera, Ironware, all kinds of different ones out there.
I guess the only ones I've messed with are just kind of the standard, the IE, Netscape back in the day, and Firefox. And Dolphin every once in a while.
Yeah, I used to use Netscape.
I thought there was a section of like new this year. Maybe there's not.
So what state reg you looking at, Smeggy?
Michigan.
Oh, okay, then I guess we can't help you.
Yeah, it doesn't, at least in the stuff I'm concerned about, nothing seems to be new. The biggest new thing was that stupid ass point restriction that kicked in a couple of years back. And I think they may have tweaked it because it looks like there's more sections now. But mine didn't change. I only ever hunt in the one place.
Okay.
On the Facebook, one of the guys I went to school with, he posted a pic and tagged his wife. Said his and her matching set, and it was a box of 20 gauge and a box of 12 gauge. And I commented on his picture. I was like, one day we'll get you up to 12 gauge also.
Nice.
Everybody's loving that comment. He's probably sitting there thinking, "Damn you, Pink."
Page 20. Okay, let's check out page 20.
What are you looking up?
Just looking up the limited firearm zone, which is basically like the southern half of Michigan. It used to be called the shotgun zone, but now you're allowed to use like straight-walled cartridges.
What to hunt with?
Yeah. So a shotgun may have a smooth or rifled barrel and may be of any gauge. Muzzle-loading rifle or black powder handgun must be loaded with black powder or commercially manufactured black powder substitute. Conventional smokeless powder handgun must be .35 caliber or larger, loaded with a straight-walled cartridge, and may be single or multiple shot, but cannot exceed the maximum capacity of 9 rounds in the barrel and magazine combined. Firearm hunters may carry a bow and arrow, crossbow, and firearm. That's interesting. .35 caliber or larger rifle loaded with a straight-walled cartridge with a minimum case length of 1.16 inches and a maximum case length of 1.8. And a .35 caliber or larger air rifle or pistol charged only from an external high compression power source.
So that caliber restriction up, except for that overall or maximum overall length, kind of sounds like what Minnesota's was up until probably like 5 years ago or so.
Yeah, and this one just changed a couple years back too. Like I said, it used to be it was called like rifle zone and shotgun zone, but now they've decided you can use straight walled cartridges in the shotgun zone.
Yeah, we still got the 2 different zones here. Southern half of the state's shotgun and pistol zone, and then I think like north of the metro is rifle zone. Hey, hubby, how you doing?
What's up? Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, can hear you fine.
Yeah.
All right, because like right there, something happened and my freaking mic on my freaking headset stopped working.
Oh, wait a minute. So I was just thinking about this then. A 30-30, that's smaller than 30 caliber, right?
Yeah, and it's also not a well. How do they define straight wall cartridge? Does it have to be straight from, like, say, in front of the rim to the mouth of the case?
I don't know.
30-30 is a bottleneck.
Yeah, it's a
Oh, is
bottleneck.
it? Oh,
Yeah, you'd have to do like 35 Remington, maybe.
Does
Well,
it have to be 30 caliber? Because I was going to say everybody here buys 45-70.
it says
For the
35 caliber or larger rifle loaded with a straight walled cartridge with a minimum case length of 1.16, maximum case length 1.8. So
Yeah, Johnny?
Everybody here buys 45-70 to go deer hunting with, so they can use their rifles.
yeah, because I know I was thinking of getting a lever action, and the 98% of it would probably be target shooting, but there's a slight possibility I might want to hunt with a rifle, like on the west side of the state, down south. So that's why I was thinking of going. Well, I was thinking of going 357. Just
Yeah, I was
because.
going to say get a pistol caliber, either a pistol caliber or a 45-70. You'd be good.
Yeah.
Right, because I think a 357 will take a deer no problem.
Yeah, if you get get like some warm 158s or 180s and stay within 100 yards.
Right.
Yeah.
But, and again, because some people are saying, well, go 45-70 if you want to go hunting. And it's like, well, I kind of like the idea of having that little bit more power, but 98% of the time, I'm going to be poking holes in paper. So I'd like to do that a little cheaper.
You could compromise and get a 44 Magnum lever gun.
Yeah, that was going to be my next comment.
Yeah, I got a 44 liver. 44 is big enough to take down anything in North America right now. So.
Yeah.
It'll take down a bear.
So will a sharp stick, but I don't want to have to use it.
Yeah, good point.
Now, so do you reload at all, Smeggy?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I have plans to, but I don't have any of the equipment yet. Shit ton of brass.
Anybody here know anything about like the Palmer 80 Spectre 80% system fit frame for Glock?
What was it?
Palmer 80 Spectre 80% pistol frame kit for Glock Palmer frames.
Heard of them, but I don't know too much about them.
Yeah, that's the first time hearing about them.
The 80% block lower?
Yeah,
Yeah, what do you want to know?
the Palmer 80 Spectre, are they any good or are they crap?
I got one back when they were on sale for $80, and I don't know, like now they're like 120 to 150 depending on who you buy them from. I don't think they're worth that price. Like for $70 maybe.
What's the polymer like? Is it any good or is it crappy polymer? Or?
It feels cheaper than a Glock, for sure.
So you're saying it feels like an FN?
It feels like the exact same polymer that a Plum Crazy or New Frontier made out of.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it
I was
feels
just
like
fucking
it's
with
like a
you.
nylon reinforced maybe, so it feels like a little rougher, but it still feels kind of cheap. So I haven't built mine though, but I've played with it, but I haven't built it yet because I don't have a extra Glock slide and all this shit. So I've been waiting to like find something on sale, like a guy who bought like one of those Lone Wolf slides and then selling his old shit. But yeah, for 70, I think I paid $79 is what it was. So, but yeah, it feels kind of cheap, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, I know a place right now that has Glock frames, like a Glock 23 frame, like the complete frame with the fire control group, everything for $150. So, so like compared to what you can get an actual Glock frame for, like I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, definitely. And it's already, it's a complete frame rather than an 80%. I was just, I was wondering because I noticed that I could get it in like FTE or OD green. And I thought that might be kind of cool to have for my Glock 23. Just to be able to change out the colors and stuff. But I will take your advice, sir. And Pinks, I was just fucking with you on the whole FF thing. I was kind of hoping maybe you popped off, but.
Yeah, I know you were fucking with me. Trust me, some of those videos you see of them squeezing the frame together and everything else, yeah, would lead you to believe that.
Well, I
It's
mean,
definitely not as stiff or as rigid as a Glock frame. Definitely not. Like it's like I said, it's a lot cheaper.
$700.
So what did you drink last night, Heavy?
Let's see. I started off drinking Newcastle, then I moved to PBR. And I drank PBR. My boy Scott drinks PBR, and well, he drank PBR before he died. And we were doing shots of Honey Jack and Bushmills Black. Yeah, Bushmills Blackbush, which is good. So yeah, we were doing some whiskey shots and some beers. And amazingly, I didn't do anything stupid. So it's not the whiskey, which I kind of knew anyway. It's just generally when I drink whiskey, I get in a drinking mood, and then I will drink anything else if it had alcohol in it. So, yeah, yesterday I just took the beer and whiskey, and I was cool. So I didn't get no fights or nothing. It was kind of a pleasant experience.
Mm.
I'm really not a violent drink, guys. What was that? Oh, it's 5-7 or something. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm looking. Fuck yeah!
Come
Oh,
and see
shit.
the motherfucking day, yeah.
America!
I want to watch
Fuck
that movie.
yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in so long.
That movie is fucking hilarious. Well, the corner of Papa Lock and Turkey Turkey.
Yeah, he's talking about Team America.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's actually back on Netflix now.
Someone was bringing up like South Park earlier. I think it was Smeggy, and when everyone brings up South Park, like that's all I can think of. It's like Team America. Like, like I wish that was like the actual fucking like TV show. Like, yeah, like on every Friday night, like where they just like sat there and hunted down like different terrorists like every week.
They're dicks, they're pussies, and they're assholes.
One of the things I liked about that they borrowed from South Park, but the montage song, they did it in South Park first when the I forget who it was. Someone had to learn how to ski because they were at like a timeshare in Aspen, and like the popular kid challenged him to a race, and if he lost, they'd shut down the teen center or some crap. But just I love that song. Like, if you need to get good at something in a short amount of time, you need a montage. Show a little improvement in each scene. You need a montage. Remind everyone what's going on with the other characters. A montage.
Yeah, that's well, you know, it's the creators of South Park, so yeah.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, that is one of those things. Like I said earlier, there are a handful of like South Park things that they might only be 30 seconds long, but like I just love them. The montage song is one of them.
I do not blame it. It is a very funny song. Oh, I was asking.
Out there.
What was that?
As I just had to throw that meme out there. I saw that on the Instagram and inside chat.
Damn it!
Wow, this Magpul MOE stock is only as loose as like a regular M4 stock. That's like pretty good. The quality's getting better.
Heavy,
you
it
do?
sounds like you're cranking an old school like register, like dun dun. I don't know if
Oh,
that's like your
God.
space bar or something, but
No, it's that little fucking mouse pad on my laptop. It's the little mouse pad on my laptop.
oh really? Wow, that's pretty loud. Sounds like an old school like like I said, it sounds like a space bar. Chunk.
So it's sorry. Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. I just was saying it just sounded like I said, like an old school like register or something.
Freaking Dead Horse. That stock you were talking about. Show it to us. It's not the NFT, right? It's you said the Magpul stock? Hello? Everybody out there?
Nope.
Okay.
No, nobody else.
So are they still rioting down there, or did it quiet down tonight?
And I just got a blurb on the news that, I think that they were still demonstrating, but they weren't burning shit down.
Well, at least they're not burning shit down. Hey. Is it just me or is Midwest Industries expensive? Not Midwest, Midway.
What'd you say? You sound kind of garbled.
I was saying, is it just me or does anybody else here think Midway USA is kind of expensive? Oh, no, that's not too bad. Never mind.
I don't know. I still didn't quite hear what you said. I get the first part real good. Is it just me or? And then I hear burger, burger, burger. And I don't know if I agree with burger, burger, burger.
Yeah,
I was saying, is that any better?
A little bit.
Mhm.
Not, because it's like I have volume up at 100.
Are you in the bathtub? Is that the problem?
No, I'm not in the bathtub. It's not a Tuma.
Why are you in the bathtub?
I'm not in the bathtub, guys. I don't know. Maybe it's my mic.
Yeah, you sound extra like tinny.
Far away.
And you were fine before. It's like just when you jumped into Pink's lobby.
Well, before I jumped into here, I wasn't getting anything in my chat. It's like something fucking happened. I don't know what, but something did.
I listened to Matt's chat on Wednesday in the bathtub.
Oh, right on.
I had a wicked brutal headache, and I'm like, sometimes just like the like that extra like heat and like moisture kind of clears you out a little bit. So I like made it super hot. And then I like dunked my head underwater for a while and listened to Matt's chat.
So is that why your head's all small and deformed now?
No, I think my head's normal sized.
I don't know. Just concerned with you being a snowman and all.
Oh no, it's magic snow. It's all good.
Magic snow. Is that what they told you the yellow stuff was?
No, that's coming in flavored.
Oh shit. Oh shit, that was
America. Fuck yeah.
yeah. Coming to save the motherfucking day, yeah. What did that say, Dead Horse?
Freedom is what it says. Freedom. Yeah, this is their SOCOM like profile 556 NATO 1 and 7 nitrated Freedom barrel. I got 2 of these. And it's funny, like both of them are supposed to be identical to each other, right? But one of them's a brass aluminum forge upper. The other one's an arrow upper. They have different T marks. And the uppers, you know, they have like different cuts in them. Like, you know, they're not the exact cut the same way. Like the Fortis, the shell deflectors cut differently. You know, but they're supposed to be like matching builds. And I called up Palmetto State Armory today. Spent like 40 on the phone with them. Like, first of all, I told them what like a shitty stock their A2 stock was, and like how it was just absolute junk, and like Chinese airsoft was better. And they're like, okay, well, we're gonna send you out new pieces, and maybe this time it'll be better. And then I said, okay, and then like on this upper, their dust cover like doesn't want to stay closed at all. Like the dust cover is like fucked up. Like it does it, like you just like tap it, it fucking opens up. They're like, okay, we'll send you out they didn't even want to send me out a new dust cover. What they wanted me to do is they wanted me to send this whole fucking upper back so they could put on a new dust cover. And I told the guy, I was like, have you seen how much stuff I've ordered from you? Right? And he goes back and, you know, because I've ordered like well over 10 grand worth of shit throughout the years there, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, you order quite a bit from us. And I was like, yeah, I just spent like 3 grand there in the last, 3 weeks. And he's like, oh, yeah. So I was like, I think I can, manage to put on my own dust cover. He's like, oh yeah, you probably can. I was like, yeah, I think I'll just like watch a YouTube video on how to do it. And he's like, oh, that would be a good idea. But they like literally do like, how much shipping would that be to like for them to pay shipping back, then pay shipping again back to me for this upper, and then
instead of just putting a fucking tusk cover in an envelope.
Yeah, like literally like a $1 piece. I wasn't pissed off about it. I wasn't like saying, oh, I want this shit tomorrow, or I can't use the gun. It's not like I was just like, no, dude. I just want to let you know your fucking dust cover came fucked up. 2 different uppers that were supposed to be the same upper. Your A2 stock you sent me is absolutely fucking rattly junk. And, yeah. But other than that, I'm happy with everything else. That's basically what the conversation.
Did you say, yeah, I think I'll go watch my YouTube video on how to put a dust cover on?
Yeah, there's actually this guy called Dead Horse, and I mean, he builds uppers like all the time. And I'll just look at him.
Fuck, not only do I build it, I have to fucking modify those motherfucking things to work. because of these cheap ass lowers right here. They're just
What the hell?
This is like that Glock, dude. Like right here. This is that fucking Glock right here. Heavy.
Oh, that's the same company?
Slightly out of spec, but it still will work, and like you're gonna fight. That's like, yeah. And you got like a plastic jig, so it's like, you know, if you fuck up, that jig's like toast. You know, that's like a one-time thing. But hey, like if they ever come and like, you know, ban guns and confiscate that shit, like we'll still have 80%. Like that's like the thing. We'll be able to still make our own Glock. And then we'll just go to jail for 20 years for doing it.
I'm surprised you don't do your own 80% bonus.
I have. I sure do, and I even have my own serial number and my own manufacturer's mark. And I'm trying. That's why I bought the big laser engraver, 40 watt, just so I can go into aluminum. I'm just not good enough. I'm still practicing on the 5 watt with polymer. And I've barely got that down to where I can engrave like polymer and plastic kind of decent. Like, you know, and that's still kind of tricky. Aluminum's really hard. I don't want to fuck up a receiver. Like, I want a bunch of just anodized aluminum just to practice on, and that's what I don't have to practice on, so I haven't been
Oh, you can buy aluminum sheet metal and then cook and anodize it yourself. It's not hard.
Yeah, just chemicals in a fucking jar and a current, you know. Yeah.
Make sure
Sorry.
you clean the.
And depending on how high of a current is what changes the fucking color. Apparently, there's no such thing as red anodizing. Like, apparently it's impossible to anodize aluminum red, but yet there's all these anodized red aluminum parts. So I don't like, because when I was researching doing it, I read several different places, like, because I was for my Red Riding Hood build, I was like, oh, maybe I can just anodize some of my own parts red, and like the first thing that pops up on Google is like it's impossible to anodize aluminum red. Then how are all these other guys doing it? Like, is that are they really not anodized? Is it something else?
Or if you ever throw out like an old or any electronic device, you rip it apart, the aluminum heat sinks are usually black anodized.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
That's
like
a good idea. I have like an old computer monitor, like the old big huge fat ones. Maybe that shit has something inside of it.
I don't know if monitors would have heat sinks. It'd be more like stereo amplifiers, audio equipment, or power bricks or stuff like that.
Hmm.
Oh, and speaking
I've
of,
never seen a anodized heat sink, but I've only seen like a handful of them. They've always just been like raw aluminum.
Yeah, see, I don't do any of that. Like, I still got to replace my laptop screen, and I'm kind of dreading doing that. I've replaced a fan in my laptop before and in a personal computer, and that's about the extent of my computer ability. But it seems like when I looked inside that shit, it seems like everything's pretty much like plug and play, you know? It seems like.
Yeah, the biggest trick is it's kind of like AR. You just got to pick stuff that will actually work with each other.
Yeah.
Because I built a computer when I was in school, and I had a buddy kind of help me. Like, I was much more of a nerd back then. I was like up to date on all the cutting edge stuff. And so I picked out a bunch of stuff, and then he kind of looked over and was like, oh, wait a minute, this won't work with this. So I was like, oh, okay. So I swapped out like one thing, and He's like, all right, cool, that works. And so ordered all the stuff, had it shipped to my house, and I mean, me and him put it together in like 20 minutes. I mean, it's not hard. You just plug all the shit in. The longest part was like installing Windows and then like getting it all set up the way I wanted. He had a bunch of different like programs and shit that he gave me. And the best thing in the world for computers is to get a better fucking defrag thing. Because the new Windows defrag, like as of like Windows XP, it's dumb. Like they just show you little lines and shit. I want to see one that has little like boxes moving around like the old school.
Speaking of anodizing metal, read in an old magazine kind of an interesting way to anodize titanium. Basically, you take like a couple 9-volt batteries and
Put them in series?
well, it depends because I think like one 9-volt battery will give you like a light purple anodization, and then you hook them up the more batteries you add, kind of the deeper the purple gets. It was like, basically you take like a sheet of aluminum paper or aluminum foil and a paper towel, and you kind of roll them together like you would cinnamon rolls. You hook up one end of the, I forget whether it was the positive or negative terminal, to this aluminum paper towel brush, and the other to your workpiece, and then you dip the paper towel end in cola, and then you can just kind of basically paint it on there.
I read something slightly different for titanium, that you can anodize titanium with a gas, and then yeah, like that's how they get, like, I guess I think it was like the green color, like, because titanium, I think, is like if I remember reading right, titanium was like real funny about being anodized.
Mm-hmm.
It was real funny about being colored. They had to pull out all sorts of tricks to get it anodized. But I want to know how they anodize aluminum red, because apparently that's supposed to be like fucking impossible to do. Like, you can't do it. That's what Google said.
Yeah, no, unless it's like some kind of red coating that they anodize over.
You
the
powder coated, then anodize over the powder coating or something like that, or
I don't know, the like the brake cylinders that we manufacture, those get a clear anodize on them. So I'm almost wondering if there isn't something that they do to either like chemically etch the aluminum that color, or if it's some type of other or pigment they add to the anodize.
yeah, that makes sense. That's probably what they do, is use some kind of etching primer or some shit, paint it where they want it anodized, and then yeah, that makes sense. Because yeah, red anodized parts seem to be a lot more money too than any other color. So for aluminum, I just thought it at first like maybe that's just because like red was more popular, but
Stop.
Is that a gap between the trigger wheel and the grip?
well, the grip's not on yet. It's just sitting on there to help me. I just kind of squeeze them on there a little bit. It helps me flip them around and work on it and stuff. So, but I don't got the screw through it yet, or.
Oh, okay. Just curious.
Okay, where's the little price? building me another gopher gun.
Gophers must be really scared of you.
That's what G-Webs calls the 5.56 the gopher gun. He's like, you got so many gopher guns. You got too many. Gophers are fucking evil. So are bunny rabbits. Are trying to take over the world. And
I kind of like bunny rabbits, but that's just me.
oh, at my local gun store, like when I went around on the circuit and I was hitting all the local stores, they have a fucking teddy bear filled full of tannerite they're selling, like to go out and shoot it as a target. It's like a plush teddy bear filled with tannerite.
I like barbecued rabbit.
I like rabbit soup. That's the only way I've ever really been able to eat rabbit. Like I've had it over a campfire and I've had it several different ways, but rabbit soup tastes mostly because it doesn't taste like rabbit anymore.
I like rabbit.
What's the best way to eat squirrel?
Squirrel, 2 bites and swallow. Like
I mean, just one.
Depends on where you get the squirrel. If you get the squirrel like they're at a populated area, they're gonna taste like shit because of the trash. But you get out in the woods and shit, they're gonna taste better.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get some when I go up north. So I'm just curious, what's the best way to cook them up? I was thinking like a stew kind of thing, so then everyone can have some.
You're exactly right. It is just get like a can of chicken broth or vegetable beef broth and like some vegetables, and just throw whatever you want basically in a fucking pot. But you are right. I think that is about the best way to have rabbit or squirrel or a lot of different little varmints and shit.
How do you know when
It's not
squirrels
always
cook?
good.
Does it like change colors or anything?
No.
Yeah.
Cook it on the fire, boil it. Just get that shit boiling in the stew, and you're good.
Boil it, take all the flavor out of it. Man. Cook it over a fire, chop it up, throw it in the stew.
Not me. I just boil all that shit because it kind of takes away the gamey flavor when you boil it. I don't know. Because like, I don't know. Like you said, it depends on where you get the squirrels, but the squirrels around here aren't any good. Like I'll tell you that right now. I don't know. They're eating too much trash or bullshit or not enough. Maybe if your squirrels have like a pure nut diet, but not the squirrels around here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could like boil it for a little bit, then take it out, pick it up over a fire, and then chop it up and throw it into the stew.
I don't know. It'll be an adventure. Normally not really good at cooking stuff, so it'll be fun.
Shit, either am I. Just throw it on a fire and call it good. Really, just heat the shit up. How it turns out is how it turns out.
You might want to consider like coming with some kind of rub too. Rub that in the cooking.
Yeah, these ones are all like black oxide coated. All these detents in this PSA MOE kit. So are the springs. All the springs are black.
Oh, they just want you to lose the springs until you never find them, so you have to buy more.
There, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Check out that link I put in the side, Dead Horse. that guy's based out of Hawaii, and I'm pretty sure he anodizes some of this stuff. So you might be able to reach out to him and find out what he does, how he does it.
That's a badass
That
Damascus.
sounds pretty fucking cool, man. Holy shit!
Yeah, I know.
Damascus anodizing.
What are those square things? Like, are those knife handles?
They're beads. They're
Oh,
beads.
Oh, okay.
He puts tritium inserts in them and stuff like that. And I mean, I've seen some amazing stuff from that he's posted. I mean, it's truly works of art. But
Damn, I would say.
I'm pretty sure some of that stuff he's anodizing himself or something like that. So you can always check that out. I know he does auctions and giveaways and contests and stuff like that. So
I like that other one you made, Hanks. The latest fashion in Charlotte.
do what?
The latest fashion in Charlotte. That's fucking hilarious. Speaking of that, today, the 7-Eleven, I was out and cruising around the 7-Eleven by the house. There's a cop out there with lights on and all that shit. So I ran about my business and I came back later. He was gone, so I went in there to find out what was going on. And evidently, some lady just walked in there, grabbed a bunch of shit, and just wanted to walk out without paying. I guess she'd already hit up like the Rite Aid or the Walgreens across the street, a couple other places. The cops had her and, why didn't you just pay for this shit? She goes, that's just how I live. I don't feel I have to pay for anything. I just grab it and go. So she, like, wow, that's balls.
God, I was gonna say we get them all the time.
She just openly admits it, dude. Like, no big deal. Like, what's the issue? I'll just take that shit. It's like, really?
Yeah, there's one chick in my store that I'm bound determined to catch. She is quick. I mean, by the time she walked out of an aisle, I was in the aisle and I started to go to the end of the aisle to follow her, and she was already at the door. She was halfway across the store and then out the door.
But she does this all the time. I mean, she does this all the time. She walks in, grabs the stuff.
Yeah. Oh, you'd be amazed at how much theft is in our store. Jesus.
Well, I have no doubt. I mean, it's just like, you figure, well, I mean, what is she stealing?
Anything and everything. I mean, the one night she picked up a pack of Binkies for a baby.
Wait, you think she's just doing it for the adrenaline rush?
I think either that or take it and sell it. I recognize this chick from quite a few years ago. I think we caught her and her husband stealing batteries one night.
Like, what is your guys' policy on shoplifters? You guys, like, say you catch somebody shoplifting, are you guys supposed to just let them go and report it, or are you supposed to make contact?
I think it's shoot on sight.
I wish. That's why they won't let us carry in there. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, they want us to stop. Well, I don't know. It's kind of been changing here over the years. Before they want us to stop them, and well, now they don't want us to, you know, I don't know. It's kind of hard to get out of habit of not stopping them.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Years ago, we used to have knockdown drag-outs rolling out the front door with people. I mean, we used to chase them blocks away from, you know, from the store and everything, and can't do that anymore.
Yeah, it's the same way out here. Like, if somebody does something, you're supposed to let them go and report it. Pretty much it.
But yeah, usually we stop them, try to detain them, while somebody else calls the cops. As soon as the cops get there, then we can just hand them over.
Now, does Ohio have the whole misdemeanors with priors law?
The what?
Okay, out here we have a law. It's called. I'm getting that. Hold on. So, like out here in California, we have this thing called misdemeanors with priors. And what it does is it takes a misdemeanor and it makes it a felony. So, like, if somebody's constantly shoplifting or doing petty theft, and they continue to do it and they continue to be caught, I think it's after 2 or 3, they get charged with misdemeanor with priors to the show they're not trying to reform.
That's your, 3 strikes you're out rule thing? Law or whatever?
No, 3 strikes you're out is 3 felonies and you're in for life.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if we have one of those laws or not.
What up?
What's up,
What's up,
man?
man? Is this still light out there?
That's dark. I'm just at the gas station.
Oh, okay.
It's dark. Wow, now my freaking mute's not working.
What?
Why do you
Nice
think
shit.
I jumped into with a second account? I was sitting there clicking, my picture was showing up, and you guys weren't hearing what I was saying. I was like, what the hell?
Dude, I've been having trouble like jumping into the links lately, so I used my other account, my Tactical Images one. Yeah, I don't know why. Like my main account's not working.
I'm telling you, it's Google.
That's the NSA listening to us. Big brother. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna refresh and see if I can
Okay.
make the shit work.
So are you off tonight, Pink?
Yeah, I'm off.
Do you own any ARs with the scopes?
I've got a scope on one.
What kind of
Just
mount
a
are you
cheap-
using?
Shit, I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
Heavy.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. Trying to think. I don't know what the mount is, but it's like 2 independent rings that mount onto the rail.
Like a Nikon? Or like just regular?
Yeah, I can't remember. I know it was a cheap scope though, so
That's something I need right now. Is I need rings, like a mounts. I need 1-inch scope mounts. I need like 4 of them. Have to be kind of matching.
estranhos.
Going on here. That's a stiff bastard.
So I talked to a buddy at this place called Robar, and they custom make firearms, and they're gonna make me I'm gonna put my Beretta 92 and a replica of the 93R with like a little forward like handle.
You can't have that forward handle.
What?
What did you say about the forward handle? That they're gonna make you one with the forward handle?
So like the Beretta 93R, it's got like the 20 round magazine, and it's got like the 3 dots with the selector switch where the safety is, and they're gonna like morph my nuts into like a replica. It's not gonna be automatic, obviously.
Yeah. Well, what about that forward grip though?
Yeah, it's part of the 93R.
Yeah, but are you gonna have it on yours?
Absolutely.
Is that then you'll have to register that as a what would that be, like an AOW or?
I'm gonna register it as a DG AF.
What is that?
Don't give a fuck.
No, dude. You put a vertical grip on a fucking pistol, that's like trouble, dude. You can't have that.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like a grip. It's just kind of a tang.
Okay, like I looked at the Beretta 93R years ago, right? And there was guys on the forum saying like, because I have a 92 FS, and I thought it'd be like fucking cool, and I looked for those, and like just look on the forums, they're gonna say like that's like no one even fucking makes it. You can't buy it because like that turns your gun into fucking a no-no.
Yeah, obviously you have to like make it. Like you have to make it. They don't like. There's only I think 2-3Rs that are for sale in the United States. Like they're very, very, very hard to come by, and they're hundreds of thousands of dollars if you can sale. My buddy had one, but the top slide cracked because of the excessive use. Like it was old, 30-year-old gun, and he said he never found a replacement part for it. They're hard to find, dude. So I'm just gonna have like my buddy who's a gunsmith like make me one. Like obviously not like an auto because like I have to do a bunch of. It would be so much fucking money, dude. But I mean, for like $1,000, I can get my Beretta. Like I'll just buy the wood grips, get the 20 round magazine, and then like redo the top slide, and it'll be a good replica. I mean, it ain't gonna be the real deal, but I've always wanted to own one, so it'll be the closest thing to it.
Yeah, that'd be fucking sweet, dude. I hope you do it, but just check into that vertical forward grip, because even though it kind of comes out at an awkward angle, I'm pretty sure that's classified as a vertical grip as far as the ATF goes. So like you would have to what do you have to register that pistol as if you have a vertical grip?
AOW.
AOW, yeah. So, but that's only like what, a $5 tax stamp, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one's not like big money, but I would make sure you do that just to protect your ass, man. Like if you're gonna go through all that money and pay guys to do custom work on that shit, I would definitely be registering that as an AOW.
Yeah, but at one point, man, you got to start, stop acquiescing and all that, And obviously, I'm not recommending anybody else do this, but like it's gonna be a working firearm. It's not gonna work. Like I just want it for display purposes, put in my home. So I got a Broken Arrow poster that I'm gonna hang it up with.
Oh, so it's not going to be an actual firearm classified as a firearm because it's not. It's just going to be a non-functioning replica.
Like there's no way to buy a 93R. Like you can't even make one either.
I thought you were going to use a real 92 FS, so that would still be a real firearm, right? Even though it's semi-auto, not full auto, right? Like
as a kit.
Okay.
But I'm not to buy like a nice like case for it, and like a wooden case with like a red background, and just like I'm planning to do with like the cat, like it doesn't feel like last night. Like I don't. I missed my exit, but I don't shoot, man. I collect. You know, like I got a lot of guns that are collections. So I'm just gonna freaking put it in a nice case, and that's where it will stay forever and ever. Like my grandfather gave me a. Well, he didn't give it to me. Like my dad, and then my dad gave it to me. It was a 1928 Thompson that he had. The thing is like, I don't even think it shoots. I wouldn't shoot it. Well, like my grandfather had it. Like he bought it in the Sears catalog, dude.
Yeah, weren't they like $200 in a catalog back in the day? And that was like really expensive for a gun.
Oh yeah, back in the day, like my grandfather, like it was his dad's, and then like freaking my dad has one, and then he's gonna give me the one that my grandfather got out of the Sears catalog. My dad said when he passes away, he'll give me the other one that, like, I guess that was my grandfather's father. Like, my family has a shit ton of, like, old guns, dude, from, like, pre-World War II. Like, my grandfather had, like, an old Brownie, like, the BAR, the BAR. Been in our family for years, dude. Someday I'll give it to my
That BAR, that's a nice gun, man. Like, that gun's worth some bucks, right? When is it from? World War II?
Yeah. My grandfather had it on his Minesweeper as like a backup gun when they went ashore onto like the islands and stuff. My grandfather is still like, it sucks. He gave it to my fucking cousin who hates guns. He gave him a Navy 45 auto. Like the old Navy Colt pistols. They didn't make that many of them. But I don't know, man. I've just always been the opinion that, like, you know, if your family hands you an heirloom like that, dude, it shouldn't go to Uncle Sam. That's rightfully yours. It's like your birthright. I don't know. What do you think, Jet Horse?
I would keep all those guns and never sell them ever. I would take them and I would cherish them, and they would be like definitely like wall hangers, and I would want to display them. Like, I wouldn't want to keep those like locked up in a safe. Like, I would probably want to like have those on my walls.
Absolutely.
Like, even if it wasn't like in the front room, even if it was just like in my bedroom, like, you know, and then get one of those display cases that's bolted to the wall, that's like built pretty tough with like the bulletproof glass, like where people just can't, like, you know, crack it real easy and get in there.
Does anybody?
You're breaking up there, buddy. What's that?
Has anybody heard from Wendy Howler? Is he alive?
Yeah, he was in the chat earlier.
On Who's Alive? Who are you talking about?
Wendy Howler.
Wendy Howler.
Oh, yeah.
My twin.
Yeah, he said he's going to go out shooting like tomorrow or something. Or duck hunt. That's what it was. He was going to go duck hunt tomorrow. Like if I forget to like fucking like mute myself or whatever, just like hit that shit. I don't want you guys like listening to me pounding on shit.
It's cool, brother. It's cool.
Well, I don't want to like wake people up like I did heavy last night.
So I'm actually gonna try and build a pulse rifle. Tomorrow I'm gonna go pick up a Thompson M1A1.
And you're gonna build like a pulse rifle, but it's going to be 45 auto.
But yeah, the pulse rifle was a 45. Well, in the movie it was at 10 millimeter, but
Dude, like I would build the pulse rifle, but I would build it like a rail gun, and then just like so it took like batteries, and just use a
yeah.
like lithium cell phone batteries, and then build a little mini rail gun.
Well, I'm gonna buy another pulse rifle kit, and I'm gonna take the molding off of it, and I'm gonna go over because people have done it. Like there's real automatic pulse rifles that shoot 45. Because it's based off of the Thompson low receiver, and it's basically a Thompson that's chopped up. So I'm gonna have like I'm gonna see if I can build it. I'm gonna go to freaking what do you call it, Cabela's tomorrow and pick up an M1A1. See if I can do it. So I have all the kits and the schematics to build it. Gunsmith, which I'm sure like the guys at Robar can do. Then I will be an absolutely.
You know what I would do is I would contact like the guys who did the props for the original Aliens, dude. Those guys are probably still like in business, like around and shit, and they'd probably do it cheaper and already have like some of the shit you probably need somewhere.
Well, the original pulse rifles were built in England. They were built in Pinewood Studios, and the armorer, his name was Keith Worthington. He built that, and he built the Casper Troy guns, the Romeo and Juliet guns. So I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it. I don't imagine it would be that expensive. I mean, because you would just take a Thompson pistol, M1A1 pistol, and then they chop the front so they can put on that, what do you call it? Like that weird like heat shield that's on there. Then they take what Flippy says is an Ithaca. It's not. It's a Spaz. And then you just take you chop like it doesn't work because it's not a functioning shotgun, but in the movie it held the grenades. So you take off the barrel from the shotgun, and then I guess somehow like attach it to the barrel on the Thompson, and then that's when you just put the molding around it. Got to be a way to do it. I mean, other than being like the armorers that did it for the movie. I just wondered if that plastic molding will hold up to the recoil.
I don't know. They were firing blanks in the movie, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
the smart guns that they used were the MG42s. I think they're called the friggin' Nazi buzzsaw. I think that's what they're called. And those were just made out of Kawasaki motorcycle parts. But that would be insanely expensive to build. Like tracking down an MG42, geez. I think that's what it's called, MG42, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was today's tactical quiz on the Daily Show.
Tactical what?
The tactical quiz. Did you ever watch or listen to that show during the day with G-Webs and Dano and Island and Bob?
Uh-uh.
Oh, well, every day they do like a little quiz, and I guess if you get it right, you get a patch or whatever.
I've never gotten a patch.
Well, you should win the quiz then.
Thinking like in the 3 years of, or let's see, joined gun channels in 2012. So yeah, all those years that I've been on, I've never gotten a patch. But they don't give it to gun channel members, do they? They like that are in the audience or in the panel. They give it to guys that are in the lobby.
Well, yeah, I mean they give them to the people watching who answer the question, like who's ever the first one to answer. Sean wins a lot. Sean Ponery. I don't think he gets patches all the time. I think he just wins for the sake of winning. He's kind of a bastard like that.
Yeah, I've got him a couple times, and I've always given it away to like whatever new guys are there. I've never claimed a free patch. I bought all mine.
And so I got a couple free ones, but then yeah, I've bought a lot as well. But yeah,
I think I got like 2 free ones, and the rest I bought.
That was the quiz, and I couldn't quite remember it. And for some reason, what popped into my head was like G43. So I put that down. I forgot like the MG, and I was off by 1 because it was a 42, not a 43.
I'm amazed I got it right. I always screw up that. I always screw that like between the MP40 and the MG42. I don't know why. First time I saw that gun was in Wolfenstein.
Well, the MP40 was the precursor to the Stormgewehr, right? So I was like, some people, I think I've heard some people say, wasn't like some people consider the MP40 like the first assault rifle.
Like the MP40 wasn't that?
Because they had stocks, they were short-barreled carbines. They shot a pistol caliber, but
wasn't it a 9mm?
9mm Kurs, isn't that what it was?
I think so. Did you guys see Hillary Clinton on that Queen Cheese burn? Like with Zach Galifianakis? Dude, I don't know if it was scripted, but like he asked her some funny questions. He's like, what? He was like, so what's the best way to get a hold of you? Like email or what?
Oh yeah, that was a good one. But so I'm watching Star Wars here, and they just came across where like what are those things called? The dudes who sold the droids, like they ended up getting attacked.
Jawas.
Yeah.
Jawas.
Yeah. And they're like, oh man, I think like the same people did this or whatever. And then Obi's like, no, just meant to think that, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, look at these blast points. They're too accurate. Only stormtroopers can fire this precise. And I'm like, okay. When they're off screen, apparently they're marksmen. For the rest of the movie, they're not going to hit a single thing they're aiming at.
Yeah, no shit.
I guess I never picked up on that line the first time, but I just thought that was funny. Only stormtroopers are this precise. I'm like, you mean firing wildly and missing all the time?
Well, then that doesn't really say much for the sand people, does it?
Oh yeah, they must be really horrible. But these aren't the droids you're looking for, so it's okay.
Okay, I'm back.
I like your AR building song. Do do do, just building an AR. Do 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 do.
Well, I figured you'd get mad, Smeggy, because it sounded like he was like copyright infringing for your opening for Hit or Miss.
No, that's okay.
If everything goes like well, before September is out, I'll have a dozen new ARs just in the month of September.
Nice.
Yeah. In 1 month, a dozen. Like, I think that's like that's definitely a record for me, and that's like, I think that's like pretty good.
I wish I had that kind of disposable income.
It's investment. Some people invest in gold and shit, dude. Like, some people invest that much or more in gold every month and stuff like that, you know? Stock market. And the only problem is that, see, I think this investment's a for sure thing.
So you would be willing to sell them at some point?
Oh, definitely. Dude, like, that's how I got started building ARs. Like that's exactly how I decided that, you know what, I want to build my first AR, was because I wasn't going to spend $1,000 for one after Sandy Hook. And I had 4 ARs, or I had 5 ARs when Sandy Hook happened, and I sold 4 of them. I sold all but 1. And I just remember thinking, man, if I had like 100 of these things, like, I would have more than doubled my money, and I would be able to go buy like fucking, you know, a second home in Malibu or something. Like, just, you know, I was thinking, man, I had like so many more of these. So then I went and looked to like see how many more I could like go buy, and they, you know, they were all selling for top dollar, and all the stores were sold out of them and stuff. And then I was like, oh, like, well, I'll just buy a strip lower, and I'll buy some 80% lowers. And like, I think the second or third AR I ever built was the 80%er.
You know, it's freaking been P15 Sporter is going for like $1,700.
Yeah, like literally, there's M&P Sports selling for, you know, here they're selling for $1,200 if they had 2 extra Magpul mags. And there was Magpul mags, like 30-round Magpul mags here, were going between $50 and $100 just depending on the day.
See,
But there was some
I kind of hope people learn their lesson, and that we won't get crazy prices again.
I hope that too, but I'm saying, like, I think right now we don't have to worry about it. Like, I don't think it's going to be like that even if Hillary's elected. But wait until after, like, the first mention of something that she does after she's elected president, of her saying, all right, like, I'm passing this bill, or I'm like that. Like, that week will be fucking nuts, dude. Like, it'll just be.
Yeah, and she'll do it. She'll do it, dude.
Yeah. Like, that week instantly, like, I can see, like, that first day a $500 AR selling for $1,000. The second day, $1,200. The third day, like, and it'll just go up and up until either that shit gets passed or it doesn't.
See, I hope that we can at least still keep, Republican Congress and Senate. So, like, she won't be able to do much because they won't be sending her much crap to sign. That's really the best way to fight it is, I might do third party for the president. I mean, I'm a big libertarian guy, but I think I'll go Republican for the other stuff, just so at least they can do something.
Well, luckily, a lot of people are coming around to their senses. Like Ted Cruz, he said that he's endorsing Donald Trump and he's going to vote for him. And I was like, dude, good for you, man.
I just got this on my phone. 4 dead and shooting at mall in North Seattle. Suspect at large.
Oh no, somebody didn't like their coffee.
They didn't put the latte in his mocha latte.
Right. Heavy spiked it with Jägermeister, that's why.
So somebody said that they knew the band before they were famous, and the other guy said that he was their original fan. I had friends like that were all like, they're in like the local scene, which is cool. But God, it was annoying when like a band would kind of like become a little bit famous and be like, oh man, I saw them at the coffee house. Like that. It's like, dude, whatever.
Well, you see my band right here.
I totally knew them before they were famous.
Yeah, I think one of them is my biological father. But I have that's my favorite
Testing.
band. Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, cool. Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, that's my favorite band, man. I have probably 24 Led Zeppelin t-shirts.
That was perfect, Pinks. You unmuted just for your dog to bark, and then you muted.
I know. Yeah, I had to drop out of the other account because it was taxing my CPU. It was running at 100% there. I was like, oh, shit.
But is 100% bad?
Yeah, when your computer starts running at 100% CPU for quite a while, it'll start dropping stuff. It's from where I had too many browsers open earlier and too many screen shares and stuff like that.
Yeah, like how the fuck does Flippy's computer even compete, man? Have you seen when he screen shares? He'll have like 1,000 screens on.
Oh yeah, his is custom built. He's got liquid cooled. Will you hush? He's got liquid cooled heat sinks and everything else in his.
See, I told you he's Skynet. No, I was wondering how you run 2 Hangouts on the same fucking computer. I mean, I can't do that shit.
Two different browsers.
Oh, so like you'll have like say Google open and then you'll have like Explorer open, and you run them in both.
Yeah, something like that. Except I don't use Explorer. I haven't used that in years.
I was just using it as an example.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's pretty much the same. Yeah, it's pretty much what I do. I got the lobby account open in one browser, and then my Pink Panther account on Komodo or on Google.
Arb, is your mic working yet?
I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, finally. Holy balls. I don't know what the hell was going on. Like the flux capacitor went out or something.
I hate it when that happens.
Time circuits got all screwy.
Did you make sure your Mr. Fusion is full of fresh trash?
Well, that could have been it. I maybe put some skunky beer in it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That banana wasn't quite ripe enough.
Oh, shit. And fucking... The flux capacitor is always a problem. One day they'll actually perfect it. I think Pinks is working on a new one.
Those movies were on the other day, and like, I'm pretty sure I watched all three of them at least twice again for like probably the 100th time. My wife is like, "Can we just like not watch these someday?" I'm like, "No."
Did you look at her and go, "Great Scott"?
Shut up. Like, weren't these on the other day too? And I'm like, yeah. Well, why do we need to watch them today? Well, because they're on today too.
Yeah, I love that series. They're so fucking hilarious. So, Pinks, are you going to go to a SHOT Show this year? Hello?
Say something
Anybody?
heavy.
Yeah, I was asking if you're going to SHOT Show this year.
Yeah, I'm going.
All right, on. And if I can get my stupid press pass, maybe we'll be able to hook up, go shooting or drinking or whatever,
Oh yeah,
or maybe shooting and drinking. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I know you don't do that. That's cool. Neither do I. I just fucking around.
I think that's why Marco liked hanging out with me, because I was his designated driver and everything else, his bodyguard.
So I think if Marco gets a little rowdy when he drinks.
I wouldn't say rowdy, but he likes his bourbon.
Shit. I still gotta fucking send in that paperwork. Fuck, I gotta reread that thing. Do you send that shit online with your URL and your fucking and a copy of your ID, or do you know?
That I don't know.
I got the page bookmarked. I just gotta go back and do it. I'll probably have it done by the end of the week, and hopefully it just submitted online. Then all I have to do is get my hands on a scanner, scan my ID, and there you go.
Or you can take a picture of it, save it on your computer, and then send it email.
Yeah, that's true. I hope it's freaking digital. That would make things faster. It is what it is. I'll do what I got to do. Yeah, I even canceled my vacation because I was going to go on vacation next week. I had just hit my anniversary at work. So my vacation was going to come out of this year, not last year's. And I was like, no, I'll cancel that and save it to January.
Yeah, see, in January, my all my vacations start over, so
That's cool. How long are you guys going to go down for? Or how long are you going to be down there for?
At least a week. At least. We
I'll
booked our room from Sunday to Saturday.
Oh, so you're not gonna stick? You're not gonna stick around for the Sunday part of it because by then pretty much everybody's gone.
Sunday part of it, we mean.
Well, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? Or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I thought it was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes things easier.
And I think Monday is range day. I think.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then I'll be there. So that'd be cool.
Shiny.
What's up, Moon?
What's up?
Not much. You going to SHOT this year?
No. Probably, well, maybe SHOT. I don't know about that Tulsa, Oklahoma. Or probably not Tulsa.
Oh, Tulsa's next month, so.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to Tulsa.
Like, I'd want to hang out with, like, Dan Bilzerian and, like, fucking Tori.
Tori Nonaka.
And
Yeah.
actually, I'd want to hang out with Julie Gollop, dude.
Who?
Julie Gollop, Smith & Wesson's team captain.
Oh. The enemy.
The enemy.
The enemy of Tori Nonaka.
Yeah. She's a better shooter than Tori.
Tori's like 17 and a half or something.
Yeah, she's in her 20s now.
Yeah.
I think she's probably like 26, maybe.
Tori? She just turned 21.
Yeah, 21.
Really? Wow, she's young.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julie's like in her 30s, I think. She was an army sharpshooter, and she taught the army how to shoot. But she's married.
Yeah, they're all taken.
Oh yeah, especially Michelle, dude. She's like taken 10 times over.
Scoozy.
But someday, Leia Speed already told me she's gonna marry me.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
Well then, you're set.
Yep.
We're all gonna hang ourselves.
Taking like massive Instagram photos.
What is that, Dead Horse? Is that a little mag? Is that a little 20-round mag or 10-round mag? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Oh, it's a toolbox. All right.
What are you talking about?
That little blue box right there.
Oh yeah, yeah. So for my Dremel, yeah, I got a couple of them to hold like all my little Dremel accessories and shit.
Yeah. Where's Flippy?
Yeah.
He's over at Edge's chat.
Oh,
You got arrested. Oh, I already got arrested. He didn't exist. They arrested him for not existing.
Trying to deport him to nowhere.
Yeah. Apparently, it's a law in Texas. If you don't exist, you can't live there.
Well, Flippy doesn't exist. So.
Some loon.
Yo.
When you're going to shot, are you getting a like? Since you've done it before, they just let you in, or?
I never.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'd have to do the thing and get my credentials and all.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. So, well, I got to do it.
I would just walk in and tell them you're a really big YouTuber in Uzbekistan, and
Just tell them I'm auto loader, and they're like, build another door for that guy because this one's not gonna be wide enough.
Oh no, that would be for me.
Awesome. For all of the awesome. Or build a private entrance for this guy.
I'll walk in and say, "Hey, I'm Heavy B," and then like they'll just like the trumpet players will come out and they'll roll out a red carpet for me.
You're gonna be like John Cena.
I really just say I'm auto loader, and then I get tased by security and dragged off, drug off. Is that? I know.
That doesn't matter. Either way.
Dragged and drug.
Yeah, it's drugged and dragged. Drugged and dragged.
Such a massive headache when I wake up.
What's up, CNN?
Really, I'll show up and say, "I'm Heavy B," and they'll be like, "Yeah, come follow us. Show you this door. Okay, just go through that door." I'll go through it, and it'll be like to the alley, and they'll shut it and lock it behind me.
I wonder what's up with that mall shooting. Isn't it early or too late for the mall to be open?
Nah, it's Friday. They got all sorts of restaurants and like fucking movie theaters and shit at the malls and things like that.
Yeah, it's what, 9:51 or 8:51 out there?
No, it's 9:51 out here. We're in the same time zone, so yeah. It is 9:51.
It's got to be Seattle Jihadi.
Wouldn't surprise me. Did you guys hear about that Marine getting shot in LA?
No.
His Lance Corporal. He was going through, I don't know if he had completed SOI, and he was going through recon, training for recon. But he also like volunteered to like feed the homeless and shit. And he went home from Pendleton up to LA. And to volunteer to help feed the homeless, and they found him shot dead in his car. And they have not arrested anybody for it yet.
So what happened?
He went home on the weekend to like help, volunteer to help feed homeless people. They don't know what happened, or at least they're not releasing that information. But he was found shot dead in his car. So, they have not arrested anybody for it yet. So obviously it's an active, ongoing investigation.
Yeah. Look at the girlfriend. Look for the girlfriend.
Apparently that Washington mall shooter had a rifle.
About 10 years ago in my neighborhood, there was some guy found dead, shot in the head in his car. And it took him like 2 days to find him. Like he was sitting there for 2 days. Nobody realized there. Nobody noticed. But it ended up being his girlfriend. Shot him in the head.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
But they're not finding him for a couple of days isn't such a big deal since the girlfriend did it and ran away. I'm sure she probably ran away. You know, he was holding very still, so nobody's going to notice no movement. That's going to be.
Let's see, Sergeant Francis described the shooter as a Hispanic male wearing gray, who last seen walking toward Interstate 5.
Hispanic male.
Is this the
Wearing
one?
gray.
It's funny. Now they're calling jihadis Spanish people. It's fucked up.
Well, they did the same
that's
thing
right.
for the San Bernardino shooting too. They said they thought they originally thought they were
Hispanic.
white, then they thought they were Hispanic. Then they found out the
They
neighbor
don't
was
want to
Hispanic.
say Middle Eastern. That wouldn't be politically correct. Like you can say someone looks Spanish, but you can't say they look Middle Eastern. I don't get it. Where do you
Freaking,
draw the conclusion? How do you like? I don't know. That's funny.
and if it does turn out to be a jihadi thing, it'll be another international, not incident. That's the word they use for it. Occurrence, international occurrence, instead of terrorism. But yeah,
It's
I
just
hope
workplace violence. He probably worked at the mall.
well, hell, even if he didn't work at the mall, it's still workplace violence, right?
He got angry at somebody that worked at the mall.
What's the pull on that one?
Um, six and a half.
What does your finger tell you?
That there's like no take up breaks like glass. Just snap, no creep or grittiness or anything. It just
Cool.
What kind of trigger you put in that thing?
this one has the Palmetto State Armory MOE one. It's different than their classic, it looks like, and different than their Defender. So like this whole MOE kit is different than like their usual stuff because I don't know, like everything's black oxide coated, the springs, the detents, everything.
What would you pay for that lower parts kit?
Oh, I don't know. It came with the upper, so the upper with the lower parts kit and the stock, I think they were on sale for $269 for the buffer tube assembly stock, lower parts kit, and it's the Magpul lower parts kit with the Magpul grip, the Magpul stock, Magpul trigger guard. So. Well, yeah, my finger says it passes for a PSA trigger, which is basically I don't fucking know. Let's see who makes it. It has the S on it, so yeah, it's all right. It's doable. 6.5 pounds, I'll take it. It'll break down to 6 pounds. But there's only so much you can polish a fucking turd, you know, so.
The hell's Edge's topic? Strippers and blow?
No, it's shit you buy that you regret.
Which Flippy is an expert on that.
Yeah, well, like Flippy's in there, GB's in there, obviously Edge, Foos is in there, HVS is in there, and I don't remember who else.
Oh God, I can hear it now. Like, now I bought my coffee, and when I heated it up to this temperature, it didn't taste right. Now I fucking regret it.
I thought that would be Dano talking about buying a French press and not liking it.
That's Dano trolling us, getting us to talk about that shit in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, fucking Dano is like the sneakiest troll out there, dude.
I would
pop in, start shit, and take off.
I'll agree with that. Definitely.
You just bring the conversation around to a topic he feels is appropriate, so which is cool. I mean, I fell down the troll hole several times.
Looks like it's over. Turn it on and then it's ending.
Oh shit, dude! They fucking went at it for 2 hours almost.
Yeah, I took a nap. I needed a nap.
Naps are good.
Yeah.
Naps are fucking awesome. They say Leonardo da Vinci like didn't even sleep, dude. Like he just took like 15-minute naps throughout the day. And, like he would only sleep like a combined total of about 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
They had like fucking like meth and all that shit back then, even so, or like something like that.
I just think it's because his mind was so busy. He had all that shit running around in his head. He probably couldn't sleep.
He did a lot of blow.
Yep, I think he did.
Well, that too.
Like, oh shit, he did like the liquid kind.
He was all, I need some go fast.
Damn it. I want to jump in with the other account and screen share this. Got an image of the guy.
Oh, you can't
Was he
even
wearing
can
a
you?
sombrero?
Well, he must have been.
So what happened?
Flippy and Knives just showed up out of nowhere.
Hey,
That's magical when that happens. The panda
Oh.
and the turtle.
That's just
Well, you
because
probably-
Knives is trying to beat the racism, but he won't. So what happened? A fucking Mexican shot up an illegal Mexican shot up a mall?
No, we don't know if it's a Spanish person or a Middle Eastern person, but the news won't even question if it's a Middle Eastern person.
I mean,
Could be a
either way,
white guy,
if
could
it's-
be a Spanish guy. We don't know.
If it's a white guy, it doesn't help us. If it's a Spanish guy, maybe, kinda. If it's an illegal Mexican, then yeah, that super helps us. If it's a Muslim, then it also helps us.
No, that's what I was saying earlier.
Oh shit, man, we're getting inundated with some top tier gun channels people right now.
Pretty sure it's an attack by the Muslims. 'Cause
All I
they-
know is, I was watching that Sheriff of Baghdad thing, and he said exactly what I said in Smeggy's chat 2 days ago. That I was then told I was retarded and I don't understand Muslims.
What did you say?
They're not mutually exclusive, though. So you know that, right, Flippy? Like, just because you're right on the one thing doesn't mean that the statement they made about you is any more wrong. Correct?
No, it's 100% wrong.
Oh, okay.
There, can you see that?
What am I looking at?
For that dude.
Oh, let's see. What does he look like? I see
Wait a
a
minute.
picture of Heavy B. What the fuck?
He's
Oh,
either a Muslim or a white man.
I don't know
Okay.
about that.
He looks.
I can't. Oh, there it is.
His shade of brown doesn't seem dark enough to be a Mexican, or at least an illegal Mexican.
Dude, he
seems
lives
like
in the
has-
Pacific Northwest, so it's entirely possible.
His forehead is only 1 inch big.
You better pledge to something.
That's because he needs a haircut.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this kid needs a haircut and a pair of cuffs.
Haircut right at the. Never mind.
Haircut right up the
Body
bottom.
I was gonna say a little higher, Flippy, but you know.
It's a personal haircut.
Drip, drip, drip.
I want to pee on you.
Whoa, knives.
What the fuck?
It's a Dave Chappelle thing when he's making fun of fucking
R. Kelly.
Yeah.
I
want to pee.
I don't know, man. I'm a little nervous, okay?
Josie, you haven't been in a lobby in like 6 years.
Yeah, he's too good for us now.
That ain't the case.
I think he's
Shit
working.
happens.
I think he's been
hard
practicing the
to
boat
get
drill.
out of Hawaii.
You never know.
What are you building now? The 18-inch or just what? What's going on?
This is 16-inch.
I
You
just
finished that
fucking
pistol?
noticed you're like bullshit. You're a fucking nerd,
Who?
Pink.
Why is
Oh.
Why is he a nerd?
What are you even talking about, dude?
Because he has a fucking picture of Ichigo on his fucking Firefox thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't have anything to do with the other thing.
It's
What
100%.
I've always said I'm.
You just gave me like a movie to watch the other day. It's Japanese.
Yeah, and
There we go. I've always said I'd watched anime and shit.
Naruto.
And the fact that Flippy knows exactly who that is in anime and then calling you a nerd, that kind of like lets us know Flippy's a nerd too.
Oh yeah, no,
Bad
I'm
as I
absolutely
probably
a
know
nerd.
more about anime than what he does.
No, probably, I don't know.
Well, he's
Probably
into hentai a
bullshit.
little bit too. So he's into some weird hentai shit.
We're gonna have an anime off.
Nah, I was like a big fan of Bleach. I watched all of that fucking show.
Yeah, the manga just ended abruptly.
Yeah, I think I'll pick up reading right where the fucking anime left off because fucking Berserk is never going to fucking finish.
Dude, you guys are nerds.
I think the politically correct term is geek now. I think geek is socially acceptable.
No, it's fucking nerd.
Because dork is not socially acceptable.
Yeah,
Dork?
and you know that word makes me need a safe space. Stop.
Yeah, I was
saying
gonna say
that.
dork. Say dork.
Well, when the
Dork
big
is
three
left over.
when the big three animes are finishing, then I mean that's
The death of anime.
yeah.
So Moon.
Wait, are you telling me fucking Naruto's also finishing and fucking what's the other one that everyone like shits their pants
It
over?
already.
Yeah.
Fucking a white male.
It already finished.
So Moon.
They started a spin-off of Naruto with
I'm trying, dude.
Boruto.
Oh, so what? Did fucking that fucking pirate anime also end too?
Not that one. I was talking about Fairy Tail.
Oh, Fairy Tail ended?
So
It's getting close to the end.
Moon.
God damn.
Yo.
How much does your AR weigh that has the Pro, the Light, the Rail, and all that shit? How much? And how much do you think that weighs? How much does yours weigh? I'm asking.
Like 6 pounds.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a scale, but it's light because it's a light. The upper was a lightweight. I think what makes it a little heavy.
Is that a pencil barrel on there or what?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Well, then that would be part of it.
And the upper was called the lightweight upper or something.
Oh, okay.
And then the
right.
one with the KMR rail is even lighter, and that was called a lightweight too.
Cause it's like I got all the shit on there now, which is necessary stuff for at least one of them. You know, whether it's the light, the red dot, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I ended up with that rail, the super slim. But I also have the blast projector on the end, which is probably a pound all on its own. And I don't think that it's as light as it could be. But then again, I didn't necessarily go for light, I guess, because I didn't buy anything that was lightweight. Nothing.
Well, if you ever do get a BCM upper, I would suggest you go with the lightweight over like anything that. Well, I think most of the time the sale ones are the lightweight ones. Too.
Okay, I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Wait,
'Cause
what?
It makes a huge difference.
And no YouTube celebrities endorse guns now?
Who?
Apparently,
no YouTube celebrities endorse guns now. Fucking Hitchcock must have stopped.
He said now, if you notice. Underneath, the very next word is hey now.
That's what I'm saying. Did Hitchcock like stop endorsing guns?
He's saying,
Yeah,
hey,
now
the YouTube celebs endorse guns. That's what he's saying. As I always said, I think that's what Abe's saying. I got you, Abe.
I have no idea what he's saying.
That's all right. There's many reasons for that.
I don't speak chimpanzee.
Not even going there.
Oh, Flippy's gone to animal racism now too.
I'm a stone's throw away from a specific kind of racism. If anyone wants to jump on that last comment.
Oh, thank you. Nope. Moving on. Just got to make sure that the travel case that I'm about to use in a couple of weeks is big enough for everything that I want to bring. And that it doesn't exceed 50 pounds. Because I would hate to have to pay for extra baggage for the baggage that I already got to pay for.
So fine. What about those John Wick comps?
I don't have a gun that would use one of those. It's between you and Moon, I'm sure.
And Fine Ape in the chat because he's
okay.
gonna machine them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. You guys are stoked on that.
I mean, kind of. There's a new fucking John Wick gun.
Yeah.
Well, let's just not be bitter, gentlemen. Let's appreciate. Don't hate. Be appreciate.
I'll be a little bitter. Although there's Gun Shell's member currently trying to help me get one. there's a person trying to help me get a Glock G34.
Combat Master.
Well, the base gun for
Okay.
under 400 or under $500.
Is that a mid dead?
Yeah, mid length.
And that's some Magpul furniture on there. So that's gonna be pretty light as shit.
Magpul stock grip. Forend and trigger guard. Sweet.
Ready to rock and roll, buddy. What do you got on the end there? Just regular bird cage, yeah? For now?
Yep.
Oh, you got the tape on there, so we can't see the serial number.
Yeah.
Exactly. Come on, man.
Like
You
the
got
quality.
somebody on here that always asks about the store number, so I don't think that's out of the realm of. That might have been a good call.
Moon, can you do me a favor and enhance his webcam? I can't quite read.
Nice, right? Enhance. Enhance. Enhance.
Look, sucker, he's gonna bring it right up.
Shiny.
Okay.
Shiny, shiny.
I can't even enhance my own webcam. Yeah.
Webcam, what is that?
He's
You
got
guys and your
a
fancy schmancy webcams.
he's got
It's
a
funny
cool
though, so-
logo on that one. Silver.
Somebody did bring up the point to me though the other day. It's like, didn't you just get a tablet? And I'm like, yeah, I guess I did. So I guess I could have a webcam, but I'm on the computer right now, so I don't. How do you like that pig?
This is a Providence Manufacturing CRD. Fucking awesome.
You like it?
Yeah. I have 3 of them. This is the 3rd one. I think if you have a pistol or a short barrel, it's like a must-have.
So those things come from Rhode Island? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think they're in Arizona
Oh,
or Texas. Providence Manufacturing.
too many provinces.
Is that a CAC blade you got on there or something like that? The non-stock stock, the brace.
So I'm just gonna walk away. I don't like that question.
Right?
But yeah, I think that's what it was.
It's all good.
The shockwave.
I think so.
Is that big one?
Yeah.
You see what these are? These drawers right here.
Yep.
What?
Oh, is that from the guy?
These are the 50s. The drawers. I don't even have all the pictures of drawers of 50s. These are the 39s.
So is that what somebody calls a proper collection or something, or?
This is what an international level collection looks like.
Oh shit! There it is.
These are just 762 by 39s. That's what it's like to have every head stamp of, for example, freaking Czechoslovakian parade.
Wait a minute. That what? Really? That's how many different like points of origin there is, basically.
That's Czechoslovakian parade blanks, and they're all different.
Oh wow!
Whoa.
They look so cool.
Why are they all different? Like different years? Different lot numbers?
Different manufacturers, perhaps.
That's a
Well,
lot.
military stuff would probably be different dates, more than likely. But there are different factories for sure. But then
Well,
these are
Can you go
fresh.
back like 2 pictures, please? Yeah. What is the story on that shit?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
They're for,
That's a Hershey's
they're
Kiss.
for seeing in your ear.
Oh, there you go. An auto scope.
I think those are armor piercing or something like that.
They make these in all kinds of calibers, so that's nothing new for a 7.62 by 39. But you don't see them very often. They don't feed as good, I guess. But I think that's what they are. They're supposed to be like a shaped projectile.
Oh wow. Okay. Well then,
Maybe armor. That would go.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It looks like armor piercing.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm thinking soft armor. I'm thinking, but yeah, maybe just metal even. Really, 7.62 by 39s. You know, got width to it. All these little subcaliber.
What are those ones, the little tampon ones?
what?
The subcalibers, you just have it. Some kind
No,
of
lower, the ones underneath them. Yeah, those.
these blanks and shit. Just different.
Okay.
Called them Tampa.
Yeah, it's like what?
These are high pressure proofing rounds. So this is like when they proof a barrel, they'll shoot a big ass projectile like that overpowered through it.
No, when you're saying prove it, it's literally checking to see if the barrel can handle it. Is that what you're saying?
So this projectile here is a massive projectile, right, compared to a normal one.
Right.
Massive projectile, way more power than normal. So this goes through and stresses out the barrel, like takes it out of spec to like high pressure, big projectile. Like it's really giving the barrel a workout. So if you go to a company like Wyndham, is the only one I can think of off the top of my head, they're really proud that 1 out of 25, I think. 1 out of 25, or else it's not 25 out of 100. It might be 4 out of 100. They test, like if they get 100 barrels come through the factory, they'll do this test to like 1 out of 4. Right?
Wow.
So Colt will do this to every single one. That's the difference between a company that MPIs every barrel or that MPIs a batch. So that's the thing that they'll shoot through it though. So I don't know what it was in Russia, but that's what they look like when you got those kind of high pressure rounds. That's your steel core.
Now, what is supposed to be at the end of that, though?
It's a steel core. That's what it looks like.
No, but I meant the little pocket at the bottom.
It's a powder.
Lead would have been. That's probably incendiary. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was getting. Yeah, what is it? The little extra little special something for you?
Yeah, that might be a tracer too. I don't remember. I'd have to roll it over in my hand. I don't think I did. See which one.
That's so cool.
I was all happy to get a bag of these greens. There's like dozens and dozens and dozens of them there. And that's just
the dude was cordial. It sounds like. It looks like.
Yeah, nicest fucking dude in the I ever fucking meet.
All right, awesome. Yeah.
They're probably, I don't know how to say the largest collection in the world, but it might be the largest collection in the world of all ammo. Not all ammo. Only 90.
Why didn't you get a bunch of 9mm pictures?
That right there. Is that some 20s and all kinds of good stuff right there, G? Oh my goodness gracious.
This is like drawers like this going down this side and then going down the other side, and then there's other stuff. But this is.
Oh, I'm just looking at the top. I'm mesmerized by that shit. Those guns that shoot that shit are insane.
So he's got, however tall this thing is, this many drawers of 50, and then like that's the US 50. Like one stack of these is 50s, and then about a half of one is foreign 50s, and that's what these drawers are. I don't know enough about 50s to know what I'm looking at, so I just took them. These are electronically ignited 50s. I don't know what the fuck that's for.
I think they're for like
booby traps,
causing avalanches.
Oh, maybe that's something like that.
That might be a thing where they use it in a cannon more than they use it in a rifle, like almost like a mortar type of thing when they aim in the ski patrol type stuff.
Well, don't they use 50 cals to like cause little avalanches to make things safe?
That's kind of what he's saying, but they don't always use a rifle for it. Sometimes it's almost something that looks cross between a mortar and a cannon, and so that would make sense actually if they would just pull the string on the back.
It ain't like that. It's electronic wires. So it's on the side they say like electronically ignited 50 caliber BMG or something. So they're
put it in a tube like a cannon.
I was just gonna say, what you think they just kind of like launch them up there and then electronically detonate them when they get up there?
No, it's electronically ignited the bullet or whatever, so it doesn't need a firing mechanism to fire it.
No firing pin. It has this in lieu of a primer. It's like a
so that might be something that the snow patrol people or what have you.
Yeah, I always think.
Plus, with foreign countries, think about foreign countries that don't have like 50 cals on the wide available and stuff like that. Like, there's no way to really misuse that. I mean, I guess you kind of could, but not like if the Snow Patrol had a 50 and there was a rogue element or something like that, you know, then and I think that's a Mac Bolan type of story.
They're just making the noise, right? And then other ones throwing something up there. These don't have a projectile. They're just like, I don't think they have a projectile. They're just like a piece of plastic right here.
That's why I was asking if they kind of like launch them up there and then electronically detonate them from a safe area.
Maybe they set off something else.
Well, I'm thinking, I don't know, I should ask him. He had a whole
fucking... You know what, that might be a possibility, Heavy. Like if they stick them in something or something like that and they have a remote type of detonation something, that's a good story somewhere in there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense because if it doesn't
those
have a
like chalk?
projectile,
What is the blue-gray stuff right there, you think? Yeah. What is
Were
that?
Some of them were kind of plasticky, and other ones were like maybe Teflon coated. I don't know. I just was first, like this was my first drawer openings before I was comfortable yet, so I didn't ask too many questions here. But yeah, there's crazy shit like this happening.
Oh, jeez. Wearing gloves, or not
No.
so much?
Yeah, it's like that was one of the questions. I'm like, so what do you know? Basically, I went there and started asking them like newbie questions about collecting, and then I think I held my own, and then so he gave me a good answer. He's just a nice guy. I think I could have gone in there and told dipshit, and he would have still been cool, but because he just seems like a super nice guy. But one of the things I asked him was, obviously you're not wearing gloves or nothing. And he has multiple people rummage around through here, so it's just just regular. He's like, nah, brass, you don't need nothing. He said if I got ones that get grody, it's because of that bullet. There's something going on with it. But he said he paid more attention to brass. So it gets grody first.
Look at the tail on that one.
This one here?
What's the story?
Dude, I didn't ask him anything. I just was looking at the 50s. I barely
You're
asked
just
him.
in awe. I gotcha.
First off,
Is that a drill bit on one of them?
this here is kind of, it goes, I don't think it's just straight on. I think it's got a little curve.
That's a disassembler. That's what it does when it hits it. It disassembles whatever it hits.
The
That's
Johnny
a-
5 killer.
that's a good story. I like that. There's a story there too, Z.
Oh, absolutely. And especially with the one with the little, I was going to say something crude there, but the plunger at the end of the bullet there.
This here? Yeah, that
Yeah,
thing.
the ones in the middle. Yeah, those.
That is definitely designed. That thing. So I was like, I'm like, can I see your Rupuses? Because I've seen some at shows, and I'd like to see your collection to see what the differences in paint jobs are, so that I can tell if the ones I've seen are fakes, which I think they were. Because all of his, just like mine, like a legit paint job, not like somebody spray painted it or whatever. Like none of them look crude; they all look legit. And I'm like, so would you consider this like the fanciest of the 50s? And he's like, of the production models, maybe.
Oh shit!
And then he laughed at me, and I'm like, oh shit. He's like, yeah,
So
there's
like that, like you just got smacked on a noob question, sort of. I mean, a valid question nonetheless. But he's like, oh, you have no idea, son.
Rupuses are punks, I guess. There's way more stuff going on inside the 50s when you get into experimental.
That's awesome.
That's what I just said. The bullet guy.
So he didn't try and rush you in any way. He's just stoked that somebody else is enjoying his passion and.
I'm sure I got in his way, and I'm helping him. But I offered him bullets that I might have. I mean, I don't have things he has.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't hang out there more. But I got to prove it's what the hell. He's got other things to do in his life, so I'm sure I've got to do something to make it as wild about there.
Right. But it was a positive first encounter, is what it sounds like to me.
Oh, definitely. Now I know what to look for. So now I'm going to go out there and try to do at least a day with the 7.62x39s, and then I'll do at least a day with the BMGs. I have a lot more to learn about BMGs. I don't know shit about BMGs. I thought with my fancy little belt of BMGs, I knew what I was talking about. Obviously, I don't. So I got to see what there is to know about 50s, and then go over there and do it justice, and then sharpen up my 7.62x39 skills, and go ask him some real questions. I'm hoping I can get some time with him, that he must acknowledge, he when I asked him if he likes selecting 7.62x39, he kind of lit up. So that's a good sign. It's not like he has them because he has to or something. He likes them. And he agrees with me that they're one of the cooler ones because they're kind of tough to figure out. So I'm hoping I can get some questions off of him that are worth the shit, worth archiving. But and I'm also hoping that he gives enough of a shit about 7.62x39 that I'm not like wasting his time. If he cares about all military and police from 1890 to today. So that's stuff, right? So if he cares more about like 30-06 or 7.62x51 or something, I don't know. I don't want to waste his time talking about 39.
I had a question. A couple of slides back, one or two slides back, where you have them in your hand.
That's forward.
That one. Okay, that second one from the right. Yeah. Do you think, is that just jacketed, or do you think that's solid? What do you think's going on with that?
That looks like solid copper to me.
Or
Solid brass, whatever the hell it is.
yeah, solid brass or something, yeah?
Most of the time when they look like this, they're solid, I think. Because you can't, they're never really cast, trinicated. Yeah, they look rolled out.
Yeah, that looks like it's machined that way or something, as opposed to, like you were just saying, cast that way. Yeah, so many questions. A treasure trove of information in your hand, literally. I'm definitely glad he didn't say leave and never come back or anything crazy like that. I mean, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
You have defiled my sanctuary.
Shiny.
These are like polymer cases. They're clear, so you can see the powder in there. So I don't know what the story is on those. I couldn't get the camera to focus worth of shit, but that's just like a polymer case that's clear. There's a whole series of them right there. He also had one that was completely clear with the projectile was in it was clear. So I don't know what the hell those are.
Wow, an invisible bullet. No shit.
Yeah, look, it was ice, except it was melting.
Maybe that's one of the ones that they do for UV for vampires or something.
Well,
7.62 by 39s.
there's probably some kind of shot,
Come in here.
some kind of shot shell or something.
So now, stupid question, Gene, you may or may not know. So is literally every one that he has is a different mark or something for the 7.62 by 39? Like literally all of those are different, or some are the same, they're just examples?
There's no duplicates there.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't look at every single one, but these don't look like duplicates. These look like he has every date of a run, or he has every factory and every date.
And in every run, or at least some example of it. I'm sorry, that's incredible. That is truly incredible.
So is most of it still live, or half of it, or is there still like live ammunition in there?
I mean, that's a drawer of blanks, right? And that's a drawer of dummies. And these are blanks, I guess. The first two were dummies. So those are dummies and blanks. But all the rest of the stuff, that's from regular bullets. He's like me. He tries to collect regular bullets. Every once in a while, you'll see where he just has the case. Especially the stuff where you can't obtain it, you know, some Russian thing or whatever. Some of these I didn't even know exist, let alone. Some of
Was
these
all
are
that green stuff Chinese for the most part?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, he also indexes. You see his little stickers and everything.
Yeah.
So he has a catalog. Now I'm going to volunteer to update the catalog on 7.62 by 39 if they'll let me. So I'll go in and see what all there is, perhaps, if it'll let me, and then we'll know more about what these are. But I just kind of pulled out a bunch of the drawers. That's not even all of them. You see it went all the way to the floor.
Yeah, you still got another 6 or so to go down.
I just pulled out ones that looked like, they had differences to them. Like, some of them are boring because it's just the same old fucking bullet times a whole tray, But it's really all those different head stamps from all those different factories. There's little labels with ours that says by factory, so it's like a drawer of Chinese, drawer of Chinese, and then whatever factory numbers, and that's another drawer of Chinese. So that's going to be interesting in itself because see how some of those are armor piercing, some of them are slurring, some of them are just regular, and then some of them are blanks. Like I'm curious. I've never put my collection together like this to find out, like, did all the blanks come from one factory? And then, like, shit, he can see, you could, when you have every single bullet from every single factory and every single date, you can start seeing patterns like, oh, this must have been the 13-year run when they did blanks. And then they didn't do blanks again until 1970 here, and then they did them for 5 years again. You know what I'm saying? You can start to see patterns like that.
Yeah.
But he was... Well, I learned a lot of shit. Like I'm gonna try to put my collection like this now with the white corrugated. That's like that sign material or something.
Yep.
Just cut.
Well, it doesn't want to roll.
Yeah, exactly. And you can almost set those things where, like, if you had those labels pointed up, they would stay up. They're not gonna roll. Then the ones next to this, like that drawers, was 7.62 by 39. The next ones were 5.4. The next ones were 5.56, and the next ones were 30, and then I don't know where the 308 was. That was probably somewhere else. So there's shit tons. He doesn't have 22 shorts, so I told him right when I was leaving how much of a dick he was for not having
Nice.
What?
Nice.
nice collection, except it sucks. No, he might have had a couple, he said, but like he did have, I don't have a picture of it.
You need to find a rimfire collector guy.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, maybe I'll hang out here, but he did have a 22 short sub caliber like insert thing from one of the finished drawers. It was in a thing like this, and I'm like, what's up with this 22 short? There it is, that 22 short right there. I'm like, what's up with this 22 short in this thing? So he's like, oh, look at this little piece of paper, and then you go over to the card catalog and you read what the hell it says, and that's the 22 short and little rod to get the case out. One of these things is a sub caliber insert, so you
Oh man.
22 short in there, and then it does something like shoots the bullet out or some shit. So I gotta still locate that. That's that drawer where the clear ones were.
It's crazy.
Like who knew?
Exactly.
I mean, obviously, some people know, but that is not what I would consider to be common knowledge.
And then doesn't this look like some sort of a gizmo where you just snap these things back together? Like click, 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 and then shoot them again? Because that's sure as hell what it looks like to
Are
me.
those the cyanide rounds or something like that, or?
No, I'm just thinking training rounds. If you put a real primer in there and then that thing back, maybe these things actually cycle, and maybe these are real, indoor trainings or something.
That'd be awesome.
See, Rabbit.
It just they are just. I looked at them. They are just solid plastic. So
Would that be potentially a dummy round, perhaps? That you like their form of
See, there's-
comrade? I'm going to shoot you with this, comrade.
There's these
Ammunition.
where this is really dense plastic and it's really perforated here, and you can see after it shoots. I've done videos of these, right? Where this part shoots off and then the rest of it just ejects. But that's got like real powder in it, and it can cycle because there's real powder in it. And
I've
this-
seen those for the 308 type of thing, and it's like it's got limited amount of powder. It's for training, and it only shoots like so far or whatever at such a rate of speed or
think
so
they
many
have-
feet per second. The
So I
blue
don't-
one.
is powder in there or not, or if it was just the primer. I really don't know. And I didn't want to ask him like every fucking thing.
You should have sniffed it.
Well, I was gonna say you probably had, like you said, a million questions. So it's probably good that you just try to take it easy, so to speak.
So I bugged him adequately, but not.
But not excessively.
But even shit like this, that is longer than it needs to be. So something's going on there.
You should put in one of Huck's stone bullets next time you're there.
And I'm like, what the fuck happened here? Get out. There's that clear one I was saying. It's like, this is the clip of the dog that was hanging out with me when I was there.
Well, that's cool.
Oh, that was your foot.
No.
Really is a Sasquatch. What?
Look at all these pink ones. Where's pink at?
Now, is it pink due to time,
No, I don't
or
know.
was it actually pink? You know what I mean?
It looked pink. Probably for the Gladies.
Well, I was thinking, pink over time because whether the oxidation or sunlight or something like that, can affect it in that way.
So, do you know why the Rufus rounds have green on them? Tell me the story.
Probably something to do with the copper, like a penny, but I don't know.
The Rufus are the ones with the explosive in them, 50 BMGs, right? With the explosive and all that. They're green and silver. So he said he had a friend that went over there and asked at the factory and was told that they were making them, they were putting them together to sell to us or whatever. And then somebody so there was some guy there from the United States, and they asked him, what color do they like in the United States? He goes, I don't know, green. He's like, all right.
Oh, no kidding.
That's simple.
You like green. That's why the Rufuses are green. Yeah.
Well, I don't not like green, so that's awesome.
What color do they like? Burgundy.
Yeah,
Red,
right.
white,
Power
blue,
Ranger is the best
magenta.
Power Ranger.
Cuse.
I think they like a watermelon, a dusty watermelon.
Red, white, and blue, fools. Unless you're going to bleed green and gold, then that's legal. Because green is for the money and gold is for the honey. What movie was that from?
American Gangster?
Nope.
Okay.
What did you say again?
Green and gold, because green is for the money and gold is for the honey.
Yeah, I don't know.
It had Richard Pryor in it.
The Wolf of Wall Street?
Way older. It's a movie from way older.
The Cub of Wall Street?
Brewster's Millions?
Is
Nope.
Gene Wilder in it?
Nope.
Oh, then I don't know.
Is the dude from Willy Wonka in it?
Another line is, the next time you hear grown folks talking, you best shut the fuck up.
I like that line.
Is it the toy?
Is it Goodfellas?
Before both of those movies. It's a 2-word title, and the first word is the.
The Goodfellas?
I'm going to go with still no.
The Still
Yeah.
No?
If you got, as far as watching pimp movies, it'll teach you where the word the Mac comes from, because that's the title of the film is The Mac.
I was going to say The Superfly.
Totally.
Well, Superfly is also good, but that's a different guy.
Totally missed that Richard Pryor movie.
Yeah, I don't even
Well, he was not he was the supporting character in that movie. He was not the lead. That's how old that movie was. And Superfly is also good. Mostly because that soundtrack is fantastic.
So I called some gun shops today and was like, "Look, I need a Glock 34."
I love it. And they said, click.
Nah. They said, "Chris, as soon as we see one, we'll give you a call." I'm like, "Good man."
Oh, right on. Good looking out.
What's a 34?
The new John Wick gun.
34, I thought was a 9 milli.
It's a Terran Tactical Combat Master, so you have to send
Yeah.
a 34 to Terran Tactical and get it.
Combat mastered.
And that's the long slide competition model, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I want a Gen 3 34. I don't want just any old Gen or any old 34.
With long slide and 357 SIG?
I think that's a 33.
Yeah, the 34 is 9 millimeter.
So it goes like 357 SIG, 9, and then the 40 is like a 35.
Yeah.
Oh, a 34.
Yeah, 34 long slide competition 9.
Not a 17. No, it's just
We're correct.
It's an inch
A
shorter.
17L is actually longer. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit in the box where the 34 does.
34 is for little kid gamers, and 17L is for men.
For the real deal Holyfields.
I agree.
So when is that film coming out that I get to see all of the fun stuff you're talking about, fellas?
It is
February
Okay.
10th.
Yep.
What's the point of talking about movies that they look like?
Valentine's Day weekend.
Nice.
Because we get to speculate.
For all the
Yeah.
lovers out there.
Dude, I'm gonna take my woman to that movie. It's gonna be wonderful.
Nice.
I'm hopefully gonna also take my new Glock 34 done out by Terran Tactical to that movie.
It's going to be a glorious occasion.
There you go.
Sucks
Would be-
that I get to sell my Terran Tactical Glock like the day after the movie comes out.
Yeah, when I find out it's
Sounds
not
like a high
actually
rate.
Terran Tactical Glock, it's something else.
It's the P30L again.
Yeah. It's like,
Nice.
well, guess what's getting sold?
Or like he has it for literally 3 seconds in the movie, and then it like he breaks it or throws it away, or it gets taken away or something. Just where it was just for the promotional ad.
That's what that's what I'm thinking. Like he just went to the ad with his gun.
Are you saying there's going to be a new John Wick movie?
Yes, sir.
It's already filmed.
Next year.
Actually, yeah, no, the filming is done on it.
Yeah, the filming.
I don't know if you realize, G, February really isn't that far away.
Forever away.
Dude,
No,
it's just
oh,
2
sir,
months after
it'll be
December.
here before you know it. We're already almost to
Jack Reacher
October,
comes
dude.
out this year.
The,
That's something to look
the
forward
Jack
to.
Reacher.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack Reacher 2?
Yeah.
Yes. Jack Reacher, Electric Boogaloo.
Didn't the original Jack Reacher and the original John Wick come out about the same time as well?
No.
No?
I think Reacher was a year or so before, I think.
Yeah, Reacher was absolutely before John Wick.
And
It
it
was like
almost made you
John
believe
Wick
that
and
Tom Cruise
Equalizer.
could be a badass, actually. Almost.
Yeah, The Equalizer came out right around the same time as John Wick.
Yep.
Yeah, and they're like the same movie, kind of.
That other movie with
Equalizer doesn't guns a lot.
that other movie with Tom Cruise, where he has the gray hair in it. Like I would say he's John
Collateral.
Wick. That one, yeah, Collateral. Fuck
Well,
yeah.
he did. There's a part of a documentary or the extra scenes or something like that that discuss how much extra training he did for Collateral, and it was no small amount.
Yeah, you can watch the videos of him training for that movie where he does this.
That
weird
alley
thing.
scene with the car. I mean, that's
Yeah,
an excellent demonstration of some skill and prowess. I mean, even if
there's
it's
that
just
the Vickers video where he breaks it down or whatever.
yeah, I think
Because
so.
the first shot was from the hip, or maybe 2 shots from the hip, and then when he draws on the other guy, he goes to 2 hands and 1 in the hip.
And then
one in the
he
chest
finishes
and 1
up
in
a
the
little
head.
bit. Yeah, I was gonna say he finishes up a little bit right about that time. You can't have the case.
But either way, I remember watching him on YouTube.
You can't have the case.
Training for that hip shot, like putting his head in front of the gun, and he puts his arm up in his chest like he's karate chopping his chest or something.
The elbow part, that's also to create space, I believe.
All right. Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
It did look cool though.
Yes.
It did look
yes.
cool.
Doesn't
That was the USP 45.
was it? I thought it was the H&K 45.
No,
H&K makes the USP.
yeah, but they're 2 different
Yeah,
guns.
they're 2 different guns. The USP 45 and the H&K 45 are 2 different.
A-45 is modeled after the 1911.
And it was made by Larry Vickers.
Design input.
He's got a BCM and Jack Reacher 2.
Yep.
You mean Larry wasn't in the shop making it, machining it?
At least the rails are BCM. I don't know about the rest of the rifle. Actually, the furniture was BCM, so it's probably a whole BCM rifle.
It's a BCM rifle with an RMR on it. Not RMR, RSR? Whatever that fucking weird site that Trigicon made with like the solar panel on top.
The round one?
Yeah.
The STR, that's in for solar. It's like the TRS.
That might be it. I can't remember what it's called. By the way, that's the sight he has on his gun.
That's a 917L, Chief.
Remember when DB bought one? He should have kept it.
That boy. He's had some really good luck with finds and deals and all that kind of stuff, and that poor guy's definitely had some bad luck too.
Well, if you buy enough guns, it's what
Yeah.
happens.
It's like the odds.
Oh, you definitely increase it for sure.
Who are you talking about, Z?
DB.
Yeah. Yeah, I popped over and listened to a little bit of Edge's chat. Freaking, he was talking about the Keltec incident.
That's what I mean. It's like you buy enough guns over time, and it just increases your chances of having to deal with that kind of stuff. But he definitely hit a patch here and there where, you know, whether it was Smith & Wesson, Keltec, SIG, you know, I mean, even Glock, you don't really sometimes expect to hear stories like that, but it's good to hear the truth every once in a while. But I don't know if anybody of us have ever here been asked to come on in back over at Glock International. I mean, that's kind of freaking awesome.
Yeah, but none of us live in Georgia, also, and like 30 minutes from Glock.
Yeah, but that the problem that there was, I believe, was the reason that he got asked to come in the back. The discrepancy with the firearm.
But yeah, and he got to shoot a lot of their ammo. Just keep shooting down this long, dark hallway.
Right? Until it has the effect, the desired effect. Okay. Can do. And I do like the part of after he does do it more than a few times, where the other guy's like, let me see that. Let me see if I can do that. And sure,
You'll walk out of here with any gun you want. Don't worry about that.
Glock. I never heard that story.
The trigger wasn't resetting correctly or something.
the trigger bar was grinding on the frame, perhaps, or on the slide. Excuse me.
See
So
what
the
it
problems
was?
were when he was shooting from reset.
See, the Glock guy knew it was wrong right off the bat. He just wanted to shoot too. He was bored sitting there watching him.
Well, when the Glock guy says, who's seen thousands and thousands of guns, that he's never seen that problem, that's something special. And yeah, you're leaving here with whatever one you want. That's also kind of special.
Yeah, that is.
The guy, he took it apart before they shot it. I forget.
That part I
how
don't
they fixed
recall.
it.
I mean, I imagine it was the oh, it's fixed.
Like they put a new trigger bar in or some shit. I don't know. DB's out there. He should jump in and tell us. Tell us all about it.
Is there room?
Oh yeah, definitely. Regale us with the tales of yore.
So do we start a slow chant, DB, 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 until he comes in? I guess not.
I don't think he's out there. Just saying.
He'll come in if he wants to, I guess. If we shame him, maybe.
I don't see him in the lobby, dude.
Yeah, I don't think he's out there.
I'm gonna need more Glock 19 holsters.
How many of those you got these days?
One regular and one light one. X300. But that was a Glock 41 holster I modified.
Oh.
But since it only grabs the light, it works. And the 41 slide was just as thin as a 19 slide. So
Speak of the devil and he shall arrive.
Did you end up with the gray one at that point?
DB, jump in and tell us your Glock story.
The gray what?
Was yours a gray 41?
No, I never had a gray 41. I don't think they ever made one.
I believe they did.
They made a gray 20.
I think they did.
I know. I remember you saying you seen one, right? Did
The
you see
one where you went to Glock International and they invited you in the back.
I think I read about it or saw it on the intranet, so it may have been a false story, but I swear I saw one on like Lipsy's or something.
I saw one on Glock Owners United, and I told somebody about it, and they were like, "It must have been Cerakoted," and I was like, "I don't know, man.
No,
look like the rest of them."
Right? The
But
frame was gray.
It was the only one I ever saw. I never seen them online. I don't know the SKU number, so
Definitely never seen one in person.
yeah.
I know you're on an FDE kick for a while, and then you're on the gray. I mean, not really like you're hooked on it or anything like crack, but for a while there, you were definitely showing some interest.
I like colors, but I'm getting the black Vickers, so that'll be my first black 19.
Oh, evidently Lipsy's made a Glock 41 in gray.
Oh shit!
Yeah, the link's out in the lobby.
I thought so.
Well, that must have been way after I was looking, because I
It's
checked
only
it a million times.
Yeah, well, it's $729 MSRP.
Yeah, it's like $650 retail.
And if you live in a state like I do, you can even get the 10-round one.
Hey, that's like me. I could get one too.
Mm-hmm. And it looks kind of
like
cool.
We can rebuy the 41.
How many 41s did you have?
I don't have any 41s.
I had the black one. The OG.
You got rid of it because it sucked, right?
Nah, I got rid of it. I got rid of it because it's a gun I could have bought again, and I thought they were coming out with a gray one.
See, there you go, genius.
What is that? Is that the thin barrel 45 long slide?
Yeah.
Thin slide?
G carries it.
Yeah, I'm just fucking.
That's how badass it
He's
is.
sleeping.
So what's up with this Glock story about you going down with
My
your
Glock story?
Glock 30?
Well, I live really close by, so it's not a big deal. But like, I drove there. I said hi. This gun sucks. You know, they were like, we don't believe you. Then they fixed it or something. And then I kind of went through it on Edge's chat. But eventually, it just wound up to me complaining enough to them where they were like, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you come with us to the back? And in the back of at the time, the back of that headquarters there was a fucking shooting range.
Were you afraid they were going to shoot you in the back of the head and dump you in the pond out back, or
No,
what?
I kind of knew, man. And then when I got in there, they like left me in there by myself, and there was a
They were
fucking
standing
desk.
on a big sheet of plastic.
It was a range with no targets, but in the in the front of the range where you would stand and shoot, there was a desk, an office chair, and that was it. It was just like a desk and an office chair where those guys just like sit there and shoot, like test guns out, I guess. Okay. So there was no targets. And then we're just sitting there. The dudes come back in, and it was like one of the armorer guys. I used to see him at like the GSSF matches and shit. And he was like, and the older dude who was like vice president of customer service. And they had a shit ton of ammo, like with them. It was 45 caliber. So they had like Spear Gold Dot and Full Metal Jacket and all this shit. And they were like, hey, we want to see you do it, like, because we can't get it to do it, and we just don't know, like, what you're how you're doing it, and maybe it's you or something, you know. I'm like, all right, I told them I'm just shooting from reset, dude. This is like when I think the Glock 30 SF like just came out, like it might have been out for like a few fucking months or something, you know what I'm saying? It was kind of new, so. And I always wanted one, except the regular G30 and the regular Glock 21 just really wasn't very comfortable. So the SF model was perfect. You know, well, it wasn't perfect, but it was close. It's closer. And I just started shooting from reset, and sure enough, like it took a while though, like a couple mags, 3 or 4 mags, and it happened, and then I got it to happen again. And then the guy was like, let me try it. Let me see what you're doing. And I'm like, dude, I'm just shooting from reset, man. That's all I'm doing. And he finally got it to happen for him. And I think either way, they were going to give me whatever I wanted. He just wanted to,
Just
like,
make sure
okay,
you weren't like limp wristing or something.
So what did they end up doing? Replacing?
They wound up making a new fucking trigger bar. I mean, I know that. Like I think they made a new trigger bar. It was like a -1, and not just because of me. I'm sure there were other fucking guns that were having the issue, but when we took the slide off, the trigger bar right? That part that goes up that hits the firing pin plunger.
Yeah.
That thing, like right on one of those angles, had like gouges in it. Like looked like someone took a knife and was just fucking hitting it with the knife.
Yeah.
And it was the fucking slide.
It
You know what I
was
mean? Like, so
in the
if I was
middle of the
shooting,
slide.
yeah, it had to be.
Yeah.
It was like sticking out. So like they made a new trigger bar. I remember that. And then you know, it was in, I don't know if it was like a big thing on the forums, but it was enough where it was like FTR. But for me, what was happening was when I was shooting the gun fine. If I started shooting from reset, you know, holding the trigger back, right, keeping it back, the fucking slide would be sticking out just a tiny bit. The round wouldn't be fully in the chamber yet, and you could tap the back of the slide, right, and it would load it. Or you could let go of the reset, like let go out to it when it clicked. And it was sometimes just letting the trigger out would like push the round back in. Sometimes it wouldn't. So either it was just unacceptable. It was very, very strange. That was like my Glock story because they wound up giving me anything I want. I think that might have been my second replacement. Like they already did a warranty replacement because I complained so much. And then that was like it for that.
Satisfaction.
Yeah, they were like, all right, whatever you want. And I was like, do you have a 21 SF with night sights? And they're like, yeah. And the 20, that was what the thing was. They were using the same trigger bar from the fucking 21 SF in the 30 SF. And I think they figured out that wasn't working out. So then like the 30 SF got its own trigger bar, which was like a -1 or a -2 or something like that. And then later on, when the Gen 4 30 came out, I had another issue, dude. I fucking was like, oh my God, the Gen 4 30 is coming out, right? Fucking, it's going to be even better than the SF. It's going to be even thinner from the back of the trigger to the back of the grip, slim frame. It's going to be even more slim frame. So I bought that shit and had a problem with it and brought the gun back to them. And the guy was like, wow, this went out with the wrong fucking trigger bar. It was like the wrong, yeah, it was like the wrong trigger bar. He's like, we're so sorry. Like, it shouldn't have had that trigger bar in it.
Let me fix that for you.
Yeah, they did that real quick.
The trigger bar that I sent Z is a Gen 4 Glock 21 trigger bar, but I used that in my 30S, which is a 30 SF frame. And it worked.
I've still never installed it. I was actually just looking at that while you're saying that.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the trigger bar thing was, I think it was like a -1 or a -2. And then actually they made another trigger bar because I remember like taking it apart and it had this like little, like a fork in it where the trigger spring goes, like that little S-coil spring.
Fork you, man.
It would go in the hole and then had this like little like split. Anyway, that was new. And I asked them, what the fuck was this? And they were like, oh, that's so that it like holds the trigger spring in place or something. Like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you guys haven't had problems with, you know, they were making the Glock 21 for fucking, what, 30 fucking, you know, not 30 years, but like
20 something.
15 years, almost 20 years, something like, yeah, what they were making them pretty early with no fucking rail or nothing, you know. Gen 2 Glock 21. And they never had a fucking issue till they started fucking around with the slim frame, short frame 30s. Because the 21s didn't have any problems.
Short frame in Gen 4 is like...
The Gen 4...
What the fuck is that nipple on the side of the...
Yeah, well, that had something to do with like keeping it in place so it wouldn't do what the other gun was doing, I think. Like keeping it from scratching the slide.
Yeah.
Yeah. That should fuck the trigger pull up too. A little bit. These guys were dremeling that thing off.
Yeah, I think it was more... I don't even think... That might smooth out the take-up, but I think the real problem on the brake was that the angle of the connector.
Mm-hmm. No, that's what they told me at Glock was like when they came out with Gen 4, it was unintentional change to the way the trigger bar and the back piece with the ejector on there sat in the grip.
Yeah,
and it was so slightly different. Yeah, that the way the trigger bar was hitting the connector like was altered. So the trigger pull sucked. That's when they came out with the dot connector. And the dot connector was supposed to fix like a mistake that they made with Gen 4s just being so short frame, because they're even shorter frame than Gen 3s, right? So
yeah, the dot connector, there's like no difference between a dot connector and a minus connector in a Gen 4 26. I almost thought.
No, I took my dot. I have a dot connector. I put in my Gen 3 19, and I like it. It's like not as bad as a minus in terms of like there's no wall, or it's like you still get a little bit of a wall, but it's so light. And the reset, I like the dot in a Gen 3 gun is not so bad. And then I put a minus in my Gen 4 gun.
Yeah, I have a minus sitting around. I'm gonna try it in my gray Glock.
I might get rid of this Gen 4 soon too, because I don't fucking need it. But I need the money more. But I like the Gen 4 frame and shit. But I like the finishes on the older Glocks better. I like the trigger better.
I don't know where the 30S comes in because it's not it's a Gen 3 frame, I think, but it has like the double recoil spring and all that. Some of the stuff from Gen 4.
Yeah, the 30 always had a double recoil spring, just like the 26 always did too. So it's definitely Gen 3 stuff.
Yeah, Gen 3 SF. That's why people were wanting the Gen 4S or the Gen 4 30S, but they still haven't, I guess, perfected that.
This could be bullshit, but they were saying like after shot, like they're done with the Gen 3, man. Like Gen 3, everything is going bye-bye. As soon as they announce Gen,
like they won't service it or anything like that.
No, they have. I think the law is like it's like this. They have to service stuff for like 8 years or something. I forgot what the fuck it is. They have to have replacement parts forever. Yeah, they're good with that. But like, if you bust the fucking Gen 1 frame, I think they're going to give you a Gen 2. They're going to give you a Gen 3 frame. Like you're never going to get a Gen 1 frame from them. Maybe they have them sitting around.
They're not going to
I doubt it though. It ain't going back out more than likely though. Not like that.
Yeah, but the other thing with the Gen 3, they might have like replacement frames for a long time. But I don't know, man. That's what I heard on the forums there. That like Gen 5 is coming out this year, and when that announcement is, whenever that announcement is, they're going to announce that Gen 3s are going bye-bye. So they just won't be able to, like that might be it. That Vickers Glock might be the last Vickers 3. He don't like the Gen 4s.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make anymore.
He might do a Gen 4 eventually.
He might do a Gen 5 Vickers Glock. He doesn't like about it,
that's true. He hated the finger groove. Huh?
Oh.
So no, he might do a Gen. When they make a Gen 5, he might jump on board,
I hope the Gen 5 is where you can change the front strap to finger grooves or no finger grooves.
I actually like the finger grooves. They fit my hand.
Yeah, but I don't mind the grooves. I just don't. I like the finger grooves better, but I don't mind having it flat either.
Oh man, yeah. If that's the case, I'm happy because all my shit is no. I got no mem, dude. No mem. No mem for me.
What about getting aftermarket non-mem Glock parts and putting them in there?
You can get them. You can go to Apex Gun Parts.
I know, but you think that's just as good as having like Glock brand no mem or better?
No, I don't think so.
No.
No. And while they're out there, you can catch them out there, man. Like a nice, never used Gen 3 19 or 17 for like $4 something on Gunbroker for like $430, $420. Just text me the first letter of the serial number and I'll tell you what year it's made. I don't really care. But it's not. You don't need to get them from all these years. But like the best years, I think, were like the Tennifer No Mim stuff.
You saying 2009 and earlier?
And pre, yeah.
Yeah. I think my Gen 3 is 2011, my 19, the FTE one.
So I need to find a Gen 2 with the fish scale serrations and get it sent off to get all fancied up.
Yeah, I think the serial number was N, and like during the N run, that's when they started doing the shittiest finish ever on the slide, like the shittiest fucking, I don't know what it was. Like
Mine's a
black spray
teenage,
paint.
but it still has Teflon.
Yeah, they started coming back like right towards the end there. Now the codes are so fucked up after the Z's. Like now it's like A, B, C. You know, like they got three. They went from three letters to now they got 4 letters, right?
Yeah, it's like they, had to add a letter.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that shit. Obviously, A is the beginning of it.
You don't know what you're missing.
I got an H. I shot my H.
All right, my Gen 4 is a ZTE.
Yeah.
So I guess this is before they got to the 4th letter.
Mm-hmm. I had one that was Y. I traded it in. It was WHY. Was my fuck. That was pretty cool. I remember there was a Walther PPQ at the gun shop that I swear to God that shit said fag. F-A-G. Swear to God. That was a Walther PPQ.
And that's your jam? Wait a minute, that's your jam? What?
That shit said fag. Like, you know, with like a 4-digit number after it, and I'm sure there was a whole shit ton of those guns out there.
Oh, you know what? The guy at Tanner's when I went there, because mine said FAX, and he showed me one that said fag on it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody traded in.
That shit is.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That is the baddest ass thing ever. Like you got shot with a fag, homie. You got shot by a fag.
What were those ones that were the FEGs? Not Glock. I know, but I'm just saying that wouldn't that be almost just as bad as getting shot by one of those?
A feeg? No. It's all good, dude. I remember like with the 3-digit ones, I was so pissed. I had a fucking NYG when I think it was like NYG.
Why would you ever get rid of that?
I don't know. I was fucking an idiot. That was like
you're from New York. Dude.
I know. It was like New York Giants. This is fucking awesome. You know what I mean? But then I think I was like real dumb. Some dumb shit. I wanted something.
Motherfucking rent.
Fucking
God
dumb HK or something, dude. It wasn't the rent.
Tell me you went for the squeeze cocker with that or something.
He probably did. Yeah. It was around that time. It was like 2010. So, you know, I was doing dumb shit. Real dumb, stupid shit. Yeah, I think I went for the HK back then, like the
safest gun ever.
That's what I was going for, bro.
Did the TRP ever hit the road?
That's Ghost, homie.
Really? Like you had it for like 2 or 3
doesn't have
months.
anything left. It's like
the only thing that's consistent. Yeah, the only thing since I started talking to you, let's say, the only thing that's been here is like my Daniel and my Glock 19. You know, like at least 1 or 2 of them were the same.
No shit.
I think my 17 might have been, but I think I had a 34. I had a 17L. I had
4 19s at one point.
Well, no, I got 4 now.
Oh,
so like
okay.
I've always had at least 3.
34 Gen 3, right?
Yeah, I had a really sweet one. I had Warren Tactical fiber optic sight, rear blacked out rear. It was fucking really cool. And yeah, my ex had one too. And I just fucking realized, like, I think I want one again, probably because of John Wick. But like when I was going back to back with the 17 and the 34, I felt like the 34 like kicked more. You would think it wouldn't have as like this. It would have less recoil than a 17. But I swore it had more recoil, and I thought maybe because of the slide. being so much longer, like it was
probably.
it was knocking the gun, whipping the gun back or something like that.
It's the same size recoil setup.
Exactly, it was a Gen 3. Exactly, same spring. And I shot the 17 better, but I regret it because I'm sure like I wasn't as good as a shooter as I am now. You know, so like I might have seen the difference now, like with the sight radius and shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah. It might have been that it's like too long for maybe you weren't holding it steady enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that happening if I bought it back then.
Yeah. Well, I just didn't see it. It just didn't seem like
Plus,
a benefit.
you got to be wearing gloves.
The fucking L definitely was way worse than anything. You know, the L was all over the place. And plus, I think the added length was giving the 9mm like fucking more velocity or something. It was whipping. Like hard to shoot quick.
Like it's doing a little loop-de-loop.
Yeah, I was slapping. My front sight was slappity slapping.
Too much? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that? You're saying
Yeah,
that?
I mean,
It's just so much slide reciprocation.
yeah, it's like fucking imagine, yeah, like another 4 inches off of your fucking 19 or whatever. Just same
Right, I got
recoil
you.
spring.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I don't even. I spoke to some like Shooter's Mindset. I like text, you know, I sent him a message on YouTube or something, and he sent me a message back like, yeah, a lot of shooters are like going just like because you know the 34 at one point was like the most popular, probably still is, maybe the CZs was like the most popular handgun in competitive shooting. Like the 34 was the one, or you'd shoot a 35 for 40 cal to make major or whatever that shit is. So. He told me a lot of guys are like going to 17s and stuff because they felt the same way, like faster tracking the front sight or something.
Until they got one, right?
No, he
So-
I think he was shooting it.
When do you find out what your prize is?
Oh, for a long time.
Oh,
Like
okay.
whenever because I think when they'll like
I didn't
They'll
even
pub-
find out what I placed until like 3 weeks later in the mail.
well, you could figure it out if you look at your score and then go back to like say the last year's match in your area because they do like 3 or 4 matches a year and that's it. So you shoot the match, you go back to last year's, and then you just compare your score. You know your score like the day you shoot it. Those yellow pieces of paper are like they're right there. You can figure that out. Then go back and look at last year's score and just see where you would sit if it was last year. You know, that's what I did. I've been doing that for a couple years.
DB, you think you can use the blue label on one of them Lipsy's gray Glocks, or did that
No,
work?
the blue. See, the blue label is really just for police. I mean, it's not just for police, but like they're police guns, so they don't do any. The way they say it to me is like there's no colors. Like there's no
Okay,
gray,
so-
there's no green, there's no gray, there's no nothing.
Okay.
The police can't have like the gang of FTE police and then the gang of gray police.
They just have black, dude. That's
And
it.
I figured that was the answer.
Yeah.
But to save the amount of money, when you know, I think it would still be worth it to do the GSSF way.
Yeah, GSSF is whatever. I mean, it's really a solid thing to do because you get that one purchase a year, and shit, man, it's cheap. $3.99 plus usually it's plus 20. Either way, it's like, and then you get the extra mag. So if you get a Gen 3, you'll still get 3 mags. You know, Gen 4s always come with 3 mags. Yeah. I got a coupon. I didn't even use it last year, and then
How long
I
are
know
they
this
good
year.
for?
They're good for a year. The coupons are good for a year.
So it actually
Yeah,
fired
it's
on
for
you?
a Gen 5.
Oh no, wait. Your coupon. Yeah, the coupon's good for a year. This is when they sent it to me. I thought that it was as good for as long as your membership was. But it's good for a year.
That'd be all right.
Yeah. So what's her face today? I was like, damn. Ew. What's Rachel B or whatever? You know.
What, on Instagram or something?
No, she's at,
Oh, the real
she's at the Glock shit every year.
What
Like
is that? Like
every
the real
match.
Rachel B or the
Rachel something or other. She's like a Hooters girl. She's a shooter. She's always on.
Yeah,
Hooters.
but I mean, she's got some catchy name.
Hooters shooter. Her name's like Rachel B.
Yeah, but it's like
I think.
BEE or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
she's got a name. Some type of band.
She's super cool. Like, dude, she's just like a range officer. Her and her dad are at every shoot. But yeah, today, man, I was like, yo, what the fuck, man? And the guy was like, what the fuck? This guy was like, you're the best shooter in the world. You're the best shooter in the history of the world. I'm watching these people.
Who, to Rachel B?
No, not to me. I was shooting one of these things, and like these two targets were at the same distance. You know, like they're like maybe 20, 30 feet apart or something, like 20 some feet. But the one on the left, my group was incredible, dude. It was really fucking incredible. The one on the right was like horrible. It was just like, what the fuck, man? It's the same distance, and it's like 25 yards. The other, and you're standing in front of both of them, motherfuckers. So I think it must be like I don't know. I don't even understand it. But I asked the guy, and he's like, man, I can't tell you nothing the way you're shooting, boy. I said, what the fuck is with this? He's like, man, you shoot way better than me, man. I can't comment on any of your shit.
It's like, well, thanks, jackass.
I fucked up those plates, though. I used to smoke those plates.
Isn't it?
I used to smoke them. Like when I was the first time I went there and the second time I went to, the first time I went to the match and the second time I went to the match, I smoked those plates. It's like the more I go, the worse I am at those fucking plates. It's just like, I just sweat it too much or something. They make me nervous. But plus those Dawson Precision sights, they're really fucking awesome, dude. The front sight is glowing because today was a nice day. It literally looks like a fucking aim point, it looks like a red dot. It is so bright and crisp, but I think they're like totally regulated for like 25 yards. Because when I shoot in at 25 yards, I'm like right there, you know, like perfect. And when I'm shooting at those plates, I think I was shooting like low. I couldn't figure it out, but either way, so that's what fucked me up. Because if I would have smoked the plates like I did a couple years ago, shit, dude, I think my score would have been like a fucking 70 something, like a 70. That would have put me up at like, you know, top fucking 20, man, top 15 or something in that division. I highly recommend those sites, man.
Really? The Dawson Precision?
Oh, God, yeah. For shooting outdoors and, like, fun stuff. Maybe not for home defense, but for just, like, a good gun. Sport gun. It was fucking crispy, dude.
And that's the one with the non-adjustable rear, correct?
Yeah, that's the one I got. The Charger. It's called the Charger.
Yeah, it's like 20, 30 bucks
80,
cheaper, maybe 40 bucks cheaper.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is like
40
70
cheaper than the adjustable, yeah.
70 bucks maybe? 60, but yeah. I didn't have to send back the front sight or anything. They have a guarantee that you're going to hit point aim, point impact at 25 yards, I guess is what they say.
Yeah, that's right on their website or whatever, yeah.
Right. So if it doesn't, they'll just keep replacing your front sight until they do it. It does work.
What's up with the sights on the new Vickers with the gold dot? You look them up, or do they sell them like separately?
Ooh, a Wilson Combat. I mean, Flippy's the only one who has one.
Yeah.
Well, are you asking me? The sights are fine.
Well, whatever.
Can you buy them separately? Shit, yeah. I saw he was selling them. He was
fine, Flippy, than that. Come on.
He was selling them separately like a year ago, I thought.
I don't know what you want from me. It's not Tridge. It's not like Tridge or whatever, Majigger. It's a
HDs?
gold. bead.
No, I mean,
it's-
I'm just not used to so much air, you know, and those sights are like, it looks like an AR sight or something.
What? Dude, your
What are you
fucking
talking about?
PPQ has fucking air. Like crazy air, no?
No. Not that much.
Really?
With the HDs on it?
No, the one with the fucking... You put HDs on your PPQ?
Yeah.
Oh, no, but before... Whatever they came with had a lot of air, no?
Yeah, but by the time I bought my second PPQ, it like almost didn't matter because I was shooting it so much better.
Yeah,
I mean, that was the
yeah.
problem why I couldn't shoot it the first one I had because I just couldn't get used to them sights. But I guess I
Dude, there
improved
is
my
a fine
shooting
line.
enough to where it didn't matter anymore.
There's definitely like a fine line for everybody, like where there's too much or not enough, you know? So
Yeah,
there's
like
too much fucking light in between your rear notch and your front sight post, and you're
I'm just
fuck
thinking I
you
could
up.
be more accurate with it.
Honestly, I
try.
thought the bead was pretty good. I didn't have any real issues with it. It was shiny. Shit fucking was like seeable.
Yeah, I know that's gonna be the way it is, but the post being so thin.
That didn't make any real fucking difference. Like I was in an indoor range, so I don't know, but like
It's a U notch in the back too, right?
yeah, it's like a big old fucking
You
notch
also
in the back.
said you couldn't hit shit with it when you went out and shot.
Oh, that's because I'm bad at shooting. That has nothing to do with the gun.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it doesn't matter how much fucking air's in your front, you know. It fucking matter. I remember getting that fucking PPQ and shot that shit like a fucking laser beam. And I hated I thought the sight had way too much air on the stock PPQ sights.
Yeah, they did.
But the trigger was like butter. I was still shooting pretty good.
I just couldn't get it used to holding it steady back then when I had the first PPQ with all the air because I was used to like just putting the front post would line up with the rear notch perfectly and then I'd shoot.
Like on stock Glocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a problem is because then if it's I used to love that like no air at all, but then that shit is covering your fucking little target at a far out way. So
Isn't the stock Glock thing you're supposed to like half moon that bitch?
I meant not the real garbage, but the night sights, the Glock night sight. But yeah, you're right. With that fucking basket and the circle and the basket Glock plastic garbage. Yeah, you're
that's
supposed to have a
nothing.
half moon in there. Like that shit should look like the sun is set. Well, it doesn't matter what it looks like. Your top of your rear sight and your top of your front sight should be completely fucking even.
Yeah. That's nothing new to me. Like I've always noticed that. Because if you cut that black, the extra black on the inside of that little U notch, you would be able to see the whole dot, and it wouldn't matter with the front sight leveled with the rear.
Yeah, it's cool. But what was happening to me was like, I don't know, like at outdoors or what, I don't know. Like I would lose it, and then I just like go back to putting the dot on the fucking target. And when you're doing that, guess what? You're shooting like fucking super high over shit. Because I want to see a fucking whole dot. So every handgun I've ever owned, I'm seeing an entire dot. You know.
I never did that because I never paid attention to the dots. I would just make sure the front post was flat with the rear, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not me. I was just fucking focusing on that dot, and that's like a problem, I guess. Like always, I was trying to, front sight focus, but then I'm just doing like front dot focus, but I wasn't really paying attention to like equal height, equal distance so much.
Because I don't know how you're supposed to focus on I guess you can focus on the front sights still, just not as quickly on like just all black sights.
Yeah, well, some of them have a different, like a serration to it or something.
Yeah.
Like this Kyle DeFore sights, they're all black, but I think they're different level of serration or different, like,
angle.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, like a different angle or different lines, thickness or something. They're black as shit. And then he shoots a black fucking target, a black bullseye. with no red dot in the bullseye or nothing. And his shit is insane looking. Like
That's where my eyes get fucked up at the range. If it's an all black target, I can't see it worth a shit with any sights I use because the lighting's bad.
Oh, yeah.
The lighting's bad, like right above your head. It's fine all the way down range, but even if you bring like something with a fiber optic front sight, it's not lighting up because there's no light right above your head.
Yeah. Some places I go to have it though. And some places there's nothing above your head, yeah.
The problem I'm running into is that like when I shoot, after I shoot, I immediately want to like look at the paper to see if I hit it where I wanted to hit it.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, no
Because
good.
you're just like starting out. You said you can't shoot yet, so.
I get those shooting C's off Amazon because at least then, I don't know. Yeah, you shouldn't be paying attention to that too much. But those shooting C's are awesome because you can kind of see right away and not really focus like on the target that hard. You can see like the little green splatter. I love those fucking stickers.
Yeah, you should buy them in bulk.
Yeah, I think they're like 100 packs or cheaper on Amazon than when you go to like the gun range and they'll sell you like a pack of 30 or something. Yeah, 10 pack for like whatever. I have one range sells one sticker.
Or something.
They're selling one sticker for like $3.
Fuck that.
One sticker. Yeah. Well, they gotta make the money.
You can get like a full silhouette in a splatter target for like $1 at my range.
Yep.
And then they have all those stupid ones like the gnomes and the fucking
the fucking zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
like a zombie hog.
They're the best. They're the best. That's why you can barely see your fucking holes when you're shooting those cardboard targets. They're just like little fucking, IPSC targets or whatever the fuck they are.
That's why I'll draw a circle or I'll bring a blank piece of paper to zero something in or just to shoot it with a handgun because you can see your holes on a white piece of paper.
Yeah.
It's almost like a splatter target in reverse.
I was getting fancy at the range, and one of the guys who worked there is like super tactical guy. He took my box of ammo out of the garbage, like a white box of Federal, and he fucking taped it to a fucking target, like a old, like just a cardboard backing, that you tape your target to, and he put it out at like 20 yards and just put like 3 rounds into that shit, like bam, bam, bam. And I'm like, okay. He was like, yeah, I'm good.
You could probably do that. I'm telling you, it's aim small, miss small. Because when I'm shooting at the range at a big old target, it throws me off. Like if it's one of them big oval splatter targets. But if I'm in my dad's backyard and I'm like even 10 yards further away, I can hit those little steel plates. No problem. I mean, not no problem, but 8 out of 10 times.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, if I can get high 80s, like low 90s, high 80s on those scoreable targets, I'll be happy at 25 yards doing that, Dobby. That's my goal for for handgun accuracy.
But how many rounds is that? 10 rounds, or what are we talking?
Yeah, you load to 10. You shoot 10. It's like they say slow fire, but like Steve Fisher says, like anywhere between like 20 and 30 seconds. That's what his goal is. But like some people take as long as they want. I don't take that long. I feel like if the longer I take, the more I'm focusing and I'm like losing it. You know what I mean? Like my eyes are getting tired. I'm focusing too much or something. Yeah?
Whereas if you just go, you're on it, you're in the zone, so to speak. Bing, 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 bing,
Yeah.
bing. Well, maybe not
Like
that fast.
Sheriff of Baghdad has this saying. He keeps saying, like in his classes, he was like, "It's not getting any better. Like you know what I mean? Like this is, you think it's getting better, like you think your sight picture is going to get better or something, but you're
It's
on
best
there,
at the
man.
beginning or something, basically.
Well, he was saying it about presentation, but like either like your fucking, your front sight lined up to your rear sight, everything is good, right? And then you're just holding it and concentrating and concentrating and concentrating. I know people who shoot like that, and they're awesome. I just feel like the more I do that shit and like concentrating, fucking just take the shot already. It's not getting any better for me. And then I'm just fucking focusing for no reason, At some point, it's like just tiring and straining for nothing. Just get it off. But so you load to 10, and then you just shoot the shit at 25 yards, and you add up your score, and it's, I think it's like 7, 8, and 9, and 10. There's no 6. So if it's not a 7, it's a 0.
Have you ever shot at index cards?
Not at 25 yards. I could barely see that shit.
Next time you go, just get the backer and put an index card and put it out to 20 and see how you
20
do.
miles. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll fucking do 10. Let's see what I do at 10 first.
I'm gonna try the 25 with my FDE 19 on the 8-inch.
Dude, that fucking that Rocky Guns on Instagram I sent you. I mean, dude, that was incredible. Like almost to the point of like, come on, man. Like I need proof.
Video. Well,
yeah, because Kyle DeFore is like a fucking top level guy shooting a pistol, and he's doing like 90s, high 90s, hundreds on a B8. And everyone is like, yeah, that's fucking fantastic. It's an 8-inch circle. She was shooting what she said that was 25 yards, and that looked like a 3x5 box. That's a little bit stretching it. I mean, especially when Steve Fisher, who people say are like, is an incredible pistol shot. And he's talking about high 90s, 90s.
There's days where you do good.
Yeah.
And you're like, holy fuck, I did good. And then the next time you go to the range, you like shoot like garbage.
Plus her shit, there was no target. It was a fucking 3x5 box on an IPSC target or whatever the fuck it was.
Top, and it was even the top of it. So maybe she's aiming high
she's full of shit.
I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt.
Come on, dude. Then I want, please.
I think anybody can have a good day.
I don't think Steve Fisher could do that shit. Come on, man. There's no fucking target, man. There's nothing even fucking aim at.
She could have had like a 1-pound trigger or something.
25. I mean, dude, people forget. Like with you, we're talking about air in between our front sight and stuff. At 25 yards, a normal sight is like covering up the entire. It would have been covering up that entire head of that fucking target. Like she couldn't have seen shit.
Yeah. Like how could
she have even seen that little fucking square?
That was in a brown background.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit, dude. Unless she was like, yeah, I asked her what kind of gun was that, and she said like my XD, which is okay. I said XDs have great triggers, but I should have asked her like, are you using a fucking optic or something with a 2 MOA dot or so? I don't get it. Like that shit just seemed too fucking good to be true. And then like the next day, that Springfield Armory announced that Saint or whatever the fuck the Saint is. It looked like a fucking gym program. Like, like they're all in there. Did you see that shit online?
No.
Oh, just Google right now, Springfield Armory Saint. It's either a new gun or a new fucking, yoga video. But she's in it. She's like the star.
It could be both.
Yeah, she's one of the stars. It's like a bunch of chicks and a bunch of guys, and they're all sweaty. It looks like they all just like worked out. And like, I think it might be a new gun. It could be an AR. I don't know what the fuck it is, but like, just Google it. You tell me what you think it is. I think it's a fucking new yoga. It's a new yoga DVD. Anyway, 25 yards. That shit is hard as fuck for me, dude. Huh?
Is it a video?
It's like an ad campaign. Well, it's an announcement. Like it's on their website too. It's the same. I think it's a new gun. I just don't understand the marketing. I think it might be like a fucking AR, right? They don't make an AR. I don't know. I have no clue.
Who?
Springfield Armory. They're everyone. No one knows what the fuck it is, right? Except the people like who work there.
Well, the Saint is the next chapter for America's most iconic firearm brand.
That says absolutely nothing. The next chapter. Is it? It's a Croatian fucking musket loader. No, I mean,
Springfield Armory is pleased to announce, pleased to announce the launch of a new, innovative aimed at honoring. So, who wrote this?
Who read that? Dude, all I'm saying is the day before that comes out with her face on that shit and a bunch of other Instagram people and shooters, she's shooting a fucking 3x5 on a beige fucking target with no fucking border or nothing with her XD at 25 yards, and her group looks like it's a 1-inch group, dude. No, maybe it's a 2-inch group. Well, because it's a 3-inch box. It's a 3x5, and it looks like a fucking 3-inch group with your XD. Come on, bro. That would have been a perfect score on a fucking bullseye target. That would have been like 100. I mean, it would have been like a 98. Anyway, who fucking cares? I'm just talking shit, man. Came in here because Knives wanted me to come in here, man, and he text messaged me. He's like, "Come on, D." He was bored, man.
Yeah, it doesn't say shit.
It doesn't, right? I think it's a fucking AR.
Oh yeah, did your Glock come in yet? Your fucking was it ATI Glock?
My Roland Special on welfare. No, my Roland Special's not here yet.
Your food stamps Roland Special.
Yeah, it's my Roland. It's like my circumcised. I'm gonna call it the circumcised Roland Special because it doesn't have a comp, or it doesn't have a magwell either. But
wasn't the magwell like newer?
No, the magwell was like it's called Sentinel, and then that guy like couldn't do it in his basement anymore, so he sold it to Raven. So it's the Freya. It's the Raven Concealment Freya magwell, which is the same as the Sentinel, except it's like mass produced, and it has to have that to really be a Roland Special, and it has to have the comp. It has to have the KKM comp. So I got Dr. No's KKM barrel, but it's not comp. Oh, and by the way, that shit does fucking make a difference in accuracy. That shit really does. But the comp, that guy Jedi, Scott Jedinsky or whatever on Instagram, the Modern Samurai Project, he's on YouTube too. He's got videos done in the last day of him shooting like matches with this Roland Special. And the gun does not. I mean, he's Diesel, and he fucking does jiu-jitsu all the time, and she's a strong dude. But the gun is not moving with the comp. I mean, it's him. I'm sure like a regular 19 would barely be moving, but he is shooting that shit so fucking fast, and it really is looking flat as shit, you know. But it's throwing a flame ball out there. But no, I called the ATI, and he's like, "Man, shit happens." That guy, Doug, he's like, "Yeah, life happens, man. I'm sorry. Your gun has to, he doesn't send all the, he sends all the slides out for refinishing at once or something, and he forgot to send mine in the last batch of refinishing or something. I should have had the slide already back."
Nice.
So he said like it should be another week, another 2 weeks. And the guy who did my frame is fucking slow as shit too. The guy who did my frame is on Instagram, and he does a really good job. But I didn't go all out. I just was like, just stipple my shit, get the finger grooves off of there, and stipple it. And that's that. Hopefully, I'll like it. I've been practicing like the draw stroke and shit they say you need to really pick up that dot anyway. It has to be very, very like straight out. And I've been watching Steve Fisher on YouTube and stuff, saying like, just look for the front sight. Just look for the front sight, and you'll see the dot. You'll pick it up. Don't look for the dot. Like just look for your front sight like usual, and you'll pick up the dot. Because some people fucking hate it, man. SOB don't like them shits for pistols. And the guys who had him in the class, he was, asking them about it and whatever. At the end, though, the top shooters had them shits, but they were just good shooters, It wasn't like the red dot. And the top shooter in the entire class just had regular sights. But it was probably like the guy with the regular sights, the two guys with the red dots, and then me, and then the rest of the guys. There wasn't many more. So he's shitting on red dots, but at distance, I think they make a difference, man. I think maybe not up close. He says that shit slows you down, and just at 10 feet, 20 feet, I bet. But I got this gun to just fuck around with. My eyes I'm getting older, so my eyes aren't what they used to be. And I figure, it'd be like a pretty cool home defense gun. That shit with the light on there. Pretty cool. I like the lasers too. The Crimson Trace lasers. But they fucking make the grip so thick, I don't know. What the fuck? I got that patch though. I got my own special patch.
The Lauren Hill pack. Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's like PVC and it's 3D. Super so much fucking detail in this thing, dude. I'll show you.
Where'd you get that for? You just bought it, or that's like being a member or something?
No. That would be cool if it was like fucking ATI or something like that was doing this shit, but no, it's you buy it from the AT Armor is selling them for primary and secondary. But everything is fucking textured. It's fucking really cool, The fucking
I was
light.
wondering where you got their fucking patches from.
The light is you get them from.
I was trying to buy them off their site, but I couldn't find anywhere to buy them.
Well, primary and secondary doesn't have a place to buy them, I guess. They direct you there. Oh, here you go. This is fucking raised up. The fucking light. Pretty fucking slick, dude. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't cheap, but $15 or something. It was limited edition. Goes to a good cause. Those guys do a lot of good stuff. They're like a really good forum or something like that. Really, is what it is. A highly regulated militia. it's like AR-15 or but way better. It's like a Facebook group. So, Flippy, did you join their Facebook group?
No.
It's closed, so just ask to join it, and once you join it, it's a lot of information there. You got a question, you ask them. Guys there, most of them know what the fuck they're talking about. Some of them don't, and that's some of the funniest shit is when people start just blabbering out of their fucking ass, because they, it's just hilarious. Those mods will kick you the fuck out of there. But if you have a good question, you'll get a bunch of answers.
I don't know what year this Lauren Hill video is from, but
which song?
She's sexy. No, she's talking. Seems like a newer video because she's talking about the Grammys being back in the day.
Mm. I mean, that album she made was fucking classic, man. Then she fell off the earth. She married a Marley and lost her fucking mind, I think. Bob Marley's son.
I'd hit it. Not
Oh,
Bob
sure.
Marley's son.
You'd
but
hit Bob
Lauryn
Marley's
Hill.
Yeah, Bob Marley's son hit it. I think he got her pregnant a bunch of times. Then he got her cousin pregnant or some crazy shit.
Dang.
And then, like, she lost her fucking mind.
Spread.
Who's that?
Lauryn Hill.
She's not old enough to have Bob Marley get her pregnant.
No, Bob Marley's son.
Oh.
Is it Ziggy?
Yeah, no, it's not Ziggy. It's one of them. But the other one, I mean, they're all like royalty in fucking Jamaica or whatever.
That's what it's like whenever I go to Jamaica. I have Edge let them know that I'm heading down there, and then it's like that.
They just, as soon as the plane lands, it's on, right?
You ever seen like what's that show?
And then Marvin comes picking you up in a cab.
Oh yeah, Marvin.
Like
He's like,
that.
you crazy American gun owner.
I like Fantasy Island. They're all like, smiles, smiles. Edge's friend is here.
I never in my life ever thought I'd ever use a gun in self-defense. You guys are, crazy.
Dude, he already overused it. That first picture is like gross. What he's thinking.
What picture?
What are you talking about?
Dude's a fucking amateur on Prisma. He's a Prisma amateur.
Oh yeah, it's not a great one.
Who? Autoloader?
No.
Fuck no, that guy's awesome.
And Prisma Pro.
Ill-mannered gun runner.
You talking about Edge?
No. Come on.
Ill-mannered gun runner.
Edge looked like a goddamn goldfish in his Prisma thing. He's just
That's
like
what it's like with an avatar of Edge. And like
Yeah, don't
fucking blue
avatar
fish.
of Edge, except he was like a southern landowner back in the day.
Dude, he had his fucking little sombrero on and shit.
I say, my avatar. That was a 14-foot tall version of Edge, too.
Yeah, he's ready to connect hair or whatever. Connect
Mm-hmm.
ponytails with you.
Yeah, he's ready to fuck a blue bitch. But, it's cool. Whatever happened to Marvin? Why did you guys run him off, man?
He comes back in every once in a while. I think.
I know one time I flipped out on him, dude.
No, that was the first time. So, but
Yeah, he said something. I was just Googling. It was like, did you know your country's like the most dangerous country in the world? Oh my god.
Only
He's
if you're
talking about
gay.
like, I think it's crazy if you tell someone you need a gun for self-defense. Like, I never thought whatever. Okay, buddy.
he was like, "That's just what keeps the tourists on the
Yeah,
resort."
that Asian girl in that video that's going viral, that's 20 minutes. That's 15 minutes from my house. You know what I mean? Like, I live in an apartment, so,
Dude, that video
that's not
was
a bad
fucked up.
neighborhood.
Talking about?
That's not a bad neighborhood, man. Like, that's not a bad neighborhood. The shit happens,
What are we talking about?
3 dudes busted into her
someone
fucking
sent-
house with guns.
Someone send G-Webs the good video where the cop...
About the one where she has like a way too much toilet paper and she.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did
what the
you
fuck
hear the
was up with
911 call? Send G-Webs the good video where you hear her the entire time she's on the phone while she's shooting and everything. The entire time she's on the phone, and at one point she's telling the 911 chick, she's like, well, she says something like, "I have a gun," and the 911 chick is like, "Oh, you got a gun? But do they got a gun? Do they got a gun though?" Like, then she said something like, I've been shot." She has a very thick accent, the victim. So she's like, I'm shot in my left head. I'm bleeding from my left head. And the 911 operator's like, "Oh, you're bleeding from your left head." Like, motherfucker, you know what the fuck she meant? I mean, what a fucking ignoramus, man. And that 911 operator is not the brightest. Like, you're bleeding from your left head. Like, so you could almost sense the sarcasm in that fucking idiot's voice.
Well, it was like, where'd you get hit, ma'am? I got hit in the head, the left head. The wall, ma'am? You got hit in the wall? You got hit through the wall? Like, no, my head. My head's bleeding. My side. My head.
I swear that bitch was going to say, but they don't have a gun. Like, do you know they have a gun? Put your gun away. You know, like, you have a gun? They don't have a gun. Do they have a gun? Like, who cares if they ever... I got a gun. Like, they're in my fucking house. I don't care what they got. Yo, but
Dude, that
anyway.
one dude fucking
That shit was 15 minutes, man. That's a decent neighborhood. Like, if I had some money, that's where I would buy a house there, no fucking problem. And I wouldn't expect that shit to happen. And then what's fucked up is that her address is in that fucking video that's gone viral with the 911 call, her exact address. So I Googled the shit because a friend of mine was like, man, she just was like letting off shots outside of her door. Like, she could have shot her neighbor. So I looked, when I saw the address, her driveway, you go down her driveway to her house. So when she was shooting out her front door, she was basically shooting into a fucking berm. Like, she's shooting into a hill. There's no fucking house like directly across from her. So, yeah. Good for her. And then on primary and secondary's Facebook group, there's guys like, oh, she made this mistake. She was making this mistake and this mistake and this mistake. Yeah, she made... I didn't type it, but I was like, I just felt like saying, like, dude, you wish you made those... You know, when this shit jumps off, let's hope you make the same mistakes. You know what I mean? Like, she fucking bodied one of them. And, you know, she fucking was... Well, I can't say... Well, I maybe would have stayed in my bedroom. But who am I to say? You know what I mean? Because... she's alive, and one of those bad guys is dead. And the other guy fucking threw himself through a fucking glass door.
That was
like,
the funniest bit, though. The dude just was like, fuck it, just dove through the glass kitchen door, ran away.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to get killed. And then, whatever. But anyway, I'm just saying that wasn't a bad neighborhood. Because when I first saw it, I was like, oh, I bet you I know where that is, you know? And when I looked it up, I was like, oh, shit. That's like... That's not a bad neighborhood. So I'm sure later we'll find out like they're cocaine dealers, you know, or something. Importing heroin from fucking Indonesia or something.
She was defending her fucking kilos.
Yeah. The coke was in the paper towels. They were there for the
What's
coke.
up with all those, like, when I was watching, I'm like, wait, is this a storefront? I was
It
like,
looked
no,
like a
that's just a
hoarder.
fucking house.
I thought she was a hoarder.
What I was thinking when I first saw it, honestly, it looked like I thought they just moved. Like, I've seen, like, you know, moving boxes, but they said CC on them or something. But other than that, I thought maybe they just moved in. They weren't fully unpacked yet. Like, and those were moving boxes. Other than that, maybe you're right. Like, it's just storage or something. I don't know. Like, she was just hoarding boxes. Anyway, she fucking let them.
It's her inventory, and they're robbing her because they figure they got a payroll or deposit or something.
She let them have it. And, yeah. What can you do? I saw it today first from Colin Noir, so I thought, you know,
What kind of gun did she have?
A gun that held a lot of bullets. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that bitch was popping off rounds like there's no tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. She didn't run out until she hit the door, and then she let two out the door, like bam, bam, and then I saw the slide lock, like right at the door.
You need a website. Why not do it?
Yo, they shot her in the fucking head. You know, so they grazed her. I mean, or the left head. Either they grazed her with a bullet, or she got hit with some wall. You know, like a fucking sheetrock or something. But anyway, for me, that's, you know, we're always worried about the anti-gunners arguments and shit. That video is proof, man. You know, I need every fucking round I need. How dare you tell me like 10 instead of 15 or whatever? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know? I showed that shit to my mom. She's like, well, that woman obviously had training. I'm like, what? Like, I doubt it. Like, you know, what? Yeah, she's shooting like a pro. I'm like, I don't think no.
Wait, so how do I request to join a group on Facebook?
Just hit join group.
Where?
Click on the fucking side or something, or on the top, like where. I hate Facebook too. I don't really know it too well.
Yeah,
but
fuck this. I don't care.
It's like a group.
I give up.
Are you on the main? If you're on their main Facebook page, it should be right there. On the
Wait,
top.
what's it called?
Primary and secondary. It's called that's it. Just find their fucking page on Facebook.
Primary and secondary administration.
No, it's like
or LLC.
LLC, I think, and it should be a closed group.
Sign up. Okay.
Yeah, is that it? Sign up.
Yeah.
So
it's taking me to their YouTube.
Where's the video? You can't see the video anywhere. What do you type in here, lady?
Where do you play the video for the woman shooting the gun off in her house? If you go to what is it? PS primary, secondary, whatever, closed group.
All right, I found it. I think.
Oh yeah, I mean it says right under the photo of the fucking Glock, it says join group.
Rushes from her bedroom, unloading all her bullets on the 3 men who kicked in her front door. It's the dramatic, newly released video from around 4 a.m. Friday morning.
Is the good one
a
or
local restaurant manager is staying in a spring
That's
drive.
not the good one. Because that's not the whole call. There's a
Guns clearly in hand. Police
the
say
good one was on gun channels.
their match. Do they shoot you? Yeah, they do. As they exchange gunfire with drywall
Then she was like, they shot you in your left head? In your left head? But they didn't have a gun, though. How do you know they got a gun?
by that housemate
Put the gun away.
with a gun, lives to tell and show police what happened.
It's not common that we would see this caliber of surveillance.
You say I can find it on gun channels better?
Someone on gun channels posted a fucking really good copy, dude. Wait, I can get it and put it back in there because I emailed it
there it
to
is.
my mom.
Found it.
Yeah, my mom was like, wow, she had a lot of training. Like, okay. That's the problem with people. They think it takes a lot of training to do what this woman did.
Gwinnett County Police Department. Someone dialed 911 from your cell phone. Did you get 911? Yes. Somebody coming here, Mike. What's your address? 3505 Spring Drive. Somebody's in your house?
She said that already. God damn it.
All right. Do you know them at all? No, I think they're black people. Yes. I got the shirt. They got a gun. Oh, they kicked the door from me. They kicked the door? How many? Huh? How many people? Two people.
Oh, that dude's in there with
Where
her.
are they now?
Yeah, her boyfriend.
They lied because I got a gun. Did they have guns? Yeah, they put the one for me. And I don't know. But they did keep under war, so I'm okay. Okay, how many were they? Huh? How many were they? Honey, I got hurt. I got bleeding on my head. Okay, did they shoot you? Yeah, they shoot me, yes. Where did they shoot you? They shoot me in the wall.
In the wall.
They shoot me in the wall. And then, I don't know, they in my head. Yeah. They shot you in the war? Yeah, they don't. Yeah,
Can you imagine not having a gun dealing with this bitch?
Oh, wait. Are you talking about the wall of your house? Huh?
No, the war, of course.
The Great War. The World War.
You're bleeding. Okay, where are you bleeding from?
My war.
Your left head. The left head?
Oh my
Your
god.
left head? Did you hear her voice? Like, your left head? Like, you heard me, bitch.
3505 Spring Drive. 3571 Spring Drive. 3575.
What are these guys like? Let's just break in and look all around a lot. Like, what are they fucking even doing?
They know they're home. That's what the fuck they're doing. They don't know where the fuck they are in that house, I guess. It's probably dark. And then they're like, are these people going to come out or what? Like, I don't know. They look scared, right? They didn't look too... They were looking around like, oh shit, they're home? What? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, see what that guy just busts out the window.
Yeah, he fucking bounced.
He fucking bounced out.
Ka-clow! Like, he smashed through the window. My friend's like, nah, he shot the window. Like, he shot the door and then jumped out of it. I'm like, I don't think so. I think he just fucking ran through it.
Fucking ass as an elbow.
Fucking cowardly piece of shit. But, yo, that 911 call is a fucking crime, dude. And imagine sitting in your house unarmed, dealing with that same woman unarmed. She's like she's no help. It's just like no confidence. Like, she not once did she say, okay, the police are on their way, ma'am. Like, everything's going to be okay. Just sit in your room. Nothing. Yeah. Like it was just total fucking ignorant bullshit. Like, oh, but do they have a gun? You in the war? In the war?
They
You were shot in the war, man?
You shot in the war? And then you're bleeding from your left head. Okay. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Anyway, and then the best part is that her address is out there like that. So any cousin, nephew, uncle, brother, father, whatever, gang member, affiliation, whatever, now they know where she lives, right? That's even better.
They're saying that 911 operator was actually helping the burglars. Yeah, seriously.
Oh my God, yeah. She was probably like, "Where's the coke? Is the coke in the paper towels? Where's the heroin, lady?"
Look, I've got the guys on the line, so just tell me where the.
Yeah,
like she was
you're
in on
assuring me, ma'am. The sooner they get what they want, they'll leave.
Yeah, not once did I hear anything good from that lady, man.
Can you shove the cash under the door to them?
Oh my
Ma'am,
God.
can you pull the valuable? Like, do you have any wedding rings or like any kind of gold you can just give them?
How much is that gun worth that you got in your head?
When you seen people part this video, where they like, what the fuck are they like? Try to explain what these fucking criminals are doing. They like all three bust in because now I'm watching it from like, what the fuck are they even trying to accomplish here? And they like come in, they start flipping lights on and off.
Flat screen.
Door closed.
I think she was already like maybe screaming at them before she called or something, like "Get out of my house" or something.
And they're like, "Where's that coming from?"
Go into the hallway until over to the right there, and then they keep turning on and off lights. You're saying they're looking for her? Like if they're trying to just kill her? Like we're just here to kill you. Because if they were stealing shit, wouldn't they be like looking for something to steal?
Oh, I have no doubt. It's a 50-50. We're going to find out that they were, that this is some coke shit or something, heroin shit, or maybe something, we don't know about. Like they knew there was cash there or whatever, but.
Oh, that dude did run through the window, DB.
He did run through it?
No, he didn't.
He shot it?
No, he didn't do it either. He took the fucking butt of his gun and bashed out the glass and jumped through.
I don't think so. I'm gonna watch again though.
I just saw it and like, here, look, check it.
All I know is like it looked like we were looking at night vision camera, so like it was probably fucking pitch black in there. No?
Peeks out the door and shoots towards them fleeing. She might not have so much to all on there.
Look, see, check it. Right there, pop, and then out.
No, I'm not kidding. I think I found her address and I Google Earthed it, and I could have swore her driveway was like a circular driveway that goes down a hill. So when she lets off those shots, I don't think it's not like going across the street. Like it was going into a hill.
Returning fire, she might have something like, oh yeah.
Well, a fleeing felon at night with a fucking firearm, when they tried to kill her. I mean, as soon as she opens the bedroom door, that's where they shoot at her. Like,
yeah, the dude shoots immediately.
Yeah,
like,
as soon as the door opens, he hits the bullet. Yeah, he shoots right there. And she shoots too. Like, she's like, bam, bam. That's when she starts closing the distance, which is truly amazing. Like, that's
three of them, right?
Chick, right?
Yeah.
The one in the kitchen's a chick.
No, he was wearing a wig. I think that's the guy who died. Because he got hit, and as soon as you see him take a round, dude, like, he's like, ah! And he kind of drops to a knee. He takes a knee and then he runs out. He died out in the.
Looking for a person. They're not looking for shit to steal at all.
Yeah, it's a setup. It's some sort of like.
It's a hit.
It looked like a hit. And they probably knew if it was a hit, they might have been like, "Look, this bitch is crazy. She's got a gun. She'll kill you. Her boyfriend's there. How would you like to be her boyfriend now? The guy who was like, "Give me the gun," and then he like racks the slide and he's walking around like he's a tough guy. Like that, she handled her fucking business. I don't know what he did. He hid in the bathroom.
I guess they just forgot that whole other doorway, and then she comes out and he shoots at her. That's probably where she got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy
See, I
does.
didn't hear.
That guy does definitely pause and pop the glass out with like the mag.
The other thing is, I don't know. It looked like she was on the phone the whole time because she's shooting one-handed and she's holding the phone.
Yeah.
But the phone call that we hear, we don't hear any gunfire. Right.
Correct.
It seemed like it already happened.
Yeah.
So she might have.
Or it happened.
Hold.
No, it didn't happen before she came out.
Well, what I was thinking is maybe they shot.
Not any satisfaction with this bullshit 911 call? I'm gonna go fucking defend my fucking house.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was wondering if maybe they shot. She says something like they shot me through the wall. Like maybe they heard her in the bedroom and they just shot. They started shooting into the bedroom, and then she opened the door and was like, "Damn."
In the second half of the video, the one that she has off of YouTube there, it's till like after 2:30.
Yeah, right there, bam. That's where the guy starts shooting.
No, keep going till like 2:31 in that video. That's where she opens the door, and they're like, "Oh, there's a fucking doorway in this room that we keep walking past." And
That's
then
why I'm thinking it's black.
You think that it's dark out, and this is like a night vision camera?
Yeah, I think it's pitch black in that house. Dude.
The first shot, if you watch the beginning of the video, that guy in the wig gets shot first. And the first shot comes, and that's when they start shooting back at her, I think.
No,
because it's coming up.
White shoots at her first, like almost point blank, right at her face.
What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck was that? Like, look. This dude walks out and then just, like, starts hutching down after he shuts off the light.
I think he got hit already, no? Or no,
Yeah.
he's...
No, if you watch the beginning of the video, he walks over to in the line of fire.
Now, this guy in the white is going to decide to, like, well, he's still got a while to go. He has to go outside and come back in, and then he's going to go over there, and then he's going to see her open the door.
Can you put the link in the...
It's in there. It's the last link you put in.
You
in the lobby. I'm in the lobby.
Yeah, just
So you guys don't think that... See this camera? This is fucking night vision camera, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the pupils. Like that house is dark as shit. I bet you the only light in this room from when you started off is from the door. See that he closes the door and he's looking for a light switch. As soon as he closes the door, he can't see shit. He can't see shit.
Look, that's where she opens the door. You got to go back.
There's the hole right there where that guy just shot.
By the way, started from the beginning. The only light in this house is coming from the fucking door being open.
That's the light switch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
he hit-
bang. And then... it looks
Watch
like
him when he
light.
closes the door. He's blind. He's like looking for an indoor switch. And then he opens
See where
the door
she-
quick to get light.
See where she ducked her head into the corner of the screen there? I think that's where she got shot
back up
or
here?
grazed.
Oh, look, now there's a light on, and it's like from another room in the house, like a bathroom or something.
That's the outdoors, right?
No, that's like an indoor light from somewhere in the hall.
That looks like
Yeah,
some
that's
dude's
the
shoes.
outside.
Yeah, my point is this camera is night vision camera, dude. There's no doubt about it. What I can tell in the very beginning, I'll tell you what.
Well, yeah, there's no like subdued gray lighting anywhere around.
No, check this out. At like 11 seconds, he closes the door to the outside, and then he can't see shit. So what he does is he tries to look for a light switch. Then he opens the door to like get light in the
There's no
room.
door. There's boxes.
No,
back there.
the door they kicked in. Watch him at 11 seconds or whatever. He goes to the front door that they kicked in.
It looks like
and
he's
he-
trying to close the door.
Did you
Yeah,
see
he's
that?
closing it, but he can't see. So he's like looking for the switch by the door, the light switch by the door.
The light fucking on and off. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
He can't see shit in that room, dude. That's my point. Like you can see the light coming into that room from their outdoor like door light, like whatever you call that. So once they get the light on, the light's in the kitchen where he runs out of. Like, there's light there, I guess. But that one front room is dark, I think.
No, it's all pretty dark. Like one Flippy's watching now, it lights up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, from this angle? This is crazy, dude. Because now I'm watching it from a different angle. And he goes back to the door, closes the fucking door, and now you can't even see him doing it. He's looking for a light. The dude with the wig on? I'm
They're
about to
definitely
watch.
not looking for stuff, though. It definitely seems like they're looking for people.
People, yeah. They're looking for people. Look how armed they are, dude. They all got their guns out, low ready type shit. Like, they're ready to get it on. They know what this is. This isn't... This is a fucking... This looks like like a hit.
And then when you get to the part where, like at 2:33 in that video, where the guy realizes the door opened in the back, and you're seeing it from like behind his head. She opens the door. He takes a second to realize what happens, and as he's walking forward, he's already drawing, and then bang, he makes a shot right towards her face, and then she returns fire, and they both cower at the 2:34 mark. And I guess that's where the one guy got hit. So she did a direct hit to that guy. He hits the door jamb, and the other guy fucking does a 180, knocks his friend out of the fucking way to get out. And then the other dude just like crosses paths with her and goes and knocks out her kitchen.
Yeah, the guy who crossed paths, I think he made it. I think it's the guy with the wig on that died. Because that's what my friend was saying.
He took a hit at 2:34. She takes the one guy in the white takes a shot at her right in the face and misses. And then she returns fire, and then that guy goes down and hits the door jamb pretty hard. So I'm guessing that's where he took a fatal hit, and then he starts hauling ass and getting his blood pressure up and bled out. Then she takes one other shot. That fucker had a fucking gun right at her head, man, at 2:36. Right at her fucking head, but he was just...
Oh, yeah, but he had his face wasn't nowhere near that shit. I wonder if he even let off a round.
No. He was just fucking happened to face. His hand just happened to be right there. I don't think he even recognized she was in existence. He was getting the fuck out.
Look at this at 2:33. Like, he's like, "Hey, bitch!" And she opens the door. He's like, "Hey," and then she starts. Like, he's like, "We found you." The whole time they were looking for her, dude. The whole time they were searching the entire house for her.
He got her, and then he takes a step and a half, and he's already firing right at her. You don't do that if you're just robbing a house.
Yeah, this was like a murder, dude.
And then as soon as she shoots back, the dude in the dark, the wig guy, biffs into the door jam, and then the other guy fucking hauls ass and knocks his ass over getting out.
Dude, everyone in the comment section is saying the operators is unbelievable. I mean, I thought I was just kind of joking around for the chat or whatever, but yeah, it's no exaggeration, right? It's a horrible.
It sounds like they're making fun of her.
Criminal.
It's criminal how bad she was. Yeah, I mean, it was like.
I think so. Their job is to help people, not to fucking hinder and mock, and ridicule, and fucking embarrass.
Yeah, did they put out the name of the guy who got killed?
No, they're saying 3500 block. Yeah, you know what? I mean,
you're saying this is right by your house?
Yeah, this is like 15 minutes from me.
Damn.
You just jump on 85 and then you're like right there. It's like I tell people all the time, it's like not a bad place to live. This is some sort of, they were business owners or something. This has something to do with, this is something else that we're going to find out later if we find out at all. Something's going on here. You know what I mean? This ain't, I don't think it's an average like home invasion. Maybe. I mean, maybe they were going to, were they just going to kill her and then fucking rummage through her house?
Rummage, yeah, exactly. Kill her and then at their leisure steal everything. But that doesn't, that's not a normal MO, right?
Mm-mm. Look at the way they're in there with their low ready style. Like they go in that they think they're SWAT, dude.
They're running all the fuck over looking for something. You don't run all the fuck over looking. I mean, it's not like they were like, oh, I thought there'd be a TV in here. You know, they had guns out. They were looking to fucking take care of business.
Yeah, the guy with the wig looks so crazy, man. Yeah, they look like they're. But I love their low ready. Like it's below low. Like the gun is by their fucking dick. Like that's how low ready they are. Like, like dude, seriously. Like get your fucking gun up, dude. you see the guy with the wig hunched over by the kitchen. His gun is like in between his knees, the way he's holding his gun. And they're all doing the same thing. They're like pointing the gun at their feet.
The man who died was shot in the upper body.
It kind of looks like that one dude who breaks her window and runs out the kitchen. It almost looks like she might have pegged him in the ribs as she was running. I don't know if she had that kind of wherewithal to do it, but she could have shot him right there in the
I
ribs.
don't see the gun go off when the dude's like running by though.
Do you see that one from the other angle? I'll go to the first one.
Dude, she might have pegged him off camera, dude. Like, she might have killed the guy with the kill shot, like, when we can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might have been the first shot was the kill shot, and he just bled out after like running out of the house.
Yeah.
But he definitely takes a hit when that guy with the wig takes a hit when he hits that door jam. I mean, that's not a natural, like, oh, I just hit the door jam. That was like all my body weight went into the fucking hitting the door jam.
Look at her boyfriend. Wow. Like, give me the gun. Give me the gun. Then he fucking, in his little undies. What the fuck are you doing, dude? She's a hero. Like, he
Like,
takes
he,
the
like,
gun
went
and the gun is empty and he's like trying to rack the slide. He can't even do it.
Oh, no, she doesn't shoot the guy who's going out the kitchen. She doesn't even hardly recognize that guy. That with her tunnel
Yeah, they
vision.
both just straight up didn't even notice each other at like all.
That's two tunnel visions, not even. That's two perpendicular tunnel visions. Those people don't even know they exist.
That girl probably weighs 80 fucking pounds, dude.
It takes like 4 shots out the door when you look at the one angle in slow motion, the first angle. So she's like, bang.
And then she like ducks back behind the door and then pops back out and then like fires another 2.
4. She takes 4 shots out the door while she's
That
on the
is so fucking badass, dude.
5 shots out
They're
the door.
shooting at her the entire time.
She takes 5 shots out the door, empties her shit to fucking lockback.
That extra,
Yeah.
that right before she closes the door, she's like, I got one more. Bam. Close
Yeah.
the door on you, dude. Like, yeah, take that. Take that with you. And then she shuts the door, man. I want to
Yeah, the
buy
dude
this
who
chick a
fucking
fucking
straight up-
drink, dude.
The dude who like bugs straight through the fucking window or the fucking kitchen door, that dude didn't get hit.
I want to count rounds, dude. It's either a Glock 17 or some sort of like big framed. It's a big gun. It's not like a 19 even.
It
Like
might
a-
it might be a
it's
19. She's just Asian. She's really tall or really small.
I think she only shot like 7 rounds, though. At least so the ones we can see, she
What?
only shot 7.
3, 4,
There's 5 just going across the living room and out the door.
5. Yeah, there's that 5 that locks it back. So she shoots from the. Yeah, you're right. So in the bedroom, she
She
shot
shoots-
like a few.
So you can see the one, and I'm guessing there was a second one coming out the room.
There's 5 when she hits that front room. Like that's 5.
They're like, what the fuck they're doing? The lights and the looking around. No explanation.
Yeah, I'm like right here. I'm gonna count right now because here she comes. Okay, she's like 1,
I think it might be
2,
one from the doorway. And then we
3,
see
4. Okay, yeah, so like 8, maybe 9, and the gun is empty. So maybe it was like a 45 or something, dude. It could have been a Rock Island she brought with her on the plane ride. Yeah, you're right. Because from the time she opens that door, she probably let off about 4 rounds. Then she hits the main room, and I can count 5 there. So 9, maybe 10. Either way, I'm sick of people with their fucking like, you don't need 10 rounds to kill a deer, that type of shit.
Yeah, these
Fuck.
were 3 fucking people who all rolled up, all fucking packing.
What about the fact if that guy, instead of bashing through the back window door, like if he wanted some more, she would have been empty. When she closes that door, she's slide locked, right? So she could have turned around and that guy could have been in the kitchen still. And with her gunfighting skills, she's like fucking Larry Vickers, man. So if she had more in her gun, she could have filled him in the fucking kitchen.
They go, Asian people are the hardest workers on earth. That is to kill a robber while simultaneously taking someone's carry-out order.
Fucking Jesus Christ, man.
Wow.
That's racist.
This guy has a comment. It says, the quote from the bad guy is, "Did you see the size of that gun she fired at us? It was bigger than she was."
It's only racist if it's not funny.
This guy said, "They're such badasses. They had guns and they still ran away." You know, it's funny. I don't see any like anti-gunner like comments like, you know, if we had less guns.
Oh, actually, I did. I saw that comment on a different video.
This one's called "Oh My God" by some chick in a bikini who posted it just to rape the views or whatever. Like every single comment is the same kind of thing. Like, that lady's a hero, and like the operator's a criminal. Everyone I click on over here, which are basically the exact same video with people just trying to get views, it's the same kind of comments.
Oh, okay. There's one guy says,
where it was like,
quote unquote, "Why does anyone need a high cap magazine?"
Yep.
Right? And then he goes, "Because some of us are just terrible shots."
The Asian woman has committed a felony. She killed a powerful member of the Obama voter tribe.
This is the best roommate ever.
One less Hillary voter.
She has more balls than liberal men.
I
that
doubt
are
that guy in the wig was voting.
Yeah, that's pretty. Dude, what though?
Her mail-in vote documents.
Yeah, we're gonna find out later. Like, she was the fucking connect, son. Like, she had that yayo in that motherfucking basement. They were like, show us the yay. We're here for that yayo. Unbelievable. She was the fucking.
She's like the
connect.
triad boss lady.
Yeah. She probably had $1 million cash in the fucking basement and like fucking 4 kilos of fucking heroin in her fucking bathroom. They did a lot of flushing before that fucking cop showed up. She was like, "Flush it! Flush it!"
Fuck it, just burn down the house.
Flush that shit. Flush it, dude.
Man,
All I
your
know
house
is this.
fire smells like drugs.
If that was us, we're just regular Joe, you know, and your girlfriend, she just did that, would you lose your man card forever? Because where were you? Like, were you in the bathroom? Forever? Like, you're that guy who let his girl get busy and you hid in the bathroom? Or, also, I'm just wondering, would you stay the night there again? Like, now that your address is out there like that, or would you go get a hotel room?
Nah, that house is getting... My house, this house is getting sold. It's like, I'm going to be
It's on the
somewhere
market?
else. Yeah.
It's on the market, dude. You know, actually, in real estate law, they say, like, you need to tell people, like, that happened. Like, you can't just show this house, like, yeah, it's beautiful, you know.
No, you have to
be like, yeah,
disclose if
someone was
died
killed
in it.
right here,
Yeah.
right here. Someone
Well,
was
that's
murdered.
the thing, though. We don't know if
Prices-
they fucking died in the house. They probably died, like, down the street. It's like, yo, some dude died down the street.
Dude, he
You don't
caught
have to
that
disclose
slug right
if
in that
somebody gets
fucking
shot in the
living room,
house.
dude. You saw her shooting, dude. She was doing the Rob Pincus fucking combat focus shooting out that front door, bro. She was shooting like fucking Wyatt Earp.
Also,
From
why
the
the
hip.
fuck was she on the phone with the police?
Oh, because they were there to help. The
At
cops
the same, no, I mean, like, at the same fucking time. Why did, and there's another person in the house. Why could the other person be on the phone while she's shooting?
That guy's incompetent. You know what I mean? But, like, seriously, I'm going to go give her some roses, man. I'm going to go bring her some. I'm going to be like, dump that hero, cut that zero, get with this hero, man. I got your back. Where's the coke at?
Yo, I heard you sell
I know
drugs
them
here.
dudes that were there for the coke. Yo, I was thinking, imagine how much better she could have been with 2 hands on that motherfucking gun, man. She might have smoked that dude right.
I mean, she might have killed 2 of them.
My favorite reaction watching this again is as soon as she comes out the fucking door, he shoots at her. She shoots at him. He takes his hat off. Do you see this?
Nah.
He has time to take his hat off. He takes his hat off. Like, okay, I need to take my hat off. And then he runs. It was the funniest thing. Like, he's like, ah! Takes his hat off. Like,
Yeah,
waste
nah,
of
he,
time,
like,
dude.
Ned does pull his hat right the fuck off and runs away.
yeah, he's like, you can't run with your hat on? You're fucking wasting time. Just run with your hat
He
on.
didn't wanna lose his hat. That's evidence.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
He'll be able to like pull the dandruff off of it and be like, "Yo, this is fucking Bobby from down the street."
That's true. They'll be like, "Whose Tommy Hilfiger hat is this from 1999?" Dude, fucking idiot. We're good, man. That's why I'm talking about getting my shit together, because I want to shoot like she shoots, man. But I want to have a light on my gun and a fucking 17 round mag, and I'm just ready. I'm just gonna be ready for it.
Well, I mean, you blast them with like 600 lumens, and then they're like, "Holy shit, I can't see anymore."
Probably, I'm shooting them. I mean, fuck that. You know the deal. It's like there's two kinds of people that break into your house: these guys and guys who want your television. And these aren't these guys that want your television. They want to kill you. Remember that chat with Girk and shit, where I think the conversation was like, if someone breaks into your house and wants to kill you, you're dead already. You're dead.
So he's gonna have no doors.
You telling him that he couldn't live?
Yeah, I think it was like, if someone kicks in your door right now to tries to kill you and wants you dead, you're dead. Like, there's pretty much
Yankee.
nothing you can do about it. Was it?
Yeah.
I just remember Girk being like, "That's bullshit." But you know what's funny? This girl was like, "That's bullshit."
Yeah.
This little girl was like, "Fuck, 3 thugs with guns ready to get it on, here to kill you." They were there to kill her, and she fucking just shot the shit out of these fuckers, man. That's awesome. I hope she didn't get arrested, man.
I mean, I don't know. Did the cops find the coke?
Probably. It's, looking here, it says there was 20 kilos in a Honda Accord.
That's fucking racist.
All
She
good
clearly
drug
drives a
dealers
Honda
keep the
Civic.
shit in their car. All good drug dealers keep the shit in the car, so they can be like, It's not in my house though. Shit's in your car though. It's in your parking lot, in your driveway."
Yeah, but that doesn't count. How do you even know that's my car?
No, you can say someone put it in there. You know, like if it's in your house, you can't be like, "Oh, someone put that there." Like, it's your fucking house. Did you know someone broke in your house? But I'm curious, man. I'll stay tuned to the news and see if they find out what the deal was. Either way, they probably took her gun. You know, so that's what we're talking about, having a backup to your fucking shit. Because they probably took her shit. And now her address is out there like
They're
that.
telling everyone where the fuck she lives.
Mm-hmm.
The part that like got me was like they fucking bleep out her like swearing, but they leave the address in.
They can't monetize with curse words. Right? That's the new like YouTube rule, right? Can't fucking monetize. You curse. That's why I cursed as much as I could during that just chat. Fucking with his money. Well, I said that shit to my mom. My mom's like, "Well, it's obvious she has training." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's funny. It's the funniest shit I ever heard."
Did you see that tactical fucking barrel roll she did?
I didn't see anything like any training visible. Not that, you know, I would look any different. And I had a class. I took a class once. There's no fucking
She
difference.
was Rob Pincus in that shit.
Yeah, she was fearless, is what she was. I mean, I'm telling you, in that Facebook group, there's guys, not the main guys, not the mods, but like guys in there fucking critiquing every little thing she's doing. You know what I mean? Like, fuck is wrong with you?
It seemed like she was
80-pound chick.
just instinctually pointing the gun at them and pulling the trigger. One hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, if they started shooting at her, she's fucking running towards them. Most people would have backed out, but maybe she had nowhere to go.
Well, I think she shot once and they started running, so then she started moving.
Oh, okay.
towards them.
they started being cowardly like right away.
Yeah.
So she saw the weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why you can't show those Asians weakness? They'll fucking pounce.
Yep, it's like math when they're doing math.
Mm-hmm. You try to back down while they're doing math, God help you.
I'm good on that. I want to know a lot about this, but I don't think we're going to find out. I want to know what kind of gun. I mean, people are like, oh, why do you want to know what kind of gun it is? I'm fucking curious. Yeah. I'm just curious, man. That shit could have been a Canic, bro. I'm just curious.
She should have had a TLR-1 HL on there.
Hell yeah.
800 lumens. This guy's selling 2 of them.
I bought a used light off a gun channel. X300 for like decent deal.
I need
Here.
another one.
Police are hoping that, I'm looking right now, police are hoping someone can help identify the other two. Really fucking strange, man.
Did Ted Cruz endorse Trump?
Yep.
Yeah, he endorsed Trump and
Endorsed Trump, but voted for Hillary.
he said he's voting for Hillary.
No,
That's
voting
No, I said he's voting Trump.
Well, that's good. I mean, what else was he going to say? Voting Gary Johnson.
Magpul PMags Gen 2 $999 $1,500 no limit.
DSG has 10 PMags for $89 right now.
You know what I want? That fucking $70 D60 mag you found.
Yep, I get that tomorrow.
Looking at this fucking Daily Caller, I think they're conservative people. The Daily Caller website. And they do the whole story on the thing. And then at the very end it says, Georgia State requires no registration of handguns. Requires a background check before legally obtaining a patent. Like, thanks for the little, like, law. Fun shit. The D60s, man, they're fucking $100. I see them now for $100. The woman is a local restaurant manager who was staying at a housemate's home because of work-related reasons, like because it's closer to her job.
Because she was getting the bone.
They were bagging up the fucking coke. Honestly, the house didn't look that nice enough to have like all those fucking cameras, man. Those cameras are fucking sweet.
Nah, it's not like it's $1 million camera thing. You can go to like what is it, Costco or whatever, and get a $200 kit and get a set of cameras.
No one's telling me what kind of gun it is.
Obviously, a 17. Obviously.
Yeah, it looked like a big 17.
If it was a 45 ACP, we would have even attempted it. If it was a 40, there'd be 3 dead guys.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a fucking Ruger American pistol.
She's like 3 feet tall, so it could be a 19.
Yeah, I bet you it's a fucking XD. This thing,
It was a Beretta PX4 Storm.
It was a Ruger American.
That's what it looks like. Do they make a 45?
It was a Springfield mil-spec 45 ACP.
Thing is a fucking Springfield Saint. Dude, that bitch is a fucking saint, bro. She's shooting better than Rocky Guns, man.
It was a VP9 with a threaded barrel.
Rocky Guns couldn't shoot like that. I can tell you that.
No, they have to be 25 yards away.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. That's just crazy, man.
Flippy, why don't you have this Ultra Bel Air 2 9mm?
The fuck is that?
I'm not sure you're talking about.
It's a Kimber with like a baby blue frame.
You gotta be kidding me.
Ivory grips and high polished stainless controls sliding barrel.
You gotta be kidding me.
No.
I can't believe how many questions Island Z got off tonight on the Sheriff of Baghdad video, because usually he asks questions and not one of them shits gets answered. It's not his fault or anything. It's just the timing is so bad. Like he'll be asking his question like as soon as dude starts answering another question. He's not going to see that shit. Like it's scrolling, you know. But tonight, man, holy shit.
Well, I wasn't here earlier tonight, so try to give me a brief summary of what you're talking about.
There's this guy named John McPhee, and he's a firearms instructor guy, and he does a Facebook Live show where he takes questions. But he used to do a podcast every week, and those were really, really good, like super good, like probably better than this question stuff he's doing. But this is so much easier for him to do, like when he's traveling. And the podcast seemed like such a pain in the ass for him. He'd get a guest and they'd sit around and kick it for like a fucking hour and a half or whatever. But this was just and you know, he just answers questions. So his show is usually as good as the questions he gets.
What's the name of the channel?
Sheriff of Baghdad, I guess. On Facebook. It's not YouTube. He does Facebook Live. Yeah.
Oh.
He does Facebook Live.
Yeah.
I hate Facebook, man. I hate it. I mean, Larry Vickers does the same shit. He does like a Facebook Live thing, and it just sucks. But
Fuck that Facebook Live bullshit. The fucking Facebook Live caused me to lose like half of my tabs.
I fucking hate it. Anyway, he asked some good questions. He's asking about fucking brass knuckles and shit. G-Web's, he asked G-Web's question about favorite non-profit pro Second Amendment, pro veterans like charities. That was a cool one. Good stuff.
G-Web's asked that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he answered for like 10 minutes or whatever. It was a good one. The show's only an hour.
Yeah, it's a group that I haven't heard of before called Force Network, and they take contributions from people as donors, but then the recipients of the funding is determined by like what's needed at the time. So it's not like you're always donating to the Marines or you're always donating to flood relief or this or that or the other. It's determined by a board on things, so they'll take the funds and then direct them as needed. But it sounds like an concept.
I thought he was going to tell you like, oh, because he lives like near the base in Fort Bragg, I guess still. And something on his podcast, he used to talk about like he would just donate his time. Like he would go hang out with these guys, talk to them and stuff, help them if they were super depressed, had PTSD, struggling and shit. And like he used to talk about like just doing stuff, like personally doing stuff. I don't know what he was saying, but I've heard him talk about that 22 stuff, and I don't know, it bothers him, I guess, just because like all the 22 veterans a day committing suicide. I I think it was like they try to kind of make it seem like it's all the guys who fought in the Iraq-Afghanistan conflict or something like that. And he had statistics. He was like, man, it's like mostly older vets and Vietnam vets.
I mean, I
And
never got that impression.
Oh, the 22 thing?
No, well, I mean the impression that it was all more recent vets.
On Instagram, you kind of do. I mean, it's like a lot of because it's the younger people that are into it, you know, that are
I mean,
promoting it.
but because I'm not into Instagram, maybe that's why I didn't get that vibe.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's everything from World War II vets up to, you know, guys that are, you know, in the service and just got home from an extended stay somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been in the military. Don't know anything about it. I just know that number and that campaign on Instagram and Facebook and stuff. And they don't really. I don't think so. I'm like, I don't. But he probably knows more than me about it. So, because he was active duty until like fucking a few years ago, like 5 years ago. Or something.
What are you trying to hunt down? I have no idea.
Hey, Dead Horse, you there?
Yo.
You see that $22 mark I put in the side chat?
Ooh.
Looks fancy.
Yeah.
Is that any good? You ever shoot one of them?
Go with a Colt Woodsman or a Ruger Mark II. Stay away from the Mark IIIs. The 22-45 is all right, but the Mark IIs are still where it's at.
So this Browning buck mark is garbage?
No, I wouldn't say it's garbage.
It's not garbage. It's just
better options.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what everyone on the Rimfire forum says.
I mean, if you like it, if you pick that thing up and it's like the perfect match for your hand, or it's like super comfortable, or you like some aspect of it, it's a decent price and it's a worthwhile gun. But it's a dead end. There's no accessories for it to speak of, and
Yeah, I don't like that.
Expensive. Not that there's a ton of options for like a Mark II or something, but well, there are. There's a billion options for the Mark II. You know?
Aren't those Colt Woodsmen like $1,000 now and stuff like that?
No, I see them still for 500-600.
Do they still make? Does Colt still make them?
No.
I have no. They're old, but they're got value just because they're old and they don't make them anymore.
Does Colt still service them or like parts, spare parts?
Hell no. It's like in the 60s.
Well, that's what I thought. That the only
About a
real
gun
ones
that
up
was made mainly back in the 30s.
that the only new ones were the Rugers, and obviously this Browning.
Smith & Wesson makes one looks like that.
Oh.
Smith & Wesson just came out with a new one that's sort of like a buck.
The Victory?
Mm-hmm.
Smith & Wesson makes some good feeding 22s in the past few years.
They sure do.
I think Ruger needs to make like a precision SR-22 because that gun I had a long time ago, that shit was fucking nice, man, and it fed all kinds of shit, and it was sweet. It's too bad that it's like it wasn't very accurate. I don't know.
You want to see some pictures down?
Sure.
I don't know who was in here before. I'm going to show them off.
All right, I'm gonna head off to bed later.
Flippy can't have one. Too much for Flippy.
Flippy
One,
can't hang.
one go through with just the bullet thing is enough.
Bullet thing.
Bedtime for Flippy.
Dude, that bitch, that
The
fucking
bullet
chick in
collection.
Atlanta was bullet time like Max Payne, dude. This girl needs her own video game, man.
Like Max Headroom?
Who dat?
Yeah. I'd play that video game.
Need your own special edition Glock.
Oh, I'm tired.
That's true.
You know, last time I was in a chat, Moon, you were about to go off and take a nap.
Yeah, I did take a nap, and I woke up at like midnight and joined the chat again.
Well,
What a
I've been
smart
up ever
decision.
since before you took a nap, and I'm still awake.
Well, aren't you special?
He's calling you out, dude.
I was up since 5 Friday morning.
All right, all right.
Can you see this?
Yeah.
It's too late to do laundry, I'll tell you that.
So these drawers here are like map drawers, you know, big flat drawers.
Right.
That's what they look like.
Oh my goodness.
These are the 50s. So the 50s, he collects everything from like 1890 to today in military and police calibers. So like the 50s are like one of these like one of these, what do you call like the stack of drawers is like the US, and then another half of it is like the foreign 50s. And that's the only pictures I took of in this setup. Like it was actually on the other side here. But this is like a drawer of 50 dummies. Oops. So that's the one dummies. You can tell they're all a bunch of different kind of dummies. And then these are like electronically ignited ones. I don't know what they're for. We were trying to speculate on that. Here's a bunch of those plastic kind of like I got one of.
Well, was that an attempt at going primerless?
No, this is for something. They say like engraved on the side there, like caliber 50 BMG, like in military nomenclature. Like they're officially like this, but it could have been experimental. He's mostly into experimental and prototypes and evolution type of stuff. So, and this is when I was first kind of getting to know him, and I was like, "Is it okay if I open this drawer?" So I wasn't like, I wasn't at all comfortable yet. I was just kind of exploring. And so there's some of the different kind of projectiles, for different types of uses and stuff. And I took this picture of a bunch of just projectiles that were in the drawers. So that was
that's a cool photo by itself, the different projectiles.
Seriously. And that was like no prep at all. That's like literally just picking through like one of these drawers and like taking some that look different from each other. So hopefully I'll be able to go back and now know what's there or whatever, right? So this is the drawers of the 762 by 39. I just opened up a few of the drawers that had like interesting colors or shapes or whatever, but this is going down through the drawers of 762 by 39 to give you an idea how much just 762 by 39 there are.
That's insane,
isn't it? So, and this is just the 762 by 39. The cabinets along this wall, he has like the 5.4 and the 223 and the 3030. So he definitely knows more about 762 by 39 than I do. So I'll be hopefully there again to go into these with more depth. But that's
so how
why.
long were you there?
A few hours. I didn't want to wear out my welcome, but I hopefully I can go back. And now I know more of what's there. So this is just a bunch of the pictures of the 762 by 39s and various, whatever I could do, just like digging through and looking and seeing what the scope of everything was.
Now, does he have like any sort of like written index that says this bullet has this type of tip or?
Yep. See all this? Like little labels on them?
Okay.
I had talked to him about questions like that too, but yeah, he puts a little label on everything, and then there's a card. So like 5812, you go find that 5812 card, and it's like where he got it, what it is, why it's special, what's different about it, or whatever. So I did that on this thing actually. You can barely see in this picture, but it's one of these plastic tubes, specimen type of tubes, with a 22 shirt in it and some kind of a cleaning rod, like a push rod. And then there must be something like a projectile in here that associates with it that, uses a 22 short as a subcaliber insert to a 7.62 by 39. And I know it was in the Finland drawer, so it's something from Finland, but I couldn't find it in my diggings around. I'm going to have to look for that again.
In the Finland drawer.
These are the feet of the dog that was hanging out with me while I was there.
No. What are those colored projectiles, or are those cartridges?
Like those blue ones that we'd had for like 50 BMG or 308. They're just plastic. So some of them are blanks, and some of them, this is like a dense plastic projectile that rips off. There's like actual powder and a primer, and then it shoots that thing, either as a low velocity, like indoor training aid or that kind of thing. So I don't even know. I thought I knew, but then there's like, I'm going back a few here. I don't know if you noticed, these have some sort of a clear plastic little space capsule looking projectile that snaps into the plastic cartridge looking part, and then I know that the bottom comes off. So I'm going to have to go back and double check if this is some sort of like a early simunition maybe, or if these are blanks, but I don't even know. There's way too many of them to say they are all this, I think, because these you can tell have some kind of metal thing in the front, but it's a whole plastic. Like that one I held up, these are transparent, like that. The case of these are just transparent, and you can just see the powder in there, but they're powder from like here to here. I mean, it's all powder.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start. And then the other thing is, I was there digging through stuff, and he wasn't like at my elbow the whole time, so I kept writing questions into my phone, and then whenever he'd come over, can you read the side chat?
Yeah.
So he would come over to see what's going on, but I didn't want to like wail on him with questions. So I would ask him some questions, like, for example, like he's using this white this white, what's the word, corrugated, like signboard almost. Like that's the kind of questions I was asking him. Like, do you wear gloves? Like, how do you clean them? How do you archive them? Like, do you sort them by head stamp or by country? Like, how do you sort when you have so many? And then just that kind of thing. So I was asking him like kind of those questions, not anything too specific, because I just don't know. I called him out of the blue, and I'm like, hey, let me go look at all your fucking shit. So I didn't know if he felt like sitting down and talking about 7.62 for like 7 hours. But I'm hoping to schedule a time when I can be like, dude, I really want to pick your brain on 7.62 by 39. But like whenever I was asking him and getting to know him or whatever, and then I was like, so do you have any 7.62 by 39 in the collection? And his eyes lit up, and he's like, oh yeah. And then he started, and I was like, yeah, because the thing is, like, this bothers me about, or no, he had like the little welded tanks, those little welded tanks and airplanes that they make out of cartridges, like spent paste. They weld them and then they just paint them gold, and then they sell them as like tourist trinkets or whatever. I was like, oh, you collect tanks also? That's got some of the newest head stamps. And like finished sentence, he's like, those have some of the newest head stamps. And I'm like, yeah, okay, this guy's on the same level. So yeah, I'm thinking he's definitely dug the part about or digs the part how it's real hard to figure out the factories in China and stuff. Although, like, I'm not satisfied with just knowing it's going to be difficult to know the Chinese factories. Like, he's satisfied with that because he's into all cartridges. So this is just one little facet, I'm sure, of I can't even imagine how many things he's interested in. So he's like content to leave things be and just think that's an interesting thing about 7.62 by 39. So my question is, of course, like, now how do we get past that? Like, how do we figure out from Chinese people? So he actually told me, he's like, well, there's a guy in New Zealand who speaks fluent Chinese. But the problem is he's into like bigger ordnance, so you might be able to get like started with him, but I don't know if he's actually done that specific stuff. But I told you I joined that club when this guy, like, are you a member? I'm like, yeah, I should be a member. So now that I'm in this club, I'm thinking if I really want to pursue this, I can probably network with some people that might help me track down. I might just be the only one who's willing to tackle such a crazy undocumented aspect of shit. It's way easier.
Monsters project.
Yeah, it's way easier to like document 45 ACP used by the U.S. military because like every fucking thing was written in English and put somewhere. It's just a matter of finding it all and then knowing about the whole thing. This will be kind of tougher. But holy moly, I don't know. I told him I don't know if I should be impressed or intimidated, but at least I have an idea of now like what the scope can be. Like I thought I had a lot of ammo. You know, I thought like hours ago that I used to have a lot of 7.62 by 39 ammo. Now I know.
Yeah.
You know what kind of level I'm going to need. What kind of I physically know how much room I'm going to need to get an actual specimen collection now.
Right.
I mean, it can't be much more than what this guy fucking has. He has a lot of shit.
Did you show him the 22 short, the 22 short?
No, the little tiny one I have? Or are you talking about the one in his own drawer?
The one in his drawer.
Yeah, I was like, what's up with this one? Because I did tell him I was into 22 shorts, and he's like, oh, it's interesting, but I'm only into military and police stuff, so you know, I don't really get into shorts very much. So then he's like, unless it's in here somewhere, like unless it has something to do with something. So that's a specific case where it has to do with something. And that's where he showed me, like, I don't remember that, but here's where you go look it up. And it had notes there, but not like complete notes. Like I'd have to still look at the other piece of it and figure out what the hell was going on. But I suspect that was some sort of experimental thing or testing thing. I don't know. And then stuff like I was asking him about the 22 Swift, like if he had one of those U.S. like made 7.62 by 39s they made out of 22 Swifts for a while when we still had their captured guns, but we didn't have any of their captured ammo yet. And like, oh no, I never like thought about that, but if I do, it'd be in my 22 Swifts. So like that's how he organizes it by what it came from as opposed to what it's being wildcatted into. So that's kind of interesting.
So did he say like how he originally, what sparked his interest?
I think he's just been collecting his whole life, and it just, you know, became a thing that he does. I don't know. I have to talk to him more about, you know, he keeps it private. So he's internationally known among cartridge collectors, but it's not like he has a fucking welcome sign up front and like, please come in and bother me about my fucking bullets or whatever. So
Right.
I don't know where he is with me talking about that, but I know that he basically devotes his time to, because he's retired now, just working on his collection and taking pictures for people. Like if you're writing a book or if you're doing something and you need to know like what these three look like next to each other, or do you have that one experimental such and such, you know, he supplies people with the pictures for it. And he's pretty active from what I've been able to research now that I'm in that group. Like he's a very, what would you call like a mentor? He like helps people who are getting into collecting or need, you know, with that kind of collection, I suspect that he can offer like, here's what you're going to need. Here's the spectrum of what you're going to collect from here to here. And then he was good at like, I go, well, now I'm thinking about my 50 BMGs, right? And I went up to Big Sandy. So I went to Vegas and I saw that guy had a whole bunch of different colors of 50 BMG on a belt. And I was like, oh snap, I need to get one of these, right? That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. So I started to accumulate that. Now I'm all happy because my belt is like, what, maybe 2 feet long or something with specimens on it. But then when I went to Big Sandy, I bought, I don't know, let's say a lot of 50 BMG because it's very cheap when you buy it from dudes that just shoot it into a mountain. Like they're not paying a lot for their 50 BMG, so they sell it pretty cheap. So I bought way more than I needed because I figured, what the hell, I have a cheap source of 50 BMG here. And I ended up with like just a shit ton of head stamps, like from the World War II years and before. So I'm like, well, shit, you know, I started out collecting just projectiles, different colors and types of projectiles. And then I have like that one spotter one that's a little bit shorter than normal. And then I've kind of got a salt and pepper shaker or whatever. But mostly I just have projectiles. And then I'm like, well, shit, do I start collecting head stamps on something as big as a 50 BMG? Because think about it, like however many factories there were, however many years they made them, it could be dozens and dozens of freaking 50s that are identical basically, except they have a different number on the bottom. So, you know, I run into that with 7.62 by 39 already. I'm like, do I really need, you know, 700 versions of the Chinese ones because they just have different dates on them or whatever?
Right.
So I was like, you know, I was asking him that kind of thing, and he's like, oh, that's an excellent thing. Like, so in other words, this wasn't like the first time I asked him any question I asked him. He'd heard it a million times, and he heard it so many times, and he's the kind of guy who's like a coach or a mentor that he had like a way to answer me with like completeness, but also to allow me to reach my own conclusion. So he's like, well, that's a good question, but do you want to start with maybe the beginning of World War II and end with the end of World War II? Because that's an achievable goal for head stamps. So it's like, it was crazy. It was so cool. Like going, it's like talking to a Kung Fu master. You didn't realize you were going to be talking to a Kung Fu master or something. It was kind of neat.
Right.
Anyway, so I've been hearing on the web that he's very much, he's always been like that for like decades. So people know who he is and stuff if you're into cartridges, but obviously I just became, just took it to the next level for me. So I told him I'd volunteer anytime he needs to like organize the 7.62s for sure in the 50s. I'm sure he has other people that will help him with 50s. That's pretty popular. But I'm really looking forward to that. I would clear up like a day and just volunteer over there to help him document all the 7.62 by 39s, because obviously that would help me figure out what there are, what there are to collect. So I had a great afternoon.
Well, that's great.
And hopefully I'll be able to go back. Like I say, he seemed pretty cool.
Well, I mean, did he say, well, next time you have some questions, give me a ring or something like that?
Yeah, he pretty much left it with like, see you next time. Thanks for coming out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like, I just don't want to bother. Like I say, I'm just met him, so I don't really. He says, when somebody's trying to be nice and welcome, being cordial or whatever, doesn't really mean like, yeah, just come up and bother me anytime you want. But it does sound like he has people helping him with like various projects and constant requests. Like he constantly has requests, and I was asking him like, how do you prioritize that between like military, like law enforcement? They'll call him for like whatever they need for like court cases and stuff. He's like, that's interesting and everything, but then there's also people that are researching history books or stuff and need specimen pictures. So it's like, I hate to do one thing because he doesn't get paid for any of it. He's just doing it for the love of doing it. So it's like he's telling me his philosophy on how to manage that amount. There's only so much time in day, and he wants to be able to enjoy his collection, and how he's got people helping him to do some other projects like I say. So I'm not sure what it'll all turn into, but I'm definitely, like I say, willing to give him like a day a week for a while and just go over there and dig in and just see what it's like to be around a guy who knows that much stuff about that much stuff. He says he's pretty good still at like when he sees something he doesn't have yet to like know that he doesn't have it. I imagine it's a little different once you've like pretty much got everything there is and you've got an idea of what all there is to know when something unique comes along. It's a little different when you don't even know what's out there and you're just like having to grab everything new that comes along. Plus, I can't even imagine how many questions I could ask him on like tips on where do you find this stuff, because he must have done all of this before the freaking internet even. Like, how do you acquire the crazy shit from other countries and eras without even the internet to help you?
Well, I imagine, going back to the days of catalogs in the mail, that sort of thing, where, somebody's selling, whether it be individual things or selling their collection of X, Y, or Z. And it's just Joe the farmer in Iowa brought back his dad's stuff, and his dad is gone, so he wants to sell it. Well, sometimes you sell it, you take what you want, and then you sell the rest.
Maybe it's going to like surplus stores or something that kind of that stuff would would tend to acquire or accumulate. They'd collect a couple of different collections like that, put them on the wall, and then somebody gets it from them.
That, and he was around when gun shows were as common as gas stations.
But the thing is, just look at those 7.62 by 39s, and I didn't even get a picture of all of them. I've just got pictures of the ones that I hadn't seen before that I thought I might be able to dig into a little bit, but I didn't take pictures of like the drawers of ones that were just kind of all similar, right? They're just different head stamps and stuff. But I can't even fathom like how long it would take you just to acquire the 7.62 by 39s. And then he's got more 50s than I even knew. I couldn't even have imagined how many varieties of 50s there would be. And I mean, even if you don't count the head stamps and stuff, just all those different projectiles and stuff, I knew there was some weird ones, but not drawers and drawers of weird shapes, So to do that with every caliber since 1890, because I was like, do you like the 50 BMGs? He's like, the 50s are cool. The 60s were cool. I'm like, the 60s? I don't think I've ever heard that. He's like, yeah, they only lasted for 13 years, from like 1950 to 1963. And yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine how many things have happened and then didn't stick around.
Did he add anything to as far as like why they faded out?
No, because I didn't want to get into shit that I don't even know about. You know what I mean? Because I could sit there all day with them talking about shit that I don't even know about. So I wanted to kind of steer it back to, first I kind of had the idea to like introduce myself and make sure he knew that I wasn't some kind of weirdo or whatever. So he let me in, you know, kind of without knowing who the hell I am. And then then I wanted to find out, then I wanted to answer questions because he did have questions. I'm assuming, you know, he wants to vet people that he's going to allow into here. And then I was asking him, like, say, kind of collector's questions, just because I seriously had questions like, should I be using my gloves, or like, should I use Brasso or whatever? And then questions about like,
say about that about
he doesn't do nothing. He doesn't put on gloves. He doesn't treat any of his bullets at all. He's like, brass is brass. You shouldn't have any problems. If your brass gets corroded, then it was going to get corroded. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. There's bad brass. So, but he said the one thing that I didn't know about is he said you want to have like clear shoe polish or clear nail polish for your lead. So when I've got lead projectiles just sitting there being lead, to cover those, because you know how they get all white and gross after a while. He's like, that'll prevent that, and that's worse than anything that happens to the cases. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know why or care really, but I'm gonna take his advice on that, because I do have a bunch of them that are gross. Because every single one of my rifle cartridges is literally either I bought somebody else's collection or I like found it on the ground at the range. Like I've never paid. I've only paid for one rifle bullet ever, some giant one for like rhinoceros or elephant, just to have a novelty one that's as big as your finger. But every other one I've just found, or like it kind of came along. So they're in all different levels of like old and shitty. So I'll probably get some clear nail polish, I think, and paint those. But I was mostly asking questions like just the general stuff, like his drawers, you know, if you can use map drawers, because their bullets are way heavier than paper, you know, and just little stuff like the corrugated cardboard and I don't know, I'm trying to remember what other interesting ones I might have asked him. I was also trying to not overwhelm him. So I wrote down a bunch that I don't know if I actually got answers to. And a couple of times he's older, so I would say something, he didn't quite hear it, and he answered something else, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. Like, you know, it's still valid, thank you. And I didn't want to go back and bug him about the first one.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure he's at the point where he probably need to, you know, to get like an hour and a half tops at a time.
That's what I'm also thinking, is I don't want to wear out my welcome by just overwhelming them, especially till I can get some kind of routine. So if I can go out there again, and that's the other thing is, you know, when you're trying to make friends with somebody like this, I'm thinking like, what do I have to offer you? Like, what can I help you with, or at least contribute, right, to the effort? So I don't think I own any bullets that he doesn't. Like I say, the best I could offer is some time to help him do some tasks or whatever. So I'm thinking, if I can get in with that, then I'll be able to ask him all the questions I can come up with.
Yeah.
Because I came up with specific ones like
which may be able to offer that he might be interested in is, you know, does he have somebody literally that local that is also as interested as you are, and he may or he may not.
Yeah, he does. That's why I'm encouraged. He's got guys coming in on the regular to help him with projects, specific projects. So that's why I'm hoping if I can be another asset for him, and if I'm assuming he doesn't already have somebody doing 7.62 by 39, judging from the level of dust that are on these, like I don't think they've been fiddled with, you know, for a while. So if he doesn't either, number one, mind if I do it, or two, if he's down, I mean, he definitely, his eyes perked up when I told him how much I dig 7.62 by 39. I think it's a unique round, and it, you know, as far as collecting, because of its number of countries and its significance and all that. So I think he appreciates it just because of what it is, I think. And then, so in other words, he might just be interested in another project that's about that, just because I'm interested in, like you say, I'm here and I'm willing to do it, because he's definitely open to let me take the pictures. I mean, he wouldn't want me to like be uncourteous to his privacy or whatever, but you know, if I'm taking a picture of a bullet, he doesn't give a shit about a picture of a bullet. So I'm thinking, man, I can't even imagine how many ways I could put up just a whole bunch of different countries, like the range, all the Chinese, different types of Chinese next to each other, different kind of Russians next to each other. I could pull out a whole bunch of 1950s and put them next to each other just to see the variety, how they looked from the various countries in the 1 year, all the different prototypes and stuff. So I got to figure out. I know I've seen other people who he's let in to photograph, and they've talked about being there for days at a time because they'll come from out of town and stay here for a while to do it. And they'll have whatever amount of projects of their own, and then they'll usually volunteer to do other people's projects for them while they're here. And that's where I've gotten all my info really about them from people saying, like, I'm down here to research such and such. If you want me to take pictures or anything, let me know. And then somebody would be like, can you get me the 545 explosive round? Or like, get me the packaging from such and such. I can't find that online. And then they'll just take that specific picture for that person, kind of thing. So he does, he needs that kind of help. And then, if I can go in there and help him every Tuesday for an hour or two and take care of shit like that for him, I'm sure I'll glean enough information to make it super freaking worth my while, make it super fun.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if he'll be up to doing like interviews and stuff yet. I didn't even know.
Yeah, probably not at this point.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too much into that until, if I can do maybe something like I do with Dan, where I'm just like, hey, do you mind if I just record audio and just ask you a few questions? And then, because I would like to do that for the 762x39 stuff, just to have it documented. And even if he says, I don't want that to go public, just so I have it so that when whatever I write, I'll have actual reference and not just my memory.
Right.
So I'm hoping he'll do okay with that. And like I say, I'm hoping to at least go in and see the 762x39 for like a whole day, just nothing but digging into that. And then a whole nother day of the 50 BMG. And then I could probably hold my interest with 45 ACP pretty easily. And even though I don't like it, I bet you his 9mm would make everybody's jaws drop, right? If he's had this kind of interest and he's got, I can't even imagine how much shit gets made in 9mm.
Yeah.
All the different prototypes and weird shit.
Yeah, I was just joking earlier, but I'd still like to see.
It'd be interesting just to know if he had those. Well, I forget what they call them, like those gyro bullets.
Oh, dude, I didn't want to get, because I only had X amount of time. I figured, but he had gyro jets all over the freaking place. There was a whole. It wasn't like he said he doesn't build those boards. There's bullet boards. People put together bullet boards,
right,
with display stuff. I was looking at one of those with gyro jets, and it was like ones that are like as big around as a soda can, and then the normal ones that are like size of a 9mm bullet. So and all different kinds in between. So I was asking him because he had a couple that looked like they were from the factory for AK stuff, and he said that he didn't make any of those. Like those were all somebody else made them. He just happens to have them there. So I'm guessing that gyrojet one, was pretty darn cool. And I'm guessing if he's got them on that board, he probably has them somewhere in there. I didn't even get into asking him, just like, what's the weirdest shit you got? Or what's the...
Yeah.
Oh, and I was going through the 50s. I don't know if I said this because I said this earlier to those guys, but when we were going through the 50s, I was like, do you have any Rufus? I want to see, if you don't mind, I'd like to see your different Rufus ones, because I assumed he had a assortment of them. I wanted to see what his paint jobs look like compared to mine, and then compared to the couple I've seen at gun shows that I thought were counterfeit. And so I'm looking at he has maybe 6 or 8 Rufuses down there. They're all different from each other, but they all have basically identical painting, which is just like mine. And I'm pretty sure I know where mine came from because I got it from a guy. And he had no reason to lie to me. I know what he knew anyway. So I'm pretty sure I know what aircraft or whatever mine came from. And then his look exactly like it. And the ones I've seen at shows look a lot more like somebody just painted them with spray paint or something. And so I was like, would you consider the Rufus like the most, whatever, like exotic or the most potent of 50s? And he's like, well, maybe of the most potent of the the mass produced ones. But he's like, no, not if you'd count like experimental and prototypes. And I'm like, damn it, makes total sense. Like there's probably, he's like, they can put a lot of stuff into a 50 BMG. So I didn't even get into asking him, like, let's go down that road for a little while. What are the craziest things they shove into 50 BMGs?
Yeah, that's well. You literally touched just the tip of the iceberg.
Seriously. Well, see, too, I told him I was doing. He's like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Well, I basically play show and tell on the internet, and I've been playing with this bullet of the day thing. I'm just starting it, but if that catches on at all and people like that shit at all, now I have literally access to the craziest fucking shit on the planet, like literally the craziest shit. And if that guy can give me, if he doesn't mind if I audio record, me holding some crazy ass projectile and him telling us what about it, I mean, that could be just super cool." I think he liked the idea. I tried to explain to him that, I try to do stuff online that doesn't just sell whatever the newest marketing is, like whatever the newest bullet shape is or the new bullet marketing. Like, I don't do that so much as like show people how neat it is to how, what part of history these are. And maybe they like maybe these are, an example of like when technology changed from this to that, or like when attitudes towards military or war changed or whatever. And it was like, oh, that's interesting. Although again, I can't imagine somebody who's been collecting specifically ammunition for so long, he's probably heard about every reason why somebody would collect ammunition under the sun, right? Although that might be an interesting thing to talk about too, is just what people collect and why, and what are some of the most extreme collectors he's seen, or maybe what's the majority of the collectors, or like at what level, because he must also have some insight as to like how elaborate most collectors get, because obviously seeing this collection, that it's going to take literally a building to fill it all, or like a giant warehouse to fill it all, like an actual extra, you'd have to take your whole house up for it, right? Or have a huge house just to hold it all. So where do most collections stop? Do people get a bullet board and then are satisfied, or do they end up devoting a room to it if they get crazy hooked on it?
Right. Well, I got to get to bed. I'm exhausted. We'll catch you guys tomorrow.
See you down.
All right, later, Santa. That's pretty cool, G-Webs. I'd be interested in hearing about all those 50s and different military rounds. That would definitely interest me.
Yeah, like I say, if he'll be down with letting me record while he's talking, then that would be an infinite amount of things. I'm guessing the other people that help him too must know stuff about ammo. They're not, they're not going to go dig into something like that without being super interested and probably knowledgeable about it.
Yeah, like did the Japanese make their own ammo?
Oh fuck yeah! I didn't even get into that. I was thinking about, should I bring some of my pieces over that I had questions about, and I'm like, nah, that's kind of a lame. I'm taking a bunch of stuff to a guy that has all of it already. But I do have like a couple of bullets that I don't know what the fuck they are. I don't know what they are. They're weird little necked bullets, and they don't have any head stamps on them. So unless I started like holding them up to every other bullet in the world on the internet, I don't even know where to start. I think one of them is a Nambu, but or else it's some German gun. But I kind of thought about bringing that over. I says, well, no, wait, did he say just U.S.? No, I think he said all military and police.
Well, yeah, he had different countries.
He had all the different countries AK, and he had all the different countries of BMG.
I didn't know so many different countries made 50 BMG.
Yeah, I didn't either until I was thinking about it, and I'm like, well, that's pretty common round. We give our guns to everybody all the time, so they probably, all kinds of people probably make 5.56 and 50 and 308, besides us.
Yep.
It was pretty crazy chat for a Friday night. Edge's chat was fucking crazy busy, and then I guess Heavy's was doing all right, and then this one kept going for a while.
Yeah, I was sleeping. So
Everybody
gotta watch it.
excited for Monday. It was like a energy in the air.
Just the debates.
Yeah.
Were the debates on tonight?
No.
No, there might be, but everybody's freaking out about all the riots, I guess, and getting all ready for them. Hillary's been weird as shit lately. I hope she goes out there and does something weird. Just freaks everybody out. Does something totally, like, odd. And nobody has confidence in her after that.
Like her head spins a full 360.
Have you seen the ones where they say, like, claim our eyes twitch? I've seen one where they're like, Hillary's like proof of stroke or whatever. Look at her eyes twitch in these videos. And they keep showing the same little freaking clip of video over and over and over. And it doesn't make it any more clear, and you can't tell what the hell they're talking about. And then I watched like way too much of that video, and then towards like 3/4 into that video, there is a little clip where you can actually see her one fucking eye just take off on its own for a little while and come back. And I'm like, well, that was creepy. And unless it was photoshopped or something, I would think some doctor would be able to look at that and go, oh yeah, that's like a symptom of whatever the fucked up brain cancer she has. But that was like, your eyes don't just normally like go independently of each other, you know?
Yeah.
Like what little I remember of EMT, when pupils ain't doing exactly the same thing, that's fucked up. So, yeah, something like that, I mean, happened where she like spazzes out like she does, and you know, like when the balloons happen. She has one of those little seizures or something.
I'm gonna watch it. Hillary's crazy eye video.
She did a weird speech last night too, where she started yelling at the cameras.
Yeah, the one where she's like, how come I'm not 50 points ahead? Like, she's out of touch in that shit. That's what I'm thinking. She could do something just strange as shit and like lose even more confidence. Like,
And the videos from the DMC where she had her seizures and that. I have a daughter that has some epilepsy problems, and they look just like the same thing to me.
like where she catches it.
Oh yeah, but where back in her head and all that. I know the first time my daughter had a seizure, I went crazy, and I couldn't handle it, and I ended up calling 911. But
Well, you're
from
talking
what I've seen on those videos,
like where you shake, like an actual seizure. Because this is like a spasm, is what I'd call what she did. Like that was like a spasm, right? And I guess at least I think I seen some doctor try to write off, like when there was that thing with the reporter and everything. And they're like, see, she has this like seizure like moment, and then she knows it's happening, so then she does additional shit to make it look like she was just laughing weird or whatever. And that's where I'm thinking she has like spasm, and she like figures out mid spasm that it's happening, and then she tries to play it off, so that's why she looks all like odd and weird sometimes.
and I can believe that too, because my daughter has learned how to handle them, and she hides them from us.
Well, it's not even like hiding, right? It's just you figure out that it's happening. It's just like a Charlie horse or something. You just lean into it, and you're back to whatever you were talking about or whatever, right? I think she's doing it, just casually, but I think that's an indication that she's got ailments or whatever, right? Anyway, so I'm hoping that'll, I don't know, like I say, lose even more confidence.
Yeah, you, me, both. I hope it eliminates her, but
I've not met anybody that supports her, like in real life. Nobody.
I don't know. Her eye seems to go over further than like normal, but
One eye seen it, she's looking to the right, and her one eye goes up, like looks up, and her other eye is still looking over to the right, and then it goes back, and they both look to the right, and it goes normal again.
definitely weird.
and if you search the internet, there's all kinds of weird too. But everybody has their opinion. But
This one little 5-second one is the best. It's like Photoshop or whatever. But she's like starts out cross-eyed, and then her one eye just like looks over to the left real quick. It's funny. It's called Hillary Clinton. Crazy eyes.
The thing is, it doesn't even have to be like a doctor diagnosis or anything. It just has to be weird enough that people are like, you watching cartoon?
What the hell was that?
That's like cartoon being fast forwarded.
The debates are going to be awesome. Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope Trump makes a good showing there and keeps his cool and does everything right.
Well, hopefully he knows what.
They were talking about like, how you would best handle, like how it would be best handled if she did like cough or something or whatever, had like you know, some kind of a conniption, and like, you know, if it would be better if he would ignore it and just like, you know, be like, okay, we'll be back when she's ready or whatever, or if he would be like, ha, look at that, and, like, which would play off better.
The first.
That's what their consensus was, but they were like, no confidence in him doing that.
I think he'd be better to keep his cool too also.
Because he already said he wishes her the best of health, and hopefully she's healthy for the debates. Stuff like that. Instead of like talking shit. So.
Damn, I just found the best cooking video that's ever happened on Facebook. You ever seen that's world's smallest lasagna?
No.
Fucking awesome. How do you make it full screen? This is definitely the best fucking cooking video it's ever fucking. It'd only be better if it was a vegan lasagna.
Oh, that's holy shit! I thought it was like a full-size stove at first until I saw like the fingers come in.
Yeah, they're doing this whole thing on kind of like, what do they call them? A dollhouse fucking stove.
But they're actually, it looks like it's actually cooking though. Like,
No, it is. They're fucking cooking the shit out of this lasagna with real ingredients and stuff.
what the hell?
There's a bunch of videos like that.
Really?
The guy does a bunch of stuff with the cooking with a small pot and small amounts of stuff. Yeah.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious. I love this.
Cooks some like little noodles and shit. Like,
You could totally make that little pan out of a soda can. This is what Hillary requires. She like wants like a party or whatever. She's like, every single appetizer has to be made this way.
Little tiny lasagna.
She'll like cut like a random one in half, and if it isn't handmade, she'll get all pissed.
If there's too much meat on one side and not enough on the other.
Yeah, she'll have that person killed.
Yeah.
With a tiny little gun a whole bunch of times.
is it just like a teacup candle he's using to cook that in that stove there, or what?
I bet she made that little oven. Dude, that's cool as shit.
That's what was for Tack Daddy. Tack Daddy's dinner.
There's like 2 drops of water in that glass.
That's clever. I gotta figure out what you said. There's more of these. I'll probably find them on the YouTube. Oh, I didn't have to look. They're at the bottom of the fucking thing. World's smallest apple pie. World's smallest, I don't know, chili maybe. World's smallest crepes. World's smallest steak and potatoes. Yeah, that's hilarious. Those cakes. Oh man, making tiny ass cupcakes.
I feel like you'd need to eat a lot of them.
And you'd be like, I made a cake and ate the whole fucking thing today.
Like, make a lot of them and sprinkle them in your cereal. Something. Sprinkle them on your Jell-O mini cupcakes. What was Yankees Bill Ruger video about?
I thought he got a new, or is that the one that he hates Ruger, or the one where he bought the new Ruger?
He bought a 41 or something caliber, and then he was saying how he's going to get that new Mark IV, the Mark II that takes down easier.
So this is just like clickbait.
Everything, and does Yankee never do anything besides click?
I'm sure he mentioned something in there where like Bill Ruger, gave in and said 10-round mags, and also like put the billboard on the side of the guns.
The video is called Bill Ruger's Betrayal and Other Reasons Not to Buy Rugers.
Yeah, so because anytime anyone ever brings up Ruger and that shit, that's what they say is he said only 10-round mags, and he put billboards on the side of the gun, so, and made the guns ugly. Like, that's what everyone always says.
Yeah, first time I heard about that was in like one of Yankee Marshall's videos. He was talking about it.
Everybody knows Bill Ruger was a sellout.
Palmetto had their D&H mags on sale for $6.99 today, and they sold out. I missed out on that shit.
Man, I'm missing out on everything because...
Yeah, I was too busy building.
I'm not buying mags. I got mags. I need ammo, and I sold my Glock 26 to get the Vickers 19. I think I'll only have 19 soon, and the 43.
Oh, damn, Palmetto has a stainless 8.5 300 blackout barrel for 80 shipped.
Well, at least he cleaned up after he made that cake. What's he gonna make?
This one just has miniature dishes. Pizza, maybe?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Little cheese.
You can make little ass cocktails with those little mini bottles of booze, maybe.
It's a little tiny treat. Where do you get the tiny little cheese grater?
That's got to be like dollhouse shit, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'll bet you there's people who make that shit. Like, legit. Like,
They're miniature kitchen things.
Well, like miniature utensils.
I've seen.
Well, for dollhouses, they got to have little stuff. But maybe, I don't know if it'd be working.
Where's the pepperoni? Is that it?
Now, see, what does he like use to heat this up? Is it just like a teacup candle? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, he shows it usually.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's the cooking fuel. That's the fuel shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just like that other one, he put 2 cakes in that little oven.
Saucy.
See, that looks like he just made that little pizza thingy there.
Looks like he made it out of sheet metal.
Yeah, or maybe aluminum can or something. No, it's too flat. Yeah, some kind of piece of metal. Except he does it with a fucking X-Acto blade. I think you get a real tiny knife.
Holy shit, like if I had like little mice, I would like, that's the way I would feed them.
I need Parmesan. I'd be pissed on Parmesan.
Like this is that, what's his name?
It's hilarious.
What's that guy's name? Like Steve Carroll? Or he's in that movie where he does like all little miniatures with mice.
Oh yeah, or in the movie, that's what he does for
Yeah.
like art or whatever.
This reminds me of that shit. Like this is something that guy would do.
You know,
What was
this
that?
guy's
Like
so
dinner?
much money though. You know, this guy's making a ton of money if these things are on the YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Dude, no.
Yeah.
Now I want like a Chihuahua that's like even smaller, just so I can eat it like this.
Wonder if this stuff tastes any good.
Yeah, I'll bet you that apple pie tastes like one bite of apple pie, maybe. It's all real stuff and like in the right ratios and shit. But look, he has milk this time. The one that was awesome, he had like eggs in a little fucking tiny thing, and he had like a little bit of clear and a little bit of yellow. Must be a syringe or whatever. What the hell is this? A double? I've already seen this one. Oh, this is cherry pie. Yeah, I'd eat the shit out of that little cherry pie. You should have a little ice cream though. Fuck.
The only problem is you can't make like tiny turkeys.
Oh, yeah, what does he use for that? Like a baby bird, maybe?
Yeah, you just make a little tiny turkey mold, and then you just like smash the meat into it.
You gotta kill like the tiniest bird ever.
Oh, these tiny people.
Banana?
No, it had like meat and stuff. I think it's tiny fajitas.
Tortilla.
Yeah, tiny fajitas like that. Oh no, it says tiny tacos. They're not tacos. Those are fucking open-faced tacos. Tortilla.
I just hope my wife never sees this video. That's the way she likes to cook. I'd starve to death.
He's gotta pour the Coke. Unless it's just like a little plastic Coke bottle.
All right, I guess it's over.
Crazy-eyed Hillary.
PSA has shields on sale for $320 ship.
Is it a real mouse being tortured? Yeah. That's messed up. This Chinese person tied a mouse to a bottle, a water bottle, by its like arms and legs. I was like messing with it.
That's all right. He'll get payback. That karma shit comes back when you fuck with animals.
Yeah, I don't know where they find this shit. So is there any new news about the mall shooting?
Just that, from what I heard, the only thing I heard is that the suspect was at large and they were looking for a Hispanic individual, and he killed, or I don't know, I can't remember if it said he shot 4 people or he killed 4 people, but it was one or the other. And that's basically all I heard.
Yeah, I just saw it on the news a little bit ago. It said it killed 4.
Well, I hope they catch him.
They said he running off with his rifle. I wonder what kind of rifle he had.
It's probably like one of those Ruger Mini 14. Those guns are evil. Go. What was that?
Sound like it. He was asking.
It's a video of a kid freaking out in a store, and then they go, "This is why condoms were invented."
Are these Clay Zions single point slings any good?
I don't know. Is that the bungee thing that you put on your pistol?
Well, these are for rifles. They're on sale at Botac for $10 a piece if you buy 3.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're a bungee, and they got that little silencer piece, the clasp.
I remember I almost bought that SIG sling.
Yeah, I got a couple of those. Those are worth it just for the QDs because they're Magpul QD. Like you can't just cut the fucking sling off, throw it away, and then you get 2 Magpul QDs for $15. It's like it's worth it just for the QDs. Like that's the cheapest way to buy Magpul QDs is to buy that sling. I shit you.
Yeah, $29.85 for 3 of them. Need one. So is the reason why Palmetto uses those triangular end caps is because they're like on the pencil barrels, and like the triangular end caps come in the .625 like diameter for the pencil barrels, but the round end caps don't, or something, or is that what it is? Like, I can't find round end caps for .625 barrel or pencil barrel.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you say you can't find triangle ones?
No, round ones for the point for a pencil barrel for a .625 diameter, like gas block area. Like, I just used some MOE ones. I only need 2 now. I need 2 round handguard caps for a pencil barrel, and I can't find them. Like, I don't even know if they make them.
So the triangle one, I don't know what what the difference is. So I see a round one on Amazon. It's the 750 diameter,
Yeah,
.750.
that's all I can find for the round ones is that diameter. I can't find a .625 one. So I'm like thinking, like, do they not make them, and that's why they're all those crappy triangular ones, or what? Like,
Triangle ones are not crappy. Yeah, I don't know.
well, they are when you're trying to put those Magpul SL handguards on them, and they don't work. And it's like, like,
That's Magpul's fault.
I know that's Magpul should have made their shit. Like the MOE ones work with them. I just put 2 of the MOE handguards on those triangular caps, and they work fine. I don't get why they just want to make the SL ones like they did the MOE ones, just to fit both.
I don't know, but you can find the triangle ones with .750. So both of them. Oh, I wouldn't even know what mine is.
625. Oh, Bravo Company has them. What? Oh, good job, Bravo Company.
Yeah.
$3 a piece. Way to save the day. I wonder if AIM has them, because AIM has free shipping on Bravo shit.
Yeah, I saw the .750 on Bravo for $3.
Yeah, they got the 625 one for $3 on their website. That's fucking awesome.
trying to see if AIM sells them now because then AIM will ship those for free. Let's see. Fighter. Okay, so at least I know they make them. At least I know someone makes them, so that's cool. I won't have to call Primary Arms and be like, can I exchange these SLs for like MOEs?
I like the SL.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it, man. Like, I was all excited to build them today, but then I was like, oh shit. Like, yeah. It's not going to work. I was hoping I could modify it, but I think the way that that SL's designed, like, it'll leave such a tiny little bit of plastic on the two upper pieces. I think it would break with any type of impact because it would just be too little plastic there to hold it if I dremelled them off. Upper receiver groups, gas blocks, vertical grips, handguards. Assembly AIM doesn't have it. Shit. Wonder how much Bravo Company is gonna want for shipping on these. Add the cart to the cards.
Like $7.
Yeah, so it's for $7 for like $6 a part.
$10 for the thing. By the time it gets to you.
Let's see here. Holy shit, $5.95 shipping.
Oh, close.
So, yeah, $12 for two.
Hey, you might as well get two.
But I'm thinking, like, I'm worried, like, I got an upper coming on Monday, and I have no idea what cap's going to be on it. Like, I don't even know. Like, and I'm going to put that MFT quad rail on it, and that has to have a round handguard cap. Like, that has to. JSC has them. Surplus ammo, okay. Fulton Armory. Sweet. Oh, it reminded me, I need to check my PSA order because I think I got a free LPK from them. So we have that was already in the guns. And then order. Yes, the MOEs, those are both in the guns. And that's in the guns. Holy shit! I got a free lower parts kit from Palmetto State Armory. That kind of like actually makes up for the shit. Like that's square. I'm okay with that. Mid-length lightweight. Upper. Double thick chrome. Da da da.
All right, guys, I'm getting off. I'll see you later.
All right, later, John.
Later.
Three, four. Round handguard cap. What size?
Alright, I just came back around and found the world's smallest lasagna again, so that means I've circled around the entire internet. Alright, well, I'm off too. Good chatting with y'all. I'll talk to you.
All right, later, She-Webs.
Webs. Well, it looks like we lost everybody, huh?
Yeah, it's Friday night. Everyone got pissed from Edge's chat earlier and probably got drunk and passed out.
I might be drunk, but I'm not passed out yet.
I wonder if Bravo Company.
I wouldn't want to go drive away. So what are you building now?
What's that?
Building now?
I can't understand you. What was that?
What gun are you building now?
Oh, I'm not building anything right now. Like, I built 3 today. Like, all live on air on gun channels. I'm done. I'm done for today. I'm taking a break. Tomorrow when I get up, I'm going to concentrate on my lightweight build, because I can build some of that, not all of it, but I can build most of it. Like everything except for like the muzzle brake and the forward assist and the fire control group, I think. But other than that, I think I can put like the whole rest of the gun together. So just to get rid of like all the loose parts, I'm going to throw that together real quick. And then I'll probably work on my 2 18-inch like SPR builds, which I can do. Gosh, on one of them, I think I can do everything, because that one's going to be like a more of a mil-spec 18-inch build, and I think I have everything to finish that one. And then my Little Red Riding Hood build, I can start on that, but I need to paint some pieces. So I got to like paint some pieces, and then I got to like, what do they call it, like color fill some pieces. And then I think I have everything pretty much to complete it. But I just got a lot of extra work to do on that gun. So tomorrow I'm going to try and get at least 2 done, maybe 3. Again tomorrow.
Now, do you build these guns to sell, or do you just build them for yourself?
Oh, I build them for myself. I've only sold 3 ARs, and that was like 4 years ago. Like,
well, that's good, because I've ever sold, I've regretted. So.
Oh, I don't like selling guns at all. Like, not even like shitty guns usually. Like, you know, like, I don't know. There's some shitty guns I've sold that I kind of regret selling. Like my little Jennings J22. I have this little chrome Jennings J22. I used to carry it in my tool bags, like when I'd work underneath houses and shit, to like for raccoons and shit. And like I even miss that like shitty little gun. Like, I wish I wouldn't have sold that. I've had a couple Derringers I miss that I've sold. Yeah, there's some guns I don't miss at all, but there's some guns I really miss.
Well, see, I can't even say that. Every gun I've ever sold, I regret selling.
Now, I've had a couple Taurus semi-autos I don't regret selling whatsoever.
I've never bought Taurus.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, yeah, so when you buy a crappy gun, then you feel different about it. Like, I've never owned a fucking Kel-Tec, so I can't I'm sure if I owned a Keltec and sold it, I probably wouldn't miss that either. So
I've never owned a Caltech either, so
yeah. Good. I think I miss every 22 I've probably ever sold. I think I miss all my 22s that I've sold over the years.
question I've always had though, is there any double stack magazines? I have really tiny hands, but I have never picked up a double stack magazine that I like in my hand.
You mean a gun that takes a double stack magazine?
Yes. I have small hands and I've never picked up one that I've liked yet.
Oh, then you should check out those cars, man. Like I think it's like the CT or CW series. They're basically like a more refined Glock, but single stack, and it's like the same size as a Glock 19, but just a single stack mag, and it's like
well, see, I carry a P9 car, and I love that gun.
Is that a single stack?
Stack.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying out one of those cars. I've had a couple opportunities to buy one. I just haven't pulled the trigger on one yet, but one day I will. I would like to try one out. That's actually what I'm thinking about getting my girlfriend for Christmas. Is the car.
Which, it's bad to say, but I probably would be like your girlfriend. My hands are probably the same size as a girl's.
Yeah, and it has like the stainless slide, so it's kind of like some bling, for her. And
yep,
it'll kind of.
But I really like my P9 car. I have a
That's
Glock.
the high-end car, right? The P9, that's the high-end car. And then like what,
Yes.
like the CTs, like the CTs like the medium grades, and the CWs like the low-end one.
Yeah, and the P9 is their high-end grade, but I typically buy the high-end grade. I don't like cheap guns.
Well, I heard the car's low-end one, their CWs, like still more refined than a Glock is. Like it's more like, there's more attention to detail and shit. Like I heard that it's like pretty much. Well, a couple of guys have told me that they think that they're better than Glock. So I don't know.
Yeah.
They haven't had one, but
This car, the P9, I had some problems with it. I had problems with the striker. They sent me parts right away. I got it repaired. So, I guess companies are what companies are. So, I also just bought a Glock 43, which is their 380. Or is that right? Did I say that right, or am I wrong now? But
the Glock 42 is the 380.
bought a Glock 42, and I like that gun, but it's not the same quality as the car that I carry every day. But I actually bought it thinking the 42, I bought it thinking I'd play with it myself and then I'd give it to my wife. But I don't think it's the same quality as the car.
From what I heard, their cars are better guns. That's what some people who've owned both have told me. So.
And I've been thinking about buying a 43, which is the 9 millimeter vision of the 42. But I don't know.
3. I got to P-Tech, and that's 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2. Three, 4. So it's just. Yeah, man, I got a free fucking lower parts kit from Palmetto State Armory. Like, that's fucking cool. Like, that totally makes up for their fuck up. Like, I'm okay with that.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, like, they send me a fucked up piece of shit, broken stock, broken dust covers, mismatched uppers. Like, you know, like, okay, you gave me like a $50 LPK for free. Okay, like, we're even. Like, I'll take that.
Well, sounds like they're treating you good anyway.
Well, I don't think they knew. I don't think they know they're treating me good. I don't think they fucking know that they sent it to me. Like, you know, like, I didn't even know. I didn't even catch on until I started building all these Palmetto State Armory uppers I ordered. Then all of a sudden I have this like extra LPK, and I'm like counting. I'm like, okay, I used 1 in this gun, 1 in this gun, 1 in this one, 1 in this one. I'm only supposed to have 4 LPKs from Palmetto State Armory. How come there's like a 5th one here in the bag? Like, where did it come from? Like, and I'm like racking my brain. I'm going through all my orders on Palmetto. Like, did I order one? Like, did not remember? No, I didn't. Like, they just do it. It came in one of the boxes, and I didn't notice. So I'm okay with that. They threw in an extra LPK. Like, they probably figure they probably were like, fuck, this guy ordered 2 of the same uppers, and like we don't have 2 of the same uppers, so we're gonna mismatch them. Well, fuck, just throw in an LPK, an extra LPK, he'll be all right. Like, that's probably what they thought.
Shows they make some profit, right?
Yeah, they tried to bribe me, man. They were like, oh shit, we better bribe this guy. The last time we sent him a fucked up upper, he called us and asked us if we took a hacksaw to it. Like, you know, I literally did. I called him up. I was like, yeah, like what kind of like CNC machines are you guys using? Or are you guys still using hacksaws to cut your uppers? He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, like this upper you saw. He looks like someone like milled it out with a hacksaw. He's like, I don't even know how that would be possible. And I'm like, either do I. But that's what it looks like.
So I take it you have pretty good luck with Palmetto then.
Yeah, I've always had pretty good luck with them. Most of the time, their shit's like really good. Like, you know, like I don't have any problems with their stuff. Like, their barrels shoot decent. They don't make they actually, as of January this year, they are making barrels in house now. So now they're making their own barrels. But before, this buying like their premium uppers, like with the FN made barrels or the Wilson Arm made barrels, I've had great luck with accuracy with those barrels. So, you know, let's see, I think these ones, I think I got 1, 2, I don't think they make their own pencils. And then, so I think I have 2 out of all the uppers I ordered this time, I think 2 of them have actual Palmetto State Armory made barrels. So I'll be able to actually try out the Palmetto State Armory made barrel and see how good it is. So, but now they're making some of their barrels, like their Freedom Nitride barrels, in-house now. So And then all their cold hammer forged chrome line barrels are FN. All their cold hammer forged nitride barrels are Wilson Arms. All their pencil barrels are Wilson Arms. So, and Wilson Arms seems to make a damn good barrel. I have several of them, so I don't.
I've always ordered from Rock River because I've been a Rock River fan.
Yeah, Rock River makes good shit. I like their A2 bus stocks. I like their carry handles. I like a lot of Rock River parts. They've always made a good, solid, no frills AR, and that's kind of what I like. Or like no frills ARs.
But I'm kind of in the process of building a 450 Bushmaster, and I see now that since these are making aftermarket rather than Remington barrels for it, so.
Then when I researched my Wildcat caliber, and I was looking into 50 Beowulf, 450 Bushmaster, 458 SOCOM. Like 458 SOCOM seemed to be the most plentiful, the easiest to get, and the most variety for ammo choices and bullet weights and so that's why I went with 458 because there was just really like I couldn't find 450 anywhere in my state for sale on the shelf, and then like 50 Beowulf, like only a couple places even had it.
Well, I have dies for 450, but I don't have 458 dies. So I've been kind of thinking. I reload too. I make all my own ammo.
Well, so yeah, if you already have the dies and shit, yeah, why not, man? Go for that shit. All you need is brass, right?
And I got some brass too. So
you can still hunt dinosaur with that shit. Like when they escape Jurassic World, man, me and you will be ready, dude. I've only shot 10 rounds out of my 458 SOCOM. I bought 20 rounds because that's all I could get. Locally, I bought 20 rounds. I shot 10, and that's all I've shot out of that gun.
Well, in my state, that is a legal caliber to hunt deer. So I could go deer hunting with that gun.
Yeah, they just barely changed the law here like a year, maybe two ago. We can hunt with like 223, 556 here now. We can hunt deer with. Oh, really? But it's got to be soft point or hollow point. But
we can't do that here yet. But
yeah,
it has to be a longer.
The law used to be like 25 caliber and above. That was the law, right? And then, but then they changed it from being 25 caliber to just any center fire caliber. So any center fire caliber, like a 218B or whatever we want, any center fire caliber we can hunt deer with.
I'd love if my state did that. Right now, it has to be a straight wall cartridge.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Like, why does that have to be a straight walled cartridge? That's like, so when you can't hunt deer with like the most popular deer hunting cartridges of all time, like the 270, the 30-06, the 300 Win Mag, the 243. Like you can't hunt deer with any of those. Like that's fucked up, dude. That's like the 270s, like the old time, like I don't know.
Well, it used to always be it had to be a shotgun zone. So they're kind of saying a straight wall cartridge is equal to a shotgun.
Like even like a 30-30, man. Like, and that's like a very prominent deer round. Tons of guys just use a 30-30, and it's not neck to much, but even that's not a straight wall case. So like, I can't believe you can't use a fucking 30-30 or a 270 Win to hunt deer with. That's like such bullshit.
But on the other hand, I probably could hit my neighbor's house with the 223 from where I live. And that's part of why the state has the laws they have in place.
Yeah, but I could hit your neighbor's house with like a 45-70. Like, there's a lot of straight walled cases that.
Well, I know.
40, or like
I'm
a
sure-
45-110, or there's a ton of straight walled cases I think that you could probably hit your neighbor's house with.
Well, I'm pretty confident that I could hit my neighbor's house with my 12 gauge shotgun that I'm shooting now. Technology has went so far with shotgun shells that I'm not afraid to take a 200-yard shot with it.
Like, I think someone told me like the 458 SOCOM I have is like a 50 caliber like AE that's like just neck down.
Yeah.
I think that's what someone told me.
Which is, I'm shooting out of my muzzle loader. The only difference is I just have one shot with it. So. I guess what it comes down to, we have people's making laws that don't understand guns.
Yeah. And then they get on like gun channels, right? And then they hear one of us make a joke about something, and they're like, "Oh, like that's real." Like, okay, so we gotta like, like a 223 can like hit the moon with the laser if you put a laser, like,
Which I have a 223 and I go out back and shoot it quite often, but every time I shoot it, I still worry about where that bullet goes. I have a range. It's not a great range, but it is nice to go out back and shoot your guns when you want to shoot them.
dude, like it's nice to shoot your guns anywhere when you want to shoot them. Like, yeah, like I want one of those fucking built-in ranges in my house. Like, I'm serious. Like, 10 yards, like 30 feet, I'm okay with that. Like, it doesn't got to be a 25-yard range. Like, nah, just 10 yards, 30 feet, all soundproofed. Just basically just like hallway is all it would be, right? It's like a 10-yard hallway that's all soundproofed with an adequate backstop, and then just, like one of those bullet traps, and like be able to shoot in your house while like someone's upstairs watching TV, and like they don't even know that you're doing anything.
I've often thought about doing that in one of my pole barns. I have one barn out back that's 100 foot long. So if I if I had a backstop in that barn, I could go out and shoot my pistol all day long. But I really don't want to perforate the back wall of it.
No, you just need some like huge ass like AR 500 plates and just angle them right, Then have like a little trap door so you can get in and clean it out and recycle all your lead and shit. Yeah.
And I've looked at that online too.
You basically just need those plates like angled right. So like it bounces off one plate, loses velocity, then hits the next plate, and then the next plate's pretty much like what stops it.
I've looked at a lot of traps online, and they basically show a piece at a 45-degree angle, welded into the dirt in a pile of sand.
Yeah.
And I've really thought about welding one of those up. Which is my next scare, which I've got a lifetime supply of powder bought. I need to order some primers, but I'm going to order some of those very soon. The problem I will have is the lead for bullets. So you're right. I need to start collecting my own lead.
Yep. And like tire weight lead and like rain gutter lead and any kind of lead.
Which I have a tire machine in my shop, but I don't like mountain tires, so I don't use it very often. Of course, the state I live in, you can't even use lead for a fishing weight anymore. It used to be all sinkers was lead.
Holy shit! They want $21 to deliver. Holy fuck, dude! For 2 of those handguard caps that I'm looking for, JSE surplus. For 2 of them, they're $3 a piece. So for $6 worth of product, literally both of those put together probably doesn't even weigh 1 ounce. So they could just like stick it in an envelope, right? They want $22.78 shipping.
That's how they make money.
Yeah, for something that doesn't even weigh an ounce, that only costs $6. Like, what the fuck? There's no way, dude. Like, I wonder if Bravo Company, I wonder if I can, see, they don't even give me the option to, like, upgrade shipping to get it here faster. Like, I want that shit here by, like, Monday. Like, if it was only, like, $5 or $10 more to get it here by Monday, I'd be like, oh, okay. Let's do that. Oh, that's right. I was going to look for Bravo Company sales or, like, coupon codes. Wonder if they have any. Okay, let's see. Bravo Tech, Bravo Company, active coupon 0. Bastards.
I can't say I haven't ran into that before.
Like, the only sales Bravo Company ever seems to have is, like, Black Friday. Like, which
yeah, next
usually
day.
I love Black Friday sales, but I'm not waiting for Black Friday this year because if Hillary's elected, because she'll be like, everyone will know if she's elected or not before Black Friday. So if she gets fucking elected, then like the Black Friday sales aren't going to be Black Friday sales. They're going to be like Black Friday ripoffs. Like everyone's just going to like double their prices for Black Friday. Like, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. Like, they're going to be like, oh, like Black Friday sale? No, like, yeah, we'll give you a sale. It's only going to be like twice the normal cost instead of 3 times.
Which is like me. Normally, Cabela's, which I live in Michigan, so Cabela's is in Dundee. Normally, they have like $5 shipping. So my plans is to order a bunch of bullets on that $5 shipping because bullets are heavy. And we'll do it before Black Friday. You can bet that.
Yeah. If you need to check to see if you have one of those Cabela's distribution centers close to you, because I have one a lot closer to me than what the store is, and then they just ship everything to that distribution center for free for me. And then I just go pick it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I just go. It's just basically a big fucking warehouse with just a little tiny office in the front of it, and you just walk in the little office, and you're like, here's my order number, and like, I got the email, my shit's in, and they go in the back, get it, and like, here you go. So I buy like all my 22 ammunition that way, because then I never have to pay anything for shipping on it, and you know, and it's a lot easier to drive 10 minutes to the distribution place than it is an hour to the store. And yeah, so like I buy a shitload of 22 ammo from Cabela's when they have their sales, and then I always have it shipped to that place.
But it has to be their distribution center.
Or like their distribution hub or whatever. And like a lot of states have them, and they'll have like a store too, but then like they'll have another building. And I didn't even know, like, I lived next to this place for years and didn't even know I was fucking there. Like, you know,
really?
Yeah. And like one day I was just like checking out at Cabela's, and it gave me the option, like under the shipping option or something, to ask me what I wanted to do. And then like it had my town's name there, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? There's a Cabela's in my town? What? And I like click on it, and yeah, it's a distribution center. I was like, shit, I can pick shit up there? That's awesome. So like the only thing, yeah, the only thing you can't pick up there is guns. Like that's it. Like anything else is like shipped there free.
Well, I'm gonna have to look into that because I live in Michigan.
A lot of stuff they already have it in stock, because a lot of times I'll buy something from them and I get the notification like an hour later, your order is ready to be picked up, because like they just already have it in stock at the distribution center. Because all that distribution center is a warehouse that holds all their shit for them, because they don't have room in the store to hold all that shit, you know. So that's all it is. Like, it's just basically a big ass warehouse. So like I would say half the time they have all my shit like already in stock. And
that might be why I get such good shipping rates from Cabela's. Usually if I order something from them, it's here next day.
Yeah, so see, you probably have a distribution place like fucking in your town or the next town over or something.
I know we have a store. I live in Michigan, so we have a store in Dundee and one in Grand Rapids. So that about the distribution center, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, and it's not advertised as like a storefront, you know, because like you don't go in there to shop because everything's in the warehouse out back, you know. So you can't go in there to like look at what they have. It's like strictly for shipping and just picking up shit. So like I said, I lived next to mine for years and years, man. Like right next to it. Like didn't even fucking know it, like what it was, or that it was even there.
That's unreal. I'll look into that. That you can bet on that. I'm going to look into that. I know I have a store in Dundee and I have one in Grand Rapids, which are both about an hour away from my house. They get stuff quick from Cabela's. And there's another spot in Florida that I order a lot of bullets from. It's called Everglades Ammo, and they do real well at shipping to me too also.
I've been buying from oh gosh, I buy a bunch of reloaded ammunition from Bite the Bullet. I've been buying loose bullets from a place called let's see, I'll have to check my email because they're always sending me emails what their name is. A couple other guys here on Gun Channels use them, so they turned me on to them. Extreme Bullets, like X dash then Treem Bullets, and they have like right now they got a special free shipping on all orders, and but yeah, they have cheap prices on like 223 and like 9mm stuff like that, loose projectiles.
Well, and that's just like, I don't know, last week I was watching, I don't remember if it was Never Enough or Yankees or whose podcast, and they mentioned Powder Valley, so I went to that website, and I have been looking for Tight Group for months, and nobody seems to have Tight Group in stock. And they had it, so I ordered some powder from them, and a day later it was here. So you pick up a lot of good knowledge from being on these chats. I will say that.
Yeah, you do.
I'm still kind of new trying to figure out how to use them, but for the most part, I got it figured out.
You just gotta like pick and choose on who you get the knowledge from, and like even like some of the like people who are well versed in certain areas, like even they'll fuck around and joke around, you know.
Now, how do you get on a chat just like Never Enough or Yankee? How do you get on their chats?
Okay, those aren't like really chats; those are shows, right? So those are considered more shows, unlike the live lobby chat, because that'll be on their channel, right? That'll appear on their channel as a show, and then it's live. Like we get to watch it live on gun channels or on YouTube or whatever while it's happening. But those are more shows, so they're taken a little bit more seriously. So basically, you just got to kind of hang around enough, participate, be in the external chat, watch the show, you know, like it just kind of like just be around for a while, and then he'll just, you know, one day when he doesn't have like that many guests because people have real life shit going on, you know, so one day he might only have 2 people that are on a show and he might want a couple more, and they'll just ask in the external chat there like, hey, anyone want to join, anyone want to da-da-da. Or sometimes, like, if they realize, like, oh, like, this guy knows all about shotguns, he's really into shotguns, tonight's chat's about shotguns, and they'll just, like, straight up send you an invite. But those shows are pretty much by, like, invite, yeah.
An invite.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I've been going back and forth with Matt on Never Enough. Maybe someday I will be able to get an invite from him then.
Okay, I'll tell you how to get an invite from him.
Okay.
Just straight up tell him that the Mossberg 88 is the best shotgun ever made. Kel-Tec is the best CCW gun ever made, and Taurus is a good gun for the money. If you say those 3 things, like, you'll be on every one of his shows.
Why?
Because then you'll be agreeing. Then he'll be like, oh, dude, this is like my brother from another mother. Like, he feels the same way I do. So, like, yeah, I'll have this guy on the show.
I don't know. I'm not sure I can lie to get on his show, though.
And then tell him the High Point 5.55 shotgun is, like, better than a Remington 870. And he'll be like, dude, you fucking sold me. Like, you have a permanent spot on my show.
See, and I'd take an 870 before a High Point, so I'm in trouble.
Like, I'm like listening to a show, right? And like some fucking kid like sends in a question, right? And it's like you can tell this is like a 16-year-old fucking kid, right? And he's like, yeah, like I'm thinking about getting my first gun. I'm thinking about getting like a Ruger 1022 as my first gun. And he's like, no, you need like a handgun and da-da. Like, dude, it's a fucking 16-year-old kid, dude. Like, and Matt's sitting here like telling this kid he needs to get like a Glock or something for his first gun. I'm like, dude, like you do realize like most human beings turn 18 before they ever turn 21. So most people's first gun usually is a rifle. You know, like you realize that's the way it works. And even as a kid, how many kids are given their first gun a pistol versus a rifle? Like if their dad was to give them a gun, like, you know, like for their first gun, like it's rifles usually come first. Like that's like the nature of things. And a 22, and this guy's like, and Matt's like, oh no, a 22 is like pointless and worthless. I'm like, dude, a 16-year-old kid probably, if he even has a job, he's probably fucking working at McDonald's or something, part-time, while going to high school, probably doesn't make anything for money. Do you think, how often is he going to be able to afford to shoot anything else other than a 22? Would you rather have him get the training and trigger time on a 22, you know, and be able to shoot a shitload more, or maybe only shoot once or twice a year because he bought a 300 Win Mag? Like, you know, like, what the fuck?
Back when I was a kid, I
Like,
guarantee
he's so
a 22 would have
he
been a
is
better
so
choice.
lost in his own fucking world, he cannot, like, look past himself and put himself in anyone else's fucking shoes, dude. So, like, anyone who asks that guy any fucking question whatsoever, like, all he can do is, like, take it from his own perspective. No matter how, like, outrageous his perspective is compared to their position, that's all he can do. Like, he cannot see past himself at all. Like, you know, like... You know, like a fucking kid could like write in and be like, "Yeah, like I'm thinking about buying this like pellet rifle or this slingshot," like, and he'd be like, "No, you need a fucking Mossberg 88. Like, you need a Taurus. It's the greatest gun."
And my first shotgun was an 870. Dad bought me was an 870.
I think my first shotgun was a Savage bolt action 410. That was my first shotgun. It was a bolt action 410. That had like...
Really?
Yeah. And I ended up... Like, I fucking ended up having to thump something. I think it was a rabbit to put it out of its misery, so I thumped it with the stock, right? And I fucking cracked the stock by thumping it. And then I had like I duct taped the stock up all in like camouflage duct tape, and then that became like my camouflaged like pheasant and chucker gun. Like I had that gun for years. I ended up selling that gun to like a Boy Scout master who like fucking probably still teaches Boy Scouts with that thing.
If I ever seen a Model 37 at a gun show, I would buy that in a heartbeat.
Was that like an Ithaca or something?
No, you're a Savage Model 37.
Is that what it was? Yeah, I don't even know, man. It was just a 410 bolt action. I think it held like 1 in the chamber and 3 in the fixed mag. And like, yeah, wood stock. It was a good little 410, like, you know, but it was still just a 410.
You know, and watching gun shows, you do not find 410s for sale anymore. They really are getting hard to find. It's really the only shotgun I do.
I mean, come on, dude. Like, when you can buy like 2 boxes of 12 gauge or 20 gauge for what 1 box of 410 costs, it's like, who the fuck wants a 410? It's like,
I know, but
you know, like,
they like me.
Well, I'm just saying, just based on like actual shooting and cost and all that, it's like, you know, for like a guy who like maybe only wants like 1 gun for like pheasants or chuckers or something like that. Like, I don't know. If
I don't know.
Cheaper, if they were like even the same price as 12 gauge, like, then I would be about it. I'd be like, okay, I'd probably still have a little snake charmer or something, a little single shot snake charmer.
But I don't own a 410, and I would like to have a 410. And I've never been able to buy one. You know, I have a 20, I have a 12, but I don't have a 410. And I've never owned a 410. So I'd kind of like to have my first 410.
The very first time I took my son pheasant hunting, I bought him this little 410 snake charmer, little single shot snake charmer. And my son could shoot. He grew up shooting, and he took like 20 fucking shots at pheasants, man. Like, didn't drop a single one, man. Like, I remember like getting so frustrated. I would like kneel down with him and was like helping him hold the gun because I was just like positive he was like, because we were only like, you know, 10 yards away from some of these birds, and like I was like positive that he was like just not aiming right, and then I couldn't hit any either. And then I gave him my 20 gauge, like very first bird that popped up after I handed him the 20 gauge. Pow! I was like, oh, dropped it. Like I was like, yeah, like, like 410, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I probably wasn't using it. Like, I probably could have been using much better loads too for it, but it's yeah, it's kind of underpowered for what it is. Like, at any kind of distance.
Yeah. But I wasn't given any boys. I have 2 girls. And I've given up on her. She's never going to shoot a gun in her life. But I think my youngest girl, I can get a gun in her hand sometime. So that's kind of why I'm thinking I want a 410 also.
Dude, just a 22, man. Just make them fall in love with the 22, and they'll fall in love with shooting all on their own. Just hand them a 22 and be like, oh, like you see all those like reactive targets. Make sure it's not paper and shit they're shooting. Make sure it's shit that actually like blows up and breaks and stuff when they shoot it. And reactive targets, and they'll fall in love with it all on their own, man. Like everyone likes to see shit break and explode, and like everyone likes to see that. So I'm telling you, that's the key to make people fall in love with shooting, especially even anti-gun people, is reactive targets and a little 22 long rifle with no recoil, like 16-inch barrel, so it's not loud. You can shoot them without even hearing protection. There's no big muzzle flash, no big boom, no scary recoil, and they will just fall in love with it all on their own. And then from there on out, then they'll be like, oh, now I want to try a shotgun. Now I want to try a bigger caliber. Now I want to. But when you try and push them into it, like that's when they're like, that's when they'll back off. You just hand them a gun and let them go.
Which, right now, they're both scared to death of them, which is okay. It's created a lot of less worries for me because of my gun room downstairs. But my youngest is to the point where I need to get her outside and make her shoot it. My oldest girl will not even walk into my gun room downstairs because I've preached so much, tell them to stay out of it. But
dude, I love it. Like on, like my name, like my screen name is like Dead Horse. Like I'm on this website right now buying this shit, and I just signed into my account, and I just noticed like when I must have made this account like way back then, I must have like mistyped my name because my name's Dead Whore instead of Dead Horse.
Oh, that's
so,
good.
So when Botac gets like orders from me, they're like, "Oh, like who's this going to? Oh, Dead Whore." I bet they fucking love that. They're like, "Yeah."
I bet somebody notices it when they do the paperwork.
Yeah, Dead Whore. Like that's a strange name. Like.
Guess it could be worse. I mean, Dead Whore and too bad.
Yes,
I guess.
No, I don't want. Yes, I agree to all the terms. No, I don't want any promotional emails because you already send them to me. And complete. See everything right. Billing address. Choosing free shipping. Okay, complete checkout. All right, I just bought those Clay Zion single point slings. So I hope they were worth it. I hope they're good.
That sounds like you're like me. You buy stuff and then you hope it's good when it comes.
And then, oh wait, I just saw something at BCM. What was that shit? Order value discounted shipping. Oh, BCM charges you by how much you buy. I didn't know that. So you can buy up to $109 of shit, and it's only $5.95 shipping no matter what from BCM. And then if you buy $109 to $199, then it's $10 shipped. Over $200 to $500, it's $12.95. So like, yeah, it doesn't matter like how much you spend. Like they do it by, or like what you buy, like the weight. They do it by how much you spend. So I didn't know that.
Well, that's just backwards, though. The more you spend, the cost.
Yeah, so you could buy $100 worth of like heavy shit, and it'd still only be $5.95.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree to all the terms. Wait, I think I got an account at BCM. Let me see here. Let's see here. Oh, no. Continue. Set password. Continue. Yes. Phone number. No fax. I don't have a fax. Is this your billing address too? Yes, it is. Now go to cart and check out. So I'm buying these round handguard caps from BCM. Gosh, like, let's see, that's $12. I wonder if eBay might have those. I mean, before I hit the buy button, let's just check eBay. Round handguard cap. Holy shit! Okay, there's 750. 750. I need a .625 one. .625. $10 your best offer? What? You fucking kidding me? On eBay they want like $10 for them. Okay, so no to eBay. Let me check Amazon. Let's see. Round handguard cap. .625. Nope, Amazon doesn't have them. So yeah, it looks like I'm buying from BCM. At least I'll be able to say my shit has like BCM shit. I'm just gonna claim they're BCM uppers now. Now that they have this round handguard cap on, anyone asks to, I'm gonna be like, no, these are BCM uppers. Like, they look like Palmetto State Armory upper. No. Isn't that a Palmetto State Armory barrel? No. The Freedom, that's all BCM. Like, that'll be fucking awesome. $11.95. Okay, so look. Bam. Shipping address is the same. Priority mail. Payment method. Okay. Credit card.
Now, do you use Do you always use mil spec
Mil spec what?
groups? Do you just buy a basic mil spec lower kit, or?
Yeah, for most of my builds, yes. Not all of them, but most of them. Oh hell yeah! I love a mil spec trigger, especially after I polish it. And I've stoned a couple, but most of them I just, if they're a good quality kit, just a really good polish can work wonders. Some of the shittier ones you have to really stone to get a good trigger out of them, like the Anderson Manufacturing lower parts kits. Those fire control groups have a lot longer length of pulls. They're more grittier. They're just not. I don't know. They're just not. They're not fucking. They're not horrible, but they're not definitely not good. Like if I do nothing but polish like an Anderson lower parts kit, I'll usually get like a 6-pound pull. And if I don't polish it, if I just throw it in the gun, it'll be like an 8-pound pull. And if I stone it, I can get down to like, a 4.5-pound pull. But then I still have that long travel. So then I have to undercut the hammer, and then I'll get a shorter pull. But then that's just so much shit. Whereas I can go to CMT, Center Mass Tactical, and I can buy their CNC lower parts kits that are all like no MIM parts, no cast parts, like straight up all CNC machine parts. And I can throw one of those in a gun without even touching it and have like a 5.5-pound to 6-pound pull without even touching it. If I polish it, I can have to like a 4-pound pull. And then if I stone it, I can get down to like 3.5 out of a mil-spec trigger group with a full hammer, with a full power hammer and trigger spring. So I don't lose any kind of reliability by putting in a lightweight hammer spring or anything.
Ever used any of the drop-in triggers like a Toomey?
I have Timney. I have No Name brand, that's the name of the company, is called No Name Triggers. So I have No Name triggers. I have a Timney. I have a blue Fallout trigger. I have the Rise Armament black trigger. I have, what other drop-in triggers do I have? See, I have the blue Fallout. I have the black Fallout. Then I have the Rise, and all three of those are like the same fucking trigger. Rise makes all of the Black Rain Ordnance Fallout triggers for them, so those three are all basically the same trigger. I want to try a CMC. Oh, I have a POF trigger, but I haven't tried it yet. It's still brand new. I got that for free by buying an MRO. Yeah, dude, I bought an MRO for $463 with an American Defense mount, and the mount's like 60 or 80 bucks or something, and it came with a free drop-in POF trigger with K&S pins. And then I took the trigger, I took the K&S pins, I turned around and sold the MRO and the mount for like $480, and I made $17 off of the deal, and I got a free trigger and K&S pins out of it. Like, I was fucking like stoked, dude. I was like thinking, man, I wish I had like 10 more of these MROs. Like,
the reason I asked, the last one I did, I bought a Toomey drop-in trigger, and I like the trigger and everything, but I'm not smart enough.
What brand?
Toomey. Is it
How do you
Toomey
spell
or
that? A Timney? A Timney?
Yeah.
Oh, Timney, yeah.
And I like it and everything, but I don't know how to file a mil-spec trigger to make it shoot smooth.
I have a video on it. I have a video on how to do a good polish. I haven't made a video yet on how to actually stone a trigger yet. I need to. I'll probably end up doing that with one of these ARs. I'll probably do a quick, well, my quick videos are like 20 minutes, but I'll probably end up doing like a 20-minute video on how to undercut the hammer and how to stone your own trigger and get like a shorter length of pull out of a mil-spec trigger, and how to, you know, make a horrible like one of the horrible mil-spec triggers like decent. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably like take one of these Palmetto State Armory LPKs, not even touch it, drop it in the gun, show it on my trigger scale, like, look, this is pulling at like 8.5 or 9 pounds or something horrible. And it's hard to convey. You can't convey on video like how gritty and shit, or even sometimes how long the trigger pull is and all that kind of shit. But then I'll like stone it, and then I'll show like what it pulls at after it's like stoned, and try and show like the length of pull difference. But
which I know what you're talking about, because that's the reason I put the drop-in trigger in. The mil-spec trigger to me was sloppy and had a long pull, and I didn't like it.
Yep. Dude, the Timney trigger is probably my nicest drop-in trigger. The one I have, I don't know which model you have, but the Timney trigger that I have, it literally has a 1 millimeter length of pull and a 1 millimeter reset. That's it. Like and it breaks like fucking glass, man. It's like, it's sweet. And on my trigger gauge, it's supposed to be, I think, a 3.5 pound trigger, and it breaks consistently at about 3.7, 3.8. So, like,
Well, I know the first time I shot it, I loved it. So, if that tells you anything.
Yeah, they're fucking great. And, like, if you like to do anything like bump firing or anything, oh my God, it's so easy to bump fire with that Timney. Like, you can bump fire. Like, you can double tap that trigger without even trying, like, accidentally. Like, you'll just be sitting there trying to, like, squeeze off single rounds, and all of a sudden it's like, pop, pop, pop. And you're like, whoa. Like, I didn't mean to do that. Like, it's like, it's really easy to let that kind of run away from you if you want, you know? It's really easy.
Which I haven't had time. My 1911 that I have, I sent it out, and I had a Wilson trigger put in it, but I haven't had time to shoot it since it's came back. But that gun was the same way.
That's all I'm going to do after our Supreme Empress Chancellor is elected, and she outlaws all AR-15s. Instead of building AR-15s, I'm just going to go back to building 1911s. Because I've already built like 5 1911s, so I'm just going to go back to building 1911s, and then because those will stay legal, because they're only like 7-8 round capacity, single stack, the old 45 that's been around for hundreds of years, so it's not like some new Supreme killing death caliber. And there's like they're going to be like, dude, like this round's like as old as our Empress, like you can't outlaw this. So like 1911s will remain all legal and shit. Like why everyone with Glocks is like getting confiscated. So like I'll be good.
Well, that's like my 1911. I sent it out. I had that short, which I have tiny hands. I'm a guy, but I have hands about the size of a woman. Sent it out. I had a Wilson Comet short trigger put in it, but I haven't had time to shoot it yet since I've gotten it back. He did a trigger job on
Wilson
it.
Combat did the work. You'll fucking love it, dude. Like,
hope so.
No, you'll love it, dude. They do quality shit. Like, and like from what I understand is like they just don't like stone their shit and then throw it in the gun. Like they'll like stone the shit, throw it in the gun, and then sit there and literally play with it for half an hour. Like your gun, like for half an hour straight, sitting there dry firing it and shit, and really like and then that guy will go hand that gun to another guy and be like, all right, what do you think? And then that guy will pull the trigger on it several times, and then he'll give the final okay, like, yeah, it's good. It's like good enough to send out. Or he'll say, no, it's not good enough yet. Like, so like that's the cut. From my understanding, that's the type of like quality control. It's not just one guy making the final decision on your fucking trigger. Like there's a second guy there, like a second opinion. That's like, oh, like, okay, yeah, like it's good. Or no, it's, you know, I don't think it's good enough.
Well, and I didn't really send him a cheap gun. I sent him, I mean, it's a Springfield Armory loaded, so it was a quality gun that I sent him. So maybe tomorrow I'll get time to shoot that. Especially since I'm staying up all night tonight, maybe tomorrow I won't do any work. I'll just take a day off.
Well, tomorrow, it's been raining here for 2 days straight. I don't really pay attention to the weather or the news, so I have really no idea what my weather's looking like tomorrow. But if it's rainy again tomorrow and shit, like I really wanted to go like sight in some guns because I got a whole bunch of new scopes, and like that's what I wanted to do is like go. And I see my indoor range is only 25 yards, so I can't like be going and sighting in fucking scopes and shit at the indoor range. I wanted to go outside. So if the weather's all bad tomorrow, like I'm not even gonna go shooting tomorrow. Like I'm just gonna probably build another couple ARs. Like that'll.
Well, if it's not raining here, you need to move north, I guess.
Well, I live in the fucking desert. This is like the first rain that we've really had all year. And like, I'm happy, dude. Like just from it raining these last 2 days will save me $30 this month on my water bill. If it rains tomorrow, that'll save me like another 50. Like every day it rains saves me like $15 on my water bill. Like no joke. Like, because I don't have to water my lawn for like that much longer. So, and it's been raining hard, so like I won't have to water my lawn for like the next 2 weeks probably, and that'll save me, you know, $30 easily at the minimum, at the bare minimum. That'll save me $30.
Arizona or something like that, or
Utah.
Utah, okay. Well, I'm in Michigan. We've been having rains, and I farm for a living, and we've been having rain really regularly. My crops look terrific this year. I'm kind of happy this year.
I don't have a green thumb I don't have a green thumb at all, dude. I don't. Like, I kill all my house plants. I like I get something like an aloe vera or a cactus that's supposed to be like impossible to kill. I still kill it. I buy these plants that are like, oh, super rugged, low light. It never needs to be watered. It da-da-da. And like, it still fucking dies. And I buy like nice potting soil and like, so I can't keep anything alive, let alone vegetables and shit. But my lawn looks fucking fabulous all year long. I have one of the best lawns on the block. And you know, and all my secret is I'll call up and have it aerated once a year. I buy the little fertilizer nitrogen white shit and I put it in my little spreader, and I'll do that about 3 times a year, like once in the spring, once in the middle of summer, and once at the end, because I put that nitrogen fertilizer stuff on it, and then I just water the hell out of it and keep it cut, and that's like all I do. But my lawn like stays looking nice. It really does. So I'm like,
throw a little bit of high calcium.
My lawn, dude.
Throw a little bit of high calcium lime in that, you'll really find it looks nice.
My secret's Diet Coke.
Diet Coke.
Diet Coke. No joke. It loves that like fucking sugar and shit. The lawns do, and some old timer. Some old timer.
Sugar will. I can understand the sugar. I actually, if I could find a source for it, I would spread fields.
So I have this little bottle that hooks up to the end of my hose, and it siphons anything out of that bottle out while the hose is running. So I buy a 2-liter of the cheap Diet Coke. I don't even buy like the name brand. I just buy the cheap stuff. And that's actually what he told me to buy, was the cheap stuff. And that's what I use. And I'll put that in there, and then I'll just go around and water my lawn by hand. And I'll do that like at the beginning of the year at that 2-liter Diet Coke. And dude, I'm telling you, you can tell a difference. Like 2 days later, like you can tell a difference. Like your lawn's just that. It makes your lawn more green. So if your lawn's kind of like a lighter green, all of a sudden, like you do that, and your lawn's a darker green now. And any like lighter green spots, or if you have dog spots or anything, you throw down a little grass seed and then spray it with the Diet Coke, and fucking you got grass. Like, like it helps grass seed. It helps like everything. Like. And it makes your lawn
well,
look healthy.
sugar, your organic matters to grow. What type of soil do you have? Is it sandy or heavy clay or
rocky? It's rocky. It's sandy, rocky, I guess, because I'm like in the West Desert, so it's like sandy, rocky. It's really rocky and sandy, yeah. So it's definitely not like back east or anything like that. Fuck no. It's basically
that's where the
Arizona. It's basically like Arizona, but more rocky. Like
calcium lime would come in, which basically the calcium lime is going to offset the nitrogen which is nitrogen is basically an acid. So you're going to change that soil to a base rather than an acid type soil. So, depending on how many years you've put nitrogen on consistently, you may want to look at putting some calcium lime on.
I don't do a lot. I do everything in moderation. I like my little spreader's just a handheld one that I crank as I walk around. And so I do everything, and like I read the directions on the bag, and it's like, okay, for like a yard my size, it's basically saying to like use the whole fucking bag. And like I'll use a quarter of that bag in the springtime, even though it says to use the whole bag. And then halfway through the summer, I use another quarter, and then at the end of the year, I'll use a quarter. So like, it's saying, and it'll tell me to do it twice a year. So twice a year, it wants me to put 2 full bags on it. Well, I do a 3/4 of a bag for the whole year. So I do a lot less than what they say as far as the nitrogen goes. And then I do the Diet Coke in moderation, because I only put 1 2-liter on that at the beginning of the year for my whole lawn, 1 2-liter. And then I don't put, and then I just have it aerated. I pay a guy to come aerate it at the beginning of every year. And I did this at my other house too, and I had a nice looking lawn there for years. And I haven't had any problems. Like my biggest problem is fucking weeds, because like right next to my shit, I basically got a field full of nothing but weeds, right? So it's like a constant battle keeping like weeds out of my fucking yard. Like, like it is. It's a nightmare, dude. And I really don't like chemicals that much. I don't like the fucking weed and feed bullshit and the anti-weed spray shit, and just I don't want I got pets and dogs and kids and shit, and I don't want them out there playing in that shit. And so what I do is I pay for my girlfriend's sons. I pay for their cell phones, and then I make them come over like throughout the whole summer, and then they just pull weeds by hand and stuff. Like no joke, like that's what I do.
But if your soil is totally up to snuff, I mean, if your soil analysis is where it should be, the weeds won't grow. Typically, weeds only grow on bad soil. So you might do some soil tests and find you need that soil still needs something.
Oh, it probably does. I want to get rid of all my grass, actually. Even though I'm proud of it, I want to get rid of all my grass in my front yard and just have the grass in my backyard for the dogs and the kids to play catch on and shit like that. And that would cut my water bill down from like $140 a month in the summertime on average, sometimes up to $200. You know, every month that's my water bill. That if I got rid of all the grass in my front yard, my water bill would go down to like $70 a month or something, or probably less. And then it definitely get cut in half, but probably even more. And then just have xeriscape like Arizona does, just a bunch of rocks, and then have a couple little bushes with like some drippers, and then have like a fruit tree. So I get something back, like a peach tree, is what I think I want, is a peach tree, and then and just have that in my front yard. So basically, I'll just have a couple bushes on drippers and a peach tree, and then no grass, just nothing but rocks. You know,
I could handle that too, because I know sometime tomorrow, I've got to spend 4 hours on the lawnmower mowing my yard.
Yeah, so that'd save on lawn mowing shit, and that'd save me on gas for the lawnmower. Yeah, like and it'd be eco-friendly, saving water and all that shit. And like, I live in a fucking desert. It like makes sense. When I told my neighbor that, they were like, "What? Your beautiful lawn? You're going to xeriscape it?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah! I want to like call a big truck and just have them like." You know, then I was like asking him, "Do you think I could sell my grass? Like, do you think someone would like come and like just scoop the shit up and like, you think I could sell it?" Like,
I mow about 5 acres here, so I know tomorrow sometime I got to spend about 3 or 4 hours on the lawnmower mowing it.
oh god, like I think I mow like a third of an acre. Like
Yeah,
nothing.
I have about 5 acres that I mow, and tomorrow is going to be the day that it needs done, and I hate doing it. But if it wasn't yard, I don't know what I'd do with it. I can't farm it. Otherwise, I'd be driving my tractors right beside my house, and the kid,
Yeah,
like you said, the kids.
And if you don't have grass, then it turns into like a muddy fucking mess or a dust ball full of like weeds and bullshit, and like, you know, and thorns and yeah. So it's like the grass actually is like good at a point. Like unless you rock it, man, or like wood chip it or something. Like I don't know. Unless you do something like that, it's like like I'd rather have the grass than just a bunch of fucking nothing but dirt that's just gonna get muddy and messy, and then dirt's always blowing in your house. Your house is more dusty. Your animals track in mud and shit every time it rains. Like, yeah, no, fuck that.
The kids need a place to play, so you got to have some area for my girls to play.
Yeah, 5 acres. That's a lot to play on.
Well, but the problem is I almost need that much room because all my equipment is so big. It move the equipment around, so I have to have some area to park my equipment in.
Okay,
But
sorry.
for the most part, we've had a good year here this year. My crops look good. Other than the commodity markets are crap, and I'm not going to make a lot, but would have good crops.
Well, and like you can eat that shit yourself and save money, right? Like you don't have to sell everything you fucking grow. So if you're growing corn, you and your family can eat corn a whole bunch of nights, you know, right?
Oh, not really. Field corn and sweet corn are different.
Oh, so like the field corn,
I
like
could
for
take.
the animals.
Yes, I could take the corn I raise and feed it to a steer or something and butcher that steer and eat it. But as far as to go out in my cornfield and pick some corn, it ain't going to taste good. Basically a cash crop. You sell it and it gets fed to animals. Now I do raise some sweet corn. I I mean, we've got our freezer full of sweet corn that I raised this year. Can eat, and I typically plant a garden. I'm kind of a little bit of a prepper. Enough food to go forever. So
I'm just when if the world goes to shit, I'm just planning on eating other people. So that's I'm just gonna go full Jeffrey Dahmer on motherfuckers and be like, all right, what's for dinner? See, that's gonna be the real zombie apocalypse. Is it's not gonna be zombies eating humans. It's just gonna be other humans eating humans. When that shit happens, that's like what's like that movie, The Road. It was like fucking. It was straight up just like humans eating other humans. Like that's what's gonna happen.
worried as much about food as I am about the power grid. I can run a generator for a while, but later people are going to start stealing my gas, and I'm not going to have gas for my generator and all that kind of stuff.
If it's going to be caveman shit, it's going to be nothing but fires. Everyone's going to have campfires. You're going to want to know how to make your own candles, shit like that. Because they're some people will hold out. They might have a 500-gallon gas tank, but the gas is going to eventually dry up. Everyone's gas is going to dry up. Everyone's propane is going to dry up. And unless unless you are mining coal and are supplying and still somehow supplying a coal plant, like a power plant with coal, the nuclear power plants are going to melt down. They're it's going to it'll go to shit, dude. It'll go to or an EMP happens and all that shit gets fried. Then yeah, the world's going to go to shit. People are going to be eating people. And because at first people will be like, oh, I'll go hunt deer, I'll go up to the mountains, and then they don't realize, oh gee, 2 million other people in my state had the same idea to go to the mountains. They have this they have this vision they're going to be alone up in the woods, hunting deer and squirrel and fishing, and that they're going to be able to survive off the land until 2 million other people show up.
Exactly, talking about me. I have 1,000 gallons of diesel fuel on hand. I have 2,000 gallons of propane on hand. I have about 500 gallons of gasoline on hand. But when that's gone, what happens? You're right.
Yeah, you need to know how to make candles. You need to know how to, make booby traps around your property, straight up just booby traps and shit. And,
that's just exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to sit there with my AR protecting my fuel tanks for a while. They're going to be pointed out the back window of the house, shoot tanks. And I don't know. The whole situation scares the hell out of me, to be honest with you.
What's going to happen is the people who group together in small communities of I would say around 100 people, those are going to be the safest communities. Not too large, not in the thousands or even maybe in the hundreds and hundreds. No, those are too large, too many opinions, too many people, too much chance of shit. Too small of a group, Walking Dead size. Well, then you're just going to get picked on and walked over, and even just a couple people can fuck up a group of 10 or 15. So a group around 80 to 100 people is going to be about the perfect size. So about the size of a lot of just neighborhoods, suburban neighborhoods and stuff. And then you have community checkpoints. You have people who have specific jobs, all right, you're on watch, so you're out there with the AR over here. Anyone comes, you just shoot them. You're on watch over here. you guys are farming, you guys are, doing this, you guys are in charge of like water reclamation, you guys are in charge of this, and everyone has their jobs. And, because when you're just like a small group and then you're trying to divvy out that same manner of skills and shit, like, okay, so, can you afford to give up 10 people to just do nothing but watch and protect the group, like all day and all night? You can't do that with a group of 15. So maybe 1 or 2 is always on watch duty. And then, only 1 or 2 people are farming, and only 1 or 2 people are on water reclamation duty, and stuff like that. Like, so I think the small groups like that will be the first ones to go. Then the large groups of like 1,000, 2,000 people or whatever that have tried to band together, those groups will just become anarchy and chaos, and everyone will just end up killing each other, shit like that. Then they'll disband into smaller groups because everyone will leave, and then those smaller groups will get eaten alive. And the only ones that'll successfully keep going are the groups of a certain size limit of like around 100 people. That's my prediction.
Well, and if you take that analogy, like on the road I live on, my closest neighbor is about 90 years old. The next closest are in their 80s. I'm sure she's 70 or 80. So probably within a 10-mile or a 5-mile radius of where I live, you're not going to find anybody under 60 or 70 years of age.
Yep, and those are going to be easy targets for people.
Yes.
Those are going to be like the first farms, the first houses, the first businesses that are gone to and ransacked. And yep, those people, unfortunately, they're the weak. They're going to be the first ones to go. And
and I'm not young. I'm 56 years old, but I'm probably the youngest one in the area that I live in. Hopefully, Trump gets elected and we don't have to deal with Hillary.
that would be nice.
Even though I'm not totally convinced that he's the best option either. But I think he's better than the worst case scenario.
I have been totally convinced. I am one of the only ones on gun channels that has predicted that it would come down to not only Trump and Hillary from the very, very beginning, before even Trump made his official nomination, like before he even officially said he was going to even run, when they were just talking about it. I predicted it would come down to Trump and Hillary, said it the whole time. I've said it the whole time that Trump's going to fucking win, and that I want Trump to win. And the reason why, if no other reason, not that he's a pro 2A gun guy or anything like that, it's because he's not a lifelong politician. He is not a career politician. And that's what I want in the White House, is someone who is not a fucking career politician where all they've done their whole life is fucking live off the public. Live off the fucking taxpayers' dollars. I want someone who's like Trump, who's made his own fucking money, made his own millions, who's lost millions, who's brokered billion-dollar deals, who's, fucking. I want someone like that. That's exactly what I want. I wanted Trump to run years ago. I was saying, Trump would be the shit. Like, he's like the next Ross Perot. He's like, I wanted Ross Perot to win. Like when he ran, I wanted a Ross Perot, but yeah, like Trump to me is like, everyone's like, I want a third party and vote for Gary Johnson and all this shit. What they don't fucking realize is Trump is the third party. Even though he's running under the Republican banner, yeah, but he really is the third party. Like he really is the independent. It used to, instead of third party, they used to be called independents. You'd have your Republican, your Democrat, and your independent. We've always had three parties. Like I don't get why everyone's all so upset. Like, oh, I want a third party. We've always had three fucking parties. But Trump is the independent. He is the third party. You know, he really is. Like, he's not the fucking career politician. It's not where you either get the Democrat or the Republican every single fucking time. It's one or the other, no matter what. With Trump, you're getting a fucking independent is what you're really getting. You know, so it's like, fuck yeah, that's what I want.
Well, and it's like I've always said about Trump. You know, my college education is in business management. And I've said about Trump, the smartest cookie in the basket. But the reason he's made his money is because he's known who to put around him to be smart and advise him. So my opinion about Trump is he's known who to put around him to give him advice.
And he knows how to work the fucking system. And he uses that to his advantage. And just like how we have a system here that if you know all the tax codes and all the bankruptcy bullshit, that you can work the system, right? Just like how he has here. There's also like an international system, and there's a system with every single fucking country, and there's a system with foreign trade, and there's a system with national debt. And he's that smart guy. And like you said, he also has very smart fucking people working for him that can figure that shit out and be like, oh, like we're going to use this loophole and we're going to say, fuck you, China, we don't owe you this money, or we're going to do this business deal or brokerage this that relieves our national debt. And he's the one that will actually get it done without all the fucking bureaucracy and worrying about some fucking, you know, oh, this might affect our market in this way and the poor computer guys or the poor this. Like, no, he's going to be like, no, like this is going to be in the better interest of the fucking country. They're just going to have to deal with it. You know, like, bam, like we're brokeraging this deal with China, and now we don't owe China any national debt. So I just cut our national debt in like half. Like, bam.
And he's smart enough to listen.
Yeah.
To the people that tell him stuff like that.
And to build the fucking wall, I'm all for that. Let's build the fucking wall. Like, I'm down, dude. Israel has a fucking wall. Like, you know, like when they built their wall, their suicide bombings fucking like almost became non-existent. Like, let's build a fucking wall. Like, you know, we have to worry about all these terrorists coming in every single way, doing mass jihad on us. We're at fucking war with Islam. You know, like, sure. You know what? Let's build a fucking wall. Do you know what the great thing about a wall is? Is if at some point in time in the future, if you no longer need it, you don't have to fucking use it. You can tear that shit down. It's a Great Wall of China.
And
you know,
building the wall puts Americans to work. That's the. I don't really understand. I don't understand the wall, but we're going to put some people to work.
Fuck yeah, we're going to make Mexico pay for it. Like Trump, and I bet you Trump does, dude. Now, they might not pay for the whole thing. They might not even pay for half of it. But I bet you he's going to make them pay for some of it. They're going to be forking over millions of dollars. He's going to fucking finagle it in some way. And he's going to say, all right, if some ISIS motherfucker comes over here and he crosses the border from Mexico into our shit, and you guys don't stop him, and he commits a terrorist act here, well, we're going to trade embargo you. And now we're not going to sell you any fucking oil or any wheat where you get all your wheat from. You know, we're not going to fucking, or we're going to sell you wheat at 10 times the cost. Like, you know, and like, and he's going to pull shit like that, like straight up threaten them, be like, all right, you know, unless you help us fucking build this wall, or, you know, like, unless you help us do shit, unless you, like, yeah, he's the kind of guy who's like, has the balls to straight up say that shit, who's not PC, politically correct. Everyone's always upset about what he says. No, dude, that's why I like the guy so much, man. He's just like a straight shooter. Like, he doesn't give a fuck if it's right, wrong, politically correct. You know, he's just going to tell it how he thinks it is.
Isn't that better than giving somebody a paycheck every week for not doing anything?
And
I mean,
even
If
Even
they're
if you-
on unemployment, build a wall.
I can so respect him because even if he is fucking wrong about something, he was still a straight shooter about it. He can be totally wrong, get a fact totally wrong, totally be mistaken on something, have his facts and numbers and shit all mixed up, but he thinks it's a certain something. He's like, no, it's fucking this and this, and he doesn't pussyfoot around with his words and be like, well, I don't know, and yeah, dude, like, I can respect that, man.
Excited for Monday night. I'll probably Monday night I will clear my calendar so I can watch the debate.
I'm not gonna, dude. I'll get too fucking heated, dude. Like, I'll watch the highlights after on like YouTube. I'll type in like Trump debate highlights or something, but like to watch the whole debate, nah, dude, that would throw me into a fucking cardiac arrest. I would be breaking something or like, yeah.
I've been wondering.
Political chats.
Matt's podcast will be like Monday night.
Oh God, dude! Like,
you know, he says they're going to watch it together and do is all night.
You know, I used to watch Matt's shows all the fucking time, like every show. But ever since like the whole debates this year, for like pretty much the last 5 months, I haven't hardly been able to watch more than like maybe 10 or 15 minutes here and there of his shows, because every show turns.
He's not a Trump fan. I guarantee that.
Oh, I know, and like in every chat turns political, and I'm like, okay, like this chat should be about guns or something firearm related, and then next thing I know, it's like, oh, it's political, and like even the Guns and Geeks podcast, they're supposed to be talking about like Walking Dead or some shit. Like next thing you know, they're talking about Rick fucking Michonne or something, and then it goes right into Trump and Hillary, and it's like, oh, like what are you guys doing? Like,
which I'm not into the Walking Geeks and all that because I don't watch TV. So they're over my head all night long on that. But the guns I like. Yankee, I used to like Yankee, but lately he's been pissing me off.
Well, what you mean lately since you joined gun channels, or?
Pretty much.
Because see, now this is the thing. Now you are not the first person I've heard say that. I've like seen so many people, right? They like watch Yankee videos on YouTube. They find out about gun channels, and they're like, "I like this Yankee guy." Because on YouTube, he portrays a character, right? He's like not himself. He's like portrays a character on YouTube, and then they come to fucking gun channels, and then they listen to him like how he really is, and like some of the chats and shit. Or even join in some chats with him, and they listen how he really is, and they're like, wait, this isn't the same guy on fucking TV. Like, I don't like this guy. Like, I've heard several different people say that.
But you nailed it exactly. Which I'm new to gun channels. I mean, this week is the first time I've ever tried to do chats. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I think I've got it figured out. I probably had the most fun tonight talking with you, to be honest with you. So, but yeah, I used to think that his political views and stuff were pretty well. Lately, I've been beginning to wonder about him too.
Oh, he's liberal. I think he's even more Democrat. I think he's like 50-50. I think he's like 50% Democrat and 50% liberal. Like, honestly, like a lot of his views are really, you know.
I probably would agree with you on that.
And see, me, I'm a Republican. Like, I've always been a Republican, and I just. You know, and that doesn't mean I believe in everything. Like, I don't believe in the whole Republican thing, like getting mixed in with the whole like birth control issue or the gay marriage issue. I don't believe in that kind of Republic shit, but I still consider myself a Republican. And I don't know, maybe, and then people, when I tell people that, they're like, oh, you're not a Republican, you're a libertarian then. I'm like, no, I'm fucking not. I'm a fucking Republican. Like, I'm not a libertarian. I am a Republican. Like, what I believe a Republican is and what they stand for and what they used to stand for and what they should stand for, that doesn't mean, like, just because that's not going on right now, that doesn't mean that's not what it is. Like, you know, I'm a fucking Republican. Like, I'm not a libertarian. I'll never vote anything other than Republican, ever.
I guess if I really had to compare myself to somebody, it would be Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I fucking love Reagan, dude. Like, yeah, I grew up with that guy. Like, he was like my president. Like, how like every generation says that they have their president. Like, right? Like every generation is like they have a president that what they consider was theirs. Like Ronald Reagan, he was my president. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
And even when I was in college, one of my economics classes, we studied Reaganomics as a project for the economics class that I had. And I had one of my props said, he goes, well, he says, I'm too old. He says, I will not see this. See his policies work. He said, it will probably be about 15 years from now. Well, guess what? 15 years from then was during Bill Clinton's presidency. Our economy was the best it's ever been because of the policies that Reagan put in. And busy. He was too busy messing with Monica that he didn't take care of them. And, and I still think if I don't know if you remember when GW, the tax rebate where we got like $500 or $600 back, a check back.
I sure do.
If he could have followed that with the one that he wanted to do after that,
which was supposed to be like $2,000 or something, yeah.
Yeah. If he could have continued his policy then and did that, we would not have had all these mortgage foreclosures. If you want to really go back to the basic of it, the reason we had all these mortgage foreclosures was because made it to where you could borrow 110 to 120% of your equity on a mortgage. It's all the.
Not only that, but all the interest rates were like variable, and like some of them were set on the world market, right? And that's what mine was on my old house back then when the market crashed. And I had like this variable interest rate, right? So I had like a fixed interest rate for like the first 2 years, right? And then after 2 years, it switched to this world interest rate, and it went on like what the world market was doing. Like not my local or state or even fucking country, but the world market. And then all of a sudden my interest rate jumped like more than tripled, right? And then that was just like for the first 3 months. And then like 3 months after that, it like doubled again. And like, and it was like, all of a sudden like house payments would like go from like, $800 and something a month to $1,100 a month, and that $300-400 extra a month can be the difference between getting foreclosed on and not being able to make your mortgage payment, and scooting by just fine. Like, it really can be. So like, that's why so many people got screwed, because so many people didn't have a savings. They didn't have they didn't have enough clearance between what they made and what their payments were. They were making just barely skating by, basically, right? Every month, just barely skating by every month, still living, but they didn't have, $400 extra laying around at the end of every month. They were lucky if they had any savings at all at the end of the month. And, and then that's why they all fucking got foreclosed on, is because all their interest rates went through the roof. Their payments all went up. And then, like, bam, like they couldn't afford that $400 extra a month. And, And then they couldn't sell their house because no one else could fucking afford it, and they couldn't sell their house either for what they were into it. So either you're going to take some huge fucking loss, like a 20,000, like the house I'm in now, the house that I bought now. When I bought this house, I paid cash for it, and I got it for $10,000 cheaper than what the people still owed on it. And when I bought the house, they had to pay $10,000 out of their pocket just to finish covering what the bank, what I bought the house for what the bank wanted for it. So they still, so even when they sold the house to me, they didn't make a fucking dime, and they lost $10,000.
And if they'd been smart, they'd let it been foreclosed, because our wonderful government was giving them a $7,500 payment to relocate if they couldn't afford the house they were in.
And then it was so I got my house, like my house is valued I think at like 152, and they wanted, I think I paid 132 for it, and the bank wanted 142 for it. So basically, I bought the house for 142, but I only paid 132 because they had to pay 10,000 of it to the bank for the bank to agree to my offer. They had to pay 10,000 out of pocket because the house was valued at like 152, and they still owed like 142. So, and the bank wanted their fucking 142 out of it, So I think I got a pretty good deal. So the second I bought my house, I already had $20,000 of equity, right?
Which will be coming up, because I do not see any way that we cannot raise interest rates. The economy to survive, we have to raise interest rates.
Or taxes.
But I don't think taxes will do it. I was an economics major from college too, so I'm kind of an economics.
I don't know shit about economics, dude. I don't know shit about this stuff. This stuff we're talking about right now, I don't know shit about it, dude. I really don't. I have never studied economics. I don't watch like the CNN or the Fox News with their economics chats and shit. Like, I don't watch any of that shit. I don't know anything about it.
Well, I'm a farmer, but I also went to college and got a degree before I started farming. So, but we cannot. This country
is like supply and demand, like that kind of shit. Like, like that's it. Like, that's about the basis of my expertise.
We are not doing right now. That's part of what I'm fighting right now with. Used to be grain and crops was sold on supply and demand. But with interest rates where they are right now, I could go out and borrow $1 million at 1% interest. I'll go into the commodity market and I'll buy 1 million bushel of grain. Weeks later, I'll go in and I'll sell 1 million bushel of grain and crash the markets. And that's basically what I'm now is all the fun money is controlling commodity markets to make money. So it's crazy. But in order for this country to, which this is basically Trump's argument, in order for this country to survive, we need more than 1% GM, growth every year. We need to get that back up to that 3 or 4% that he's talking about. Which is part of the problem I have with Hillary. She doesn't even I have never heard her make any substant speech on what she is going to do. Never said what she could do for our economy.
You know, since you're a farmer, we should have a chat one night, okay? About not tonight, but we should have a chat like when there's more people around, right? And I want to get your opinion about this whole seed conspiracy thing going on. Well, I don't know if it's really a conspiracy, but this whole seed thing going on, I've heard about, where like you buy these seeds for your crops from these like companies or something, or your neighbor does, and then if like one of their seeds, because they're like genetically altered seeds or something, and if one of their seeds blows into your crops, now you got to pay them money, like just because one of their plants or something is basically in your fucking field, and like they can like they know it's their plant because their shit's like genetically altered, and like they have a name for it. I can't remember the name for it, but they have a name for this shit. And
GMO.
Is that what it is? GMO? And
GMO.
Then, yeah, these seeds though, it's like genetically modified seeds, and that they're suing all these like seed companies are suing all these farmers, and they're like going around and testing farmers' fields, and then if their field tests positive for like even one of their fucking plants in it, then they like sue or come after the fucking farmer and make him pay money. And then some of these farmers, what they do is they agree to sell the seeds to them, these like genetically modified seeds, but then you got to sign a contract and stuff, and like you can never get off of it. And then every year they like change their formula and shit, and you got to buy the new shit, and then they raise prices, and then since you're under this contract, like you have to like keep doing it. And that they're just like,
yep. I know all about that.
Yeah, like
I've signed that contract before.
Yeah, you should really bring that up one night in a chat and like talk about that. I'd be real interested in like, and I bet you other people would too. Because when I was listening to that shit, I was like, oh my God, like it was pissing me off.
Well, and I'll tell you my opinion right now. When all that came around, I was totally against it. Plant any GMO crops. But it's like you kind of said, if your neighbor is planting a GMO crop, and I didn't look at it from the point of the seeds, I looked at it from the point of the bugs. So if my neighbor is planting a GMO crop, regular crop, guess where all the bugs are going to go? The GMO crop, they're going to attack my crops. So I'm going to lose because all the bugs came over and attacked my crops. And same with weeds and all that. So eventually I had to pull it and tell myself that I had to go and I had to plant GMOs.
And
so,
do you know anything about that DDT conspiracy about how like we banned it because it was killing the birds and making their eggs thin, right? Like the bald eagle, it was making their eggs thin, and then the birds were dying before they could grow to hatch and all this shit. But then I heard like that was all bullshit, and like they just said that, and like they like tested such a small sample and like bullshit, and it was just like the way that they came to that conclusion that DDT was dangerous was this complete horseshit, and that there was like literally like people like taking fucking baths basically in DDT that never had any like health effects, bad health effects or anything. And that whole banning of DDT was like just a big conspiracy for these like GMO type guys to get rid of DDT because DDT was so effective and it did the job so good, and there was like so few little side effects that they had to get rid of it in order to sell something else to make more money. like have you heard about that? Like, you heard anything on that?
Well, from Vietnam, wasn't it? Isn't that what we was dumping on Saigon and
that was like
all that area?
That was Agent Orange. I think.
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah. We were dropping some shit. Maybe we were dropping DDT. No, I don't think we were dropping DDT. We were dropping some other shit on Vietnam, like that actually had like some like testosterone or something in it, like female, like feminine estrogen or something like that. It was like, we did drop some fucked up shit, but I think it was mostly Agent Orange that we were dropping on them that caused all the health problems.
I'd have to look into DDT. That's probably before my time, you know, which, like I said, I'm 56 years old. So that's probably back in the 30s
Well,
or
this was
the
like
20s.
they banned it in like the 80s. It was like in the 80s, I think, when they came out and said, "Oh, like this shit this shit is like killing all the wild like birds." That was the main thing. It wasn't like wildlife or like any other wildlife. All it was like rare birds, like the bald eagle. It was making their eggs thin, so then the fucking birds were dying before they could grow to hatch, right? To be like they're premature birds basically. And that's how they got it banned, was just basically on nothing but that. It was like America, the bald eagle, you know, DDT's killing it, so we got to get rid of it. Like that's all they used basically, right? and then so they got the shit
Which
banned.
the 80s would have been about the time I started farming.
Yeah,
I
so
in high school in 78, so I started my farm about 1980.
Yeah, I think mid 80s.
So it's probably
mid to early 80s is probably when I think it got banned, maybe. And or maybe it was late 70s. It could have been late 70s. It was something like that. And
I do kind of remember what you're talking about, but it's nothing that I never had to deal with.
But I heard that shit was like so effective and worked so good and had like no side effects. Like people literally took baths in that shit and like nothing happened to them. And it just worked.
You
so
know,
well.
the
But
one now.
company wanted to make more money, and DDT was like so cheap, so they had to get it banned. Like.
You know, the one now, the one I've dealt with is atrazine and dual. They say they found in, you know, ground well water and all that. And dual, they claim that kills the honeybees. And Roundup, they also claim Roundup kills the honeybees. But the reason Roundup kills the honeybees is because it kills all the plants before they ever flower. But the GMO, that's a big issue. I'm not a GMO fan, but I have to use them. It's kind of basically the way it works for me. If I could farm without using a GMO crop, I would farm without using a GMO crop. Using them, I have to use them. But you're right. That is a good, and I've picked that up too from some of the chats I've been on. There's a lot of people that really have problems with the GMO